Hmm. Start starting to
Hello.
நான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன் சார். சாயந்தரம் 5 மணிக்கு
Hello. Whether the conference has been started or not? Namaskar.
Đấy chứ hả? Hello. Không? Vậy là mình view hay là copy?
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Lodom Dorjeji. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Myself, Professor Bimlendra Kumar from Banaras Hindu University.
Yeah, your friend here from from Australia, you know?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. She want to talk to you.
Okay.
Long time no see.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
I will ask the organizer to get your contact later.
Okay, okay.
Lovely to see you again here.
So it is already started.
Yeah, it's already, it just started.
Okay, okay,
Maybe
okay.
half an hour.
Half an hour.
Okay, okay, okay. So you go
Okay,
ahead.
see you later.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
He was surprised.
Not just started.
Not yet started.
Not yet. Because the previous teacher when the organizer at me, informed to me time comes, I go start.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mình tại giờ rồi chứ đừng giờ mà phải 12 giờ.
Tôi nói đó không được biết.
Thôi phải biết luôn.
Như thế thì khi mình chưa vào thì mình cứ mút kỹ. làm gì nhưng mà thường thì mình
Everybody, now we want to know all of you can hear me clearly.
Yes, sir. Yes. Good morning, Venerable again. Thank you so much for logging in so early. Good to see you.
Yeah. Good to see you. Very okay.
Check at your end because at our end everything is fine.
Ma'am, please, when the time come, please remind me, okay?
Okay, sure. We will do. We will do that, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Nodev.
Another 10 minutes we will start. Sir. Another 10 minutes.
Yes. 10 minutes after 10 minutes we can start.
Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Namaste.
Namaste.
It's very difficult to hear. Oh, namaste, Professor Dev.
Yeah, namaste. How are you?
All good, Professor. Thank you very much. I can't really hear properly.
I feel very happy to see all of you in this platform.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning. Namaskar, Professor Dev. So lovely to see you.
This is a namaste from Mongolia.
Oh, hello.
Namaste, sir. Namaste, Venerable Mukpa. Namaste.
Namaste.
I thank all of you for joining us, enlightening us, and giving us a strength to take this conference forward.
Thank you.
And we are very much fond of Buddhist philosophy. We have a high respect for the same philosophy. So Government of India has taken up this issue very seriously. So we are going to take up so many programs on Buddhist philosophy, and it will be our honor to invite scholarly people like you to share your opinion and experience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think first time I see Nodeep face to face, although through virtual mode.
Yes, Professor Dev. So for the first time meeting you in person now.
Yeah. Good.
I feel so happy.
Me too.
Professor Dev.
Me too. 2009, I was with QET, School of Public Health, with Michael Dome. And that
Yes.
time, your application, Michael received. So Michael was discussing about your candidature, what to do. I said, he is the most potential person. You can take him as a scholar. And now you accomplish all your academic exercise successfully and publish so many good articles in good journal.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much.
God bless
Continue to bless me.
you always, and you deserve all appreciation. You deserve all appreciation.
Thank you so much. Can't really hear properly.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome to the second day, day 2 of the International Conference on Buddhist Philosophy and its role in inculcating values among the youth. Yesterday, we had a wonderful day. We had the inaugural session and we had 4 presentations. One from Sri Lanka, another from Nepal, and 2 from India. 3 of them which was very interesting and thoroughly enjoyed by all the participants. There was a lot of response in terms of a lot of clarifications, questions, and a lot of discussions on issues that were discussed in the presentations. Today, we have scheduled actually 11 sessions, and these 11 sessions are, include, it's also going to be another day, really interesting day, because we are having about 6 countries who are going to make the presentation today. These include Vietnam, Bhutan, Cambodia, Mongolia, Sri Lanka, and India. So we are going to have 2 presentations from Vietnam, 2 from Bhutan, 1 from Mongolia, 1 from Cambodia, 1 from Sri Lanka, and 4 from India. So let us begin today's technical session. For the first session, we have on Vietnam Buddhist Education of Today, a channel of cultural exchange between and among Vietnam, India, and other countries. And this is going to be presented by Venerable Dr. Thich Nguyen Dat, a senior lecturer of Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist psychology, Vietnam Buddhist University. I have the pleasure of introducing him. Venerable Dr. Thich Nguyen Dat is known as, in Dharma name, as Thich Nguyen Dat Ven Thuan, is now presently a member of the National Executive Council with the Vietnam Buddhist Sangha. In Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, he is a member of the National Executive Council, Deputy Head of Committee of Buddhist Education, and the Standing Member of Committee of International Affairs. At Buddhist University at Hue, he holds the position of Vice Rector and is concurrently holding as a head of the Post-Graduation Education Board, besides being its member of Academic and Scientific Council. He is a senior lecturer on Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist psychology. He is associated with Tran Nan Tong Institute, Vietnam National University, Hanoi, as its member of Academic and Scientific Council and as a senior lecturer on Buddhist philosophy. Sir, we are very happy to have you with us on this day too, and we request you to kindly make your presentation.
Now I'd like to say hello to everybody. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. And as Madam talk about me, today I want to talk about the topic Vietnam Buddhist education, a channel of cultural exchange between and among Vietnam, India, and other countries. In this topic, I would like to talk two main contents. That is Vietnamese Buddhist education system and its role to Vietnamese people and to the culture exchange today. As you know, education is a source of culture and moralities, as the term literally means reinforced. Buddhism, as you know, is both practical and ideal system of education, because it aims at reinforce innate potentials from society and individual for knowledge and sublimation. Yet is such meaning that Buddhism gives a significant contribution to the social and human growth. Vietnam Buddhism too. You know, Vietnam Buddhism introduced and developed in our country for over 2,000 years. It is more than ideology of a religion. It has grown along with the countries up and down, in building and preserving Vietnamese culture and moralities of typical traditions. Buddhism actually is a system of education and has been playing an important role as a channel of cultural exchange between and among Vietnam and other countries in the age of Industrial 4.0 today. Now I'm going to talk about a view of Buddhist education system in Vietnam. You know, Buddhist education in Vietnam has undergone plenty of time, change and transformation, and it was systematized as well as reformed in accordance with modern education in the early decades of previous century, I mean the 20th century. At present, this kind of education systems is under the umbrella of Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, which was officially established in 1981 and is recognized by the sole legitimate Buddhist organization of Vietnam. It can generally be divided into two subsystems. They are Buddhist education for monks and nuns, and Buddhist education for lay Buddhists. First of all, I want to talk about Buddhist education for monks and nuns. This kind of education system is run by National Committee of Buddhist Education for monks and nuns. They now this name change National Committee of Buddhist Education. In 1981, Vietnam Buddhist Sangha had only one Buddhist school of advanced Buddhist studies. However, when time goes by, it has grown up. Up to now, it has processed to nationwide web of Buddhist education center for monks and nuns, including 3 levels of school. That is Buddhist primary school, Buddhist high school, and Buddhist college and university. It is reported so far that in all over the country, there are hundreds of Buddhist primary schools for novice. Totally, right now, it come to know 33 Buddhist high schools at different provinces in Vietnam, 8 Buddhist colleges, and 4 educational centers of university level. That is Vietnam Buddhist University in Hanoi, in Ho Chi Minh City, in Huế, and in Cần Thơ for Theravada Khmer. The curriculum which he applied in all 3 levels of school consists of both research and secular subjects, such as philosophy, literature, psychology, sociology, ecology, linguistics, and so on, with adaptation to modern education. Thus, through the Buddhist Educational Center for of different levels, Vietnam Buddhist monks and nuns receive a full education of not only Buddhist study, but also secular knowledge, which would be very helpful for them in their devoted life for social service and Dharma propagation. It is clear that Vietnamese intellectual force, including the well-educated monks and nuns, would play a significant role in preserving Vietnamese culture and moralities, as well as in process of internal integration of country today. The second, Buddhist education for lay Buddhists. Education for lay Buddhists always a vital importance in activity programs of Vietnam's Buddhist Sangha. It under the care of the two national committee, that is Committee of Dhamma Propagations. This committee is in charge of serving people in the remote mountains, village and area, the remote island and the Vietnamese overseas. And the Committee of Buddhist Lay. These committees is concerned with Buddhist people in general, but pay a special attention to Buddhist youth. It is reported that in over 40 years, the National Committee of Dhamma Propagations has successfully organized many training courses, seminars to find out the way to success in Buddhist Dhamma propagation. In the recent years, it has successfully propagated and brought Buddhist teaching to the ethnic minorities in the Central Highlands province and Northern Mountains province. It has also organized many Dhamma tours to serve Vietnamese overseas, such as Russia, Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, and Ukraine, etc. As for Buddhist youth, besides Buddhist youth clubs, which have been scatteredly founded in Buddhist temples of somewhere, an organization of Buddhist youth, which is named as Families of Vietnamese Buddhist Youth, is in charge of training and educating Buddhist youth, Buddhist young people. This is an educational organization for Buddhist youth. Families of Vietnamese Buddhist youth came to exist in the 1930s of the 20th century and have recently spread in the most parts of the countries. It is under the management of Vietnamese Buddhist family sessions and under the umbrellas of National Committee of Buddhist Lady. In each of province, there are mostly family of Vietnamese Buddhist youth sub-section, and in each of village in Vietnam, there are one or two Vietnam Buddhist youth family groups, which weekly meet to study and place in some Buddhist temple of village on Sundays of each week. The motto of Vietnam's Buddhist youth families is compassion, wisdom, and courageousness. The educational syllabus of Vietnam Buddhist youth family is well structured. It is not only composed of Buddhist teaching, but also living skills such as communication skill, management skill, emergency aid, etc. It is divided into different levels of training courses in accordance with each of age groups. The rank of a member in Vietnam Buddhist youth families is gradually promoted corresponding to his or her times of participating in the ND organization and in his her level of training. Buddhist teaching taught for Buddhist youth are mainly basic Buddhist ethics, such as 5 precepts, triple terms, compassion, generosity, learning, wisdom, and so on. All of the teaching aim at reinforce young lay Buddhists a balanced transformation of physical health, personality, and intelligence, and ensuring that they are brought to fulfillment. It is through such an educational environment that young laborers are expected to be the well-trained ones, a competent force of society, which would have a positive and rich contribution for the country's prosperity. Next, place of Vietnam Buddhist education today. As you know, on Vietnam practically aim at to strengthen her own inner abilities of national economy and security, and her relationships of international cooperation with other countries in the world. These two goals quietly complement each other. Vietnamese Buddhism in general, Vietnamese Buddhist education in particular, play a certain role in them. However, here it is just limited to the latter, i.e. Vietnam's international integration through the cultural channel in which Vietnamese Buddhist education has significant and practical contributions. Buddhism is origins from India, but beyond it to become one of the world religions. Apart from the fact that a religion itself, including Buddhism, is a culture. Education is also a source of a culture. It good culture and breed forth not only knowledge, but value for humankind as well. So, is Buddhist education system. However, it is not just limited at the local culture, but international ones. At the culture, Buddhism is one of three greatest religions in the world. Due to the extremely practice characteristics of its own philosophy, any evidence status of its populations is not quite yet. As you know, now according to some statistics, Buddhist population in the world around 600 millions. But this number is not correct, in my opinion, because so many people who they truly Buddhist, but they do not never declare they Buddhist. Many follow practice, but it does not bear any brands as Buddhist. No brand, no name is a unique feature of Buddhism, since it does show the Buddhist philosophy, that is selflessness philosophy. In my opinion, Buddhism and its educations are intentionally cultural in manner. Follow the steps of Buddhist monks and nuns, lay Buddhists, and the one who do not bear any Buddhist name, but follow Buddhist practice. Buddhism is at present spreading mostly everywhere in all parts and regions of the world. This means that the spreading of Buddhist culture is really worldwide. In this meaning, our conference very significant according to me. One of the essential agents for such spreading of Buddhist culture is clearly Buddhist education. In most developed countries of science and education, they have a long conducted Buddhist education at both the undergraduate and postgraduate level in research institute or university. Today, this field continues to be scaled in the direction of strengthening international cooperation. As for Asian countries such as China, Japan, Korea, India, Taiwan, Thailand, etc., they have not just put an importance on Buddhist temple and Buddha towers, but also focus on research and intensive education of Buddhism. The common point of Asian countries is, in addition to the forms of Buddhist education, is Buddhist temple and monastery. Buddhism is also taught in colleges and university, such as disciplines of research science or human science at bachelor and MA level, master level. As for India, the homeland of Buddhism, the religions, Buddhism, had gone through many ups and downs. But nowadays, most of Indian universities have department of Buddhist study, or at least relating to it. The Indian education institutions and universities are also the birthplace of many priest masters who advocated different philosophical directions of Buddhism and thus have to generate different sets of Buddhism. It is specializing of Buddhist education and research that has made India a bright spot in Buddhist education worldwide. This is also dialogue channel of diplomacies that have the Indian government not only to promote cultural values of its own, but also to develop its tourism strongly. India is also a wanted destination of Vietnamese Buddhists, including monks and nuns to study and visit. I myself also study from India, Delhi University. For me, India is very wanted destination for me to study. As for the Europeans and American country and the home and Christians, it is Buddhism and research to Buddhism have come to here since long. Trace recorded in ancient Greek history so that since years BC, Buddhism was known to the West through the contact between ancient India and Europe. Today's Buddhist research and education are almost included in most of Asian countries and research study as university in European and American countries. All of this means Buddhism as a channel to accept and decode Asian culture and civilization. Vietnamese Buddhist students, researchers, and scholars are the cultural messenger. Reported by the National Committee of Buddhist Education. There are currently in all over the countries. As you know, 33 primary, hybrid school, S Buddhist college, four Buddhist institute, and up to now, so far, we know it's the college 9,484 monks and nuns graduated from the Buddhist high school, and about 4,800 other monks and nuns following in this school, and 2,000 more than 2,000 monks and nuns graduated from Buddhist college class, and more than 1,000 monks and nuns being trained in the college classes. The monks and nuns could be the source of input for Vietnam Buddhist University. The Vietnam Buddhist University system was gradually perfected over time after the unification of Buddhism in Vietnam in 1981. In the beginnings, they were named as Vietnamese Buddhist Advanced School, and later on turned to Vietnamese Buddhist University in 1997. In Vietnam Buddhist University in Hanoi was founded in 1981, and 1984 Vietnam Buddhist University in Ho Chi Minh City. 1987 Vietnam Buddhist University in Huế City, my university. And in 2006 Vietnam Buddhist University of Khmer in Cần Thơ province for Theravada monks. Thereby they have produced more than 6,800 monks and nuns with bachelor degree in Buddhist study. After a long time continuous efforts, nationwide, Vietnam Buddhist Sangha have processed a full-fledged Buddhist educational system of all level: 2-year elementary, 3-year intermediate, 3-year college, and 4-year university programs of undergraduate, 2.5-year postgraduate, and 3 to 5 years doctoral level. It is clear that such a system of Buddhist education has created a force of leading Buddhist intellectual for Vietnamese Buddhist Sangha at the central and local level. According to the reports of the Central Committees of Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, over the past year, the Vietnam Buddhist Sangha has put increased emphasis on human resource by sending more Buddhist monks to study in other countries. So far, Vietnam Buddhist Sangha has sent around 300 students of monks and nuns to India, China, Korea, Myanmar, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Australia, United States, Japan, Taiwan, and so on for study. It is known that about 2,000 of them earning the degrees of Buddhist study as master and doctoral levels, and returning to home, serving the country. Currently, they working for Buddhist Center at all levels, such as Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, National Committee, or Provincial Committee, or teaching at Buddhist school, college, and university. In particular, yearly Vietnam Buddhist University recommended their students to India for further study through scholarship awarded by Indian government ICCR. They take their course not limited to Buddhist study, but other disciplines such as philosophy, psychology, linguistics, and ancient language at bachelor, master, doctor level at different universities in all over India. We study abroad Buddhist students would have more opportunity to access the world new education modes, research, and teaching methods in Buddhism. These have bring positive result to development of Buddhism in their home countries. It is a great chance for Buddhist monks and nuns to access, a chance for learn about the achievement that Buddhist education in the countries and the world has obtained. The expansions of Buddhist education will contribute to bring in about important achievement in implementing of policies of great national university of Vietnam. It is also a result of strong connection of Buddhist organizations and the community in Vietnam Buddhist Center. It is undoubtedly that these Buddhist students and researchers could always be potentially working intellectual folks of Vietnam in general, Vietnam Buddhist Sangha in particular, and of course, play at a bridge of international cooperation in the coming times. Conclusions. Buddhist education could be generally understood as one of principal tools for the world cultural world growth, essential for transforming individuals into the whole man, the competent ones of society, with three ideal and practical objectives. That is, to prepare individuals to be good members of society who set a lead to capacity, working to make a living and being able to fit in with other members of their society. 2. To train individuals to be well-developed human beings according to cultural traditions and beliefs and have by the people of their society. To enrich individuals with wisdom, it needs to keep in mind here that wisdom is not knowledge. Wisdom is something that comes from the inner and that could help us search for the truth of life. And even that knowledge comes from the outer through learning. Vietnamese Buddhist education, which also bear the three objectives, have produced the generations of Buddhist masters and intellectuals who have played an important role for the independence and prosperity of Vietnam. And of course, also being a cultural messenger of and voice of country in the times of international integration today. In Buddhism, the responsibility for community is defined as the moral responsibility, the spirit of always dedicating yourself to others and helping everyone else in the world. Buddhism always encourages equality and harmony among nations and people, creating a strong relationship among countries. Striving for equality among people and nurturing human kindness and compassion is the highest spirit of Buddhism. Deeply aware of this, Vietnam Sangha has put a stress on spiritual and cultural life of the Vietnamese community who are living studies, working abroad. Buddhist educational institutions have also paid attention to organizing activity to visit and teach Buddhism to overseas community. including overseas Vietnamese, as well as establishing Vietnamese Buddhist associations in other countries to increase mutual understanding and respect among these communities. It can help spread the beauty of national cultural traditional values, Vietnamese language, and doctrinal identity, mutual love, solidarity, and patriotism among Vietnamese people, community, and other communities. Thus, in the line with the country development and the integrations, Vietnam Buddhist education has been gradually renewed under the spirit of fostering peace, partnership, and solidarity with other Buddhist communities worldwide to spread the Buddha teaching, reaching a safer and more peaceful world for mankind. It could be seen that so far Vietnam has had policies on attracting international scholars and researchers to study and work at Buddhist University in Vietnam. The exchange of international scholars and continue to promote itself to fulfill its lofty task, duty, and realize well its saying of ideal, the Dhamma and the nation. Thanks you very much for attention. May Lord Buddha bless all of us. Thank you very much. I don't know, so because this is the first time with try in the visual conference like this. So difficult for us to contest and hearing. Maybe some technical problem, maybe. Hello, ma'am. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable Dr. Kong Tuan, for that excellent exposition on Vietnam Buddhist education today and how it can serve as a channel of cultural exchange between and among Vietnam, India, and other countries. Thank you very much. And we have, sir, about 3 questions in the chat box for you. Would you like to answer these questions now, or would you like to take it a little later on?
Yeah, okay. Okay, if yeah, anyone have any question, please, I'm ready.
Yeah, there is a question from Dr. Pawan, who says that as history tells us that in the 2nd century BC, 2 Indian Buddhist Zen monks, Mahajavaka and Kalyan Churi, visited Vietnam, and Kalyan Churi became the head bonze of Dao Pagoda, combining his teachings with indigenous beliefs of Tu Pap, and founded Buddhism in Vietnam. Thus, his teachings blend with indigenous beliefs, carry caste system and Brahma Shudra dichotomy. The question is in the chat box. You need clarity because my pronunciation may not be very clear to you. It's in the chat box. Would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah, you know, Buddhism come to Vietnam, over for 2,000 years, Then now so many, some the people, I think some Indian scholars come to Vietnam, they know Vietnam very well. And as you said, then now what majority of Vietnamese population is Buddhist. But actually, on the paper, they not declare they Buddhist, and there's Buddhism, there's very huge influence on Vietnamese people life and belief also.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There is another question. In your opinion, what solution can Buddhism offer to the seemingly troubled world such as COVID-19? This is from Nidip Dorji, Bhutan.
Yeah, right now I think right now you see, Buddhism so very very I think the world today. If anyone who they read Buddhist philosophy, I think there is I think this philosophy very help for them, very helpful for them. And the Buddhism, Buddhism into education and through the philosophy, they can there is a they can nurture the values for actually they nurture for the people, for the young people. I mean, they can help them how to face the society, how to face stress, how to face life problem.
Thank you, sir. Just one more question. How Buddhism and good governance can come together?
This is a very nice question. Buddhism, very, I mean, very practice, especially Vietnam. You see, Vietnam's is like example. Vietnam Buddhism's always they put the happiness, the I mean all Buddhisms aim at to the people. That means the happiness and the peaceful and they how to help them to deal their problem. And the government also aim at this purpose. I mean, first, and Buddhism, I think Buddhism's they in philosophy they have no selflessness, no self. I mean, so they can easily to they always they come to anyone, any land, anywhere. They can harmonize with the lands of the the land they come. So I think the government and
Buddhist that Buddha was. I think Matarika, you please unmute your mic and ask the question because your question is not clear in the chat box.
The Buddha was reborn in Nepal, but I know how to reborn this in that land. How can I do? I mean, that answer, right? I'm Vietnam, not Vietnam. I'm not Nepali.
Okay.
So how can I know?
Okay, the question should have been asked yesterday to the presenter from Nepal, Professor Hriday.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much, sir. I think we will stop here.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Those who have questions can reserve questions, and maybe if we have time at the end of today's session, we can again have some discussions. But we thank you, sir, for that excellent presentation on Buddhist Vietnamese Buddhism, which is over 2,000 years old, and it's more an ideology than a religion. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Second presentation, I would request all the presenters to please kindly maintain the time because we are having 11 presentations today in just a matter of the whole day. So please restrict your presentation to about 20 minutes and have time for discussions because discussions can generate more interest. So we'll have 20 minutes of presentation and 10 minutes of discussion for the questions. We'll keep it reserved for questions. So we move on now to the second session, the second presentation today, which is on Buddhism, why it matters to us. And this is going to be by Dr. Nidip Dorji, who is from the Department of Public Health, University of Kesar Gyalpo University of Medical Sciences in Bhutan. So, I would like to introduce him. Dr. Nidip has been teaching at the Faculty of Nursing and Public Health in Kesar Gyapalo University of Medical Sciences of Bhutan, which is the only medical university in Bhutan for the last 16 years. Nidup obtained his degree in public health from Mahidol University in Thailand, Doctor of Philosophy from Queensland University of Technology, Australia, and Postdoctoral Fellowship Award from the University of Quebec at Montreal, Canada. At FNP, Nidup teaches subjects including international public health, epidemiology and biostatistics, environmental health, sexual and reproductive health, and research. His professional interests include areas such as prevention of childhood adversities, well-being and quality of life, senior citizens' life skills and application end-to-end, end-of-life care, and spirituality. Mixed method research design has been of particular interest to Dr. Nidup. He is currently a member of the Institutional Research Board of the Faculty and International Editorial Board member of Thai Journal of Public Health. Dr. Nidup has presented scientific papers in international conferences and has several publications in peer-reviewed journals. Dr. Nidup Dorji, it's your time now. Dr. Nidup, you're not audible. I think you'll have to unmute your mic. Go to that.
Hello, am I audible?
Dr. Nidup, now, yes, very clear.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think I will move ahead with my presentation, and I'll do the justice to be on time. Let me begin my presentation by asking this simple question about your understanding about Buddhism. Next slide, please. Okay, you can just keep on clicking. So, if the participants here are of the understanding that Buddhism is associated with shaved heads, maroon or saffron robes, vegetarian meals, meditation, peaceful smile, or non-violence, and I think as a Buddhist myself, I will feel more secured and is worth praise, especially the non-violent attributes that in today's world, which is full of war and non-violence. And our understanding is Buddhism just limited to just these attributes? It is absolutely not, because the founder of the Buddhism, the Gautama Buddha himself, has gone beyond these attributes in discovering the enlightenment and awakened state. Let me also pose this small question: is Buddhism a religion or a science? Now, if science believes in the causal effect relationship, Buddhism absolutely does believe in causal and effect relationship. So Buddhism is therefore a science, but it has to be a mind science. Mind, because all the phenomenon revolves around the mind. Now let's take an example of this concept, happiness, that every one of us are striving for. And this happiness is definitely a state of mind, which is very relational. I cannot example enough of this. If throwing a stone to a jumping frog is a happiness to a 5-year-old boy, it is certainly a situation of life and death for the jumping frog. Therefore, this concept of happiness is subjective, it is elusive, and it is very, very relational. Now, if you look into these two pictures, you could see and even wonder what kind of happiness this mendicant must be drawing and what kind of happiness this monk is saying. A monk says that I'm happy of no reason, of no idea why he is happy. I think this is basically what Buddhism is moving forward to, is gearing towards to achieve it. Next slide, please. Now, let us not forget that Buddhism was discovered. Buddhism was discovered, not invented, by a simple, ordinary person who was a prince. Not in any of the sophisticated laboratory setup, not using any of the electron microscope or telescope or binoculars per se, but by sitting on a simple kusha grass under a tree next to the river Naranjana. Probably few of the animals like buffaloes must have run up the stream and down the stream to witness what was discovered. So we understood what is discovered is the truth. And why truth? Truth is because they are infallible and they do not change. Something we generally, the people generally don't want to hear about. So now I want to talk about what are the truths that was discovered. The truths discovered are the truth of suffering, the truth of the origination of suffering, the causes of suffering, and truth to the cessation of suffering. That means to say the suffering can be eliminated. And finally, the truth of the path towards eliminating suffering. Next slide, please. Now let's talk a little bit about suffering, although I know it's very boring to hear about it. Suffering in Sanskrit or Bali is also called as dukkha, and it includes a broader psychological idea of dissatisfaction, lack of contentment, pain, misery, frustrations, and feeling of ill, etc., etc. The suffering captures the fact that life never lives up to our expectations, our hopes and aspirations, our plans and dreams. For example, I wish for a life to live forever, or fall for something like happily lived ever after, which is untrue. Now, can you even imagine, even love is a suffering? There are enough of stories around the world and evidences that the very love that has bounded two people together has made them separated to each other. And what is more painful and frustrating is that your loved one is staying next door and is with somebody else. It's so painful, isn't it? Now, within the context of the Four Noble Truths that we have discussed before, selfish craving, grasping, wrong desire, attachment, lust, greed are supposed to be or said to be the root cause and conditions of suffering. But the good thing is that, next slide please, the good thing is that the causes of suffering can be eliminated. Next slide. So how is it possible to eliminate this suffering. The Buddhists have prescribed, in particular, eightfold noble paths that concerns with morality, that is dealing with right speech, right action, right livelihood, and also that concerns with mental concentration or meditative cultivation. We call it samadhi. So through right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. And finally, that concerns with wisdom is about right understanding and right intention. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit more about wisdom. Also known in Sanskrit as prajna, it refers to the liberating knowledge of truth that is achievable in awakening or in enlightenment state. It is the right view of understanding or the right thought or intention, which are the fundamental two elements of path towards gaining insights into the true nature of existence. But we did come across the word awakening or enlightenment. Why awakening? Because Buddhists do believe that we are all sleeping. Now, if waking up from a horrendous dream or bad dream is as good as waking up from a good dream is bad, then we made one mistake. We slept. Next slide, please. Wisdom is therefore simply an unbiased perception. It is a mind that realizes a clear, absolute, and complete picture of the true nature of reality. Some of the examples could be the true nature of reality. Some of the examples could be here. Why the water is wet? Why the fire is hot? Why we see through eyes, not through nose, as much as we smell through nose, not through ears. Why do birds on earth have no teeth? And why all bone have to die? Why can't they live?
कोरोना रहेगा अभी 2 साल और.
So these are
वैक्सीन
some
भी
of the
सोल्यूशन नहीं
questions
है.
that do not necessarily have to have answers, because it is the way it is and it will be the way it is, no matter how desperately human being tries to alter it, because other species don't try to alter it. Forget that, they even don't attempt to alter it. So in the term, wisdom is anything that goes against the ill-habitual pattern. We are so habituated in tearing apart somebody's limbs and get it into our small mouth just to satisfy our taste buds that are said to be inside our oral cavity. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the wisdom and the religious oriented part of Buddhism works just like cup and the tea. Tea is what we are supposed to drink, not the cup. But without the cup, drinking is also quite difficult. But most of us land up drinking cup. That is why the cup makers make a lot of profits. I am even wondering if modern people fall more for the yoga pants than the yoga itself and the intentions behind it. Now, if sitting straight does not take us closer to the truth that nothing lasts forever, we are simply wasting the muscle of the gluteal area. Now, if I'm a bit rude here, we are simply wasting the muscle of our butt. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In addition to suffering, the impermanence, which is the universal feature of all existence, is something very much close to Buddhism. It captures the idea that everything that comes into existence is already on the way out of existence. It sounds so pessimistic, isn't it? But we should be thinking to impermanence as to why big companies like Coca-Cola, Johnson's Cream Company, Yoga Pants Factory, for example, survives and makes billions of dollars. Now, if not drinking Coca-Cola, or if our skin texture not changing remains permanent, then there is no point of these big companies to survive. It is because people drink Coca-Cola, our skin texture changes every now and then. That's why these big companies do survive. We have to in fact think impermanence in that way. So there is nothing religious about impermanence. Next slide, please. Karma is another, in conjunction with impermanence, karma is another concept that is basically cause, conditions, and effect. Now, if we give a little time to contemplate on this concept, what is not there on the earth, which is not related, what is not on this earth that is not related to cause, condition, and effect, the karma. So we are creator of our own problems. COVID-19 that we are suffering from right now, should we be blaming the people of Wuhan city in China, SARS, MERS, ozone depletion, Amazon deforestation, our lung of the earth? So we are confronted with so many problems, and we are the maker of those problems. So if it is not for greed and cravings, I do not understand what to blame for. So in the words of the Gautama Buddha himself, he mentioned, we are our own master, nobody else. We are our own enemy, nobody else. Whether we do good or whether we do bad, we are our best judged, nobody else can be. Next slide, please. So the accumulation of merits and methods towards gaining wisdom is something very, very critical for Buddhism, for Buddhists. One of the example could be to accumulate merit could be through the conduct of 10 virtuous deeds, or refraining from doing the non-virtuous deeds. For example, taking away life, taking what is not given, sexual misconduct. This pertains with the physical aspect. Lying, sowing discord, harsh speech and idle gossip that concerns with speech, covetousness, ill will, and wrong views that are concerns with the mental aspect. So in addition to this one, Buddhists are very much encouraged to have a sacred outlook towards everything, including our life. Now, I can't relate enough with the belief of the indigenous people of Australia. They believe we belong to the land, not that the land belongs to us. It is by being aware that we belong to the land, we rather know how to harmonize living with the mother nature. But in today's time, this happens the other way. So in addition to these virtuous deeds and sacred outlook, some of the ways towards accumulating merits or gaining wisdom could be exercising those immeasurable thoughts, paramitas, which I am sure my next presenter will highlight more in detail about it. Next slide, please. Like it or not, stress is something we are living with in our daily life, day-to-day life. Stress is multi-causational. One of the cause, disharmony in the family, falling for bikinis and temptations, belief in the rankings, hierarchies. In life, there are many fishes, many things to fish out, such as fame, such as credentials, such as pride, such as winning the game or losing the game, losing someone very dear, or these days a lot of virtual games that, if I'm not rude, is basically promoting violence, wars, broken relationships, and many more are the causes of our day-to-day life stress. Next slide, please. Now, we cannot deny the fact that youth are our future. Youth are the backbone of any nation. They shape the future. But how do they shape?
Sir,
The future depends on direction, productive. American Psychological Assessment Study in 2018. The participants have reported poor mental health to feeling very stressed, respectively. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. So again, in a study done in Canada among the youth, the prevalence of the perceived poor mental is observed to be on an increasing rising trend over the years. So indeed, this is a very grave concern that demands an urgent attention to address it. Next slide, please. So one of the suggestions to de-stress is to just sit. Most of us are very reluctant to just sit because we are preoccupied with many aspects. Even if sitting does not take us closer to the truth that nothing lasts forever, it at least has a very a great benefit of restricting ourselves. For example, going to the forest and chop down all the street trees, or go out and punch somebody just because of argument. Now, in the words of William James, an American psychologist, he said, human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. So the mindful practice which is simply paying attention, or also meaning guarding the mindfulness practice is to remember. Now, we can argue or not argue here. We understand that most of our best plans becomes useless if we don't remember. So here is a clue that mindful practice can help us. But in the picture, you can see our monk in the right corner. Just sit and nothing else. But most of us, I believe, just sit, but filled with a lot of mental activities going on. Personally, me, I try to sit, but my mind is all the time preoccupied. For example, distracted by ringtones, distracted by phone calls from the loved ones. So, as Satan is to Christianity, distraction is evil in Buddhism. Next slide, please. So in nutshell, Buddhism talks about the truth of suffering because most of us helplessly believe that all compounded things are permanent. We also know the causes of suffering because all we as a human being have is emotions. And if we do not know how to deal with emotions, emotions are certainly very painful. The next truth is the truth that the suffering can be eliminated. Just because all the phenomenon we have is, it doesn't have an inherent existence, an independent existence. It is just aggregated. So if the causes can be eliminated, then I don't know what more nirvana are we expecting. So the believer of these 4 important verses in Buddhism we call seal are qualified to be called as Buddhist. Next slide, please. Finally, the take back home message from my presentation today is that we will not argue that we all have buddhi, our intelligence, our reasoning capacities. So let's use buddhi to become Buddha, or we don't use buddhi to become Buddha. Next point. We have the choice to become. So therefore, if the forum have any Buddha type of question, let this Buddha try to answer all within. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Nedok, for that really excellent presentation where you have, very clearly, exposed how Buddhism matters or can matter to all of us. Indeed, you have given the secret behind, why Bhutan is called the country of happiness. It's on the top of yes. So there's a lot of things that you have shared with us on how the truth of suffering, and given such wonderful examples of the tea and the cup, and how we can just sit. By just sitting, not even meditating, but just sitting, we can save the world. And how the land, we belong to the land and not that land, and not the land belongs to us. That's wonderful. Really, I am sure that all the participants thoroughly enjoyed your presentation, and they have a lot of questions. There are some questions which I hope you will take it now. There is a question again from Dr. Pawan Kumar. He says, he asks how mixed spirituality and religiosity of globalizing world is affecting health of Homo sapiens and other animals.
Can I have that question? Okay.
Yes, I'll repeat it. How mixed spirituality and religiosity of globalizing world is affecting health of the Homo sapiens and other animals?
Personally, in my little knowledge and in my little understanding, the spiritualism and religiosity is just, they are not separated. They cannot be divorced for sure. While I consider more spiritualism more profound than religiosity, for example, going to temple, for example, in Bhutan, many of our young children goes to a temple, visit, especially during exam time, and without actually understanding the fact that why they are actually going up there. In Buddhism, our belief is that you go and search inside. The only way to go out is going inside, in the case of Buddhism. So therefore, in the troubled world, I feel that by going inside is the only solution to find answers to the problems that we encounter every now and then. I don't know, I'm quite far away from the answer, but that is the shortest answer I can give it. Thank you.
Okay. There is one more question. What solution can Buddhism offer to the seemingly troubled world? I think you've spoken much on that. Such as COVID-19, all of us are affected by it. Any of us here can contribute by own practice of the Buddha's word, especially compassion and sympathy to all. And the question is, how can Buddhists help in boosting the immune system during this pandemic?
It's a very fun question.
The question is in the chat.
Personally, I raised to the previous presenter too. Anyways, the question got back to me now. So, I have a assistance to the troubled world in the sense that, as I mentioned before, Buddhism deals with impermanence. Buddhism deals with truth. The truth is something not many of us are really wanted to hear about. It is because that we don't realize the truth is why every now and then this trouble gets into in individual's life. We need to live in the troubled world just because we don't discover ourselves. So if you go inside, just like I said before, the going inside is the only solution towards going outside, towards finding solutions outside. So I personally feel that you rediscover yourself. You know, you get acquainted with the concept of impermanence. In fact, what is there on earth that is permanent in this earth? Nothing is permanent. Most of us helplessly believe that everything is permanent. This is the fundamental root cause of all our suffering. So knowing that nothing lasts forever, even COVID-19 will not last forever, it will go. Thanks to the scientific community that so many co-vaccines are coming up, Zeneca is coming up, Moderna has come up, Pfizer has come up. I think the COVID-19 will go away slowly. It's nothing permanent, for sure. Thank you. I cannot hear. I cannot hear.
How can family give a stress-free life to children?
Yeah.
This is yet another important question. Personally, I have two little sons who are very naughty. I know that, but I always say to my two little children, I never talk about how do you do well in schools, what is the grade you get. My only advice to my two little children is try to become a good human being. That's it. I will not mind even if they become sweeper. I will not mind even if they become doctors or scientists. For me personally, let them become a good human being. And that is a job done for a father like myself. This is all I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one more question.
Just a few words. Nodeep. I greatly enjoyed your deliberations. The way you presented Buddha's concept, ideas, giving practical examples, I think it was very eye-opener, insightful for each one of us. And finally, you draw conclusions saying that it is very important to become a good human being and realize that nothing is permanent. We, in today's society, we are in the rat race to accumulate more resources as an individual through business, through politics, through other means. Sometimes we deviate from the mainstream to earn more money. But at the end of the day, after a certain period, we die. We do not take anything with us. But during our presence, we are in such a rat race, and we are so busy to earn more money, to see more zero in my bank balance. I add more 0, 0, 0, 0, 100, 200, 500 crores bank balance I have. But I'm unable to have 50 grams of rice because of diabetic problem, other health problem. But I want more money. So there is a need to have more deliberation discussion that how I can attain happiness in life. And that is very important at the end of the day, instead of getting involved in corruption, compromising with ethics, values, and misbehaving with others, leg pulling others. Unnecessarily, we are inviting all those disturbances in your life. Rather, live happily and let others live happily, accept others, to become friendly, to become more tolerant, to have more positive outlook notion. So I really enjoyed your deliberations. I really enjoyed the deliberation of previous speaker. You people made the difference in today's presentation. By today's presentation, I think set the proper tune for the whole program. Thank you for communicating very good message. God bless you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. I suppose there is one question. Can you unmute? Can you unmute?
Yes. So just one question, which is quite interesting. I think you should answer because all of us would like to know this the answer to this question. What is the definition or interpretation of success according to Buddhist philosophy?
Well, this is another very profound question. The success definition, well, all of us would like to hear the Oxford Dictionary definition, isn't it? And all aggregated phenomena will ultimately disintegrate. Something Professor Dave mentioned here. We are all the time worried about adding extra zeros to our bank account. But at the end of the day, when you just seize your breath, not even hundreds of zeros would help you. Realizing this one would be a grand success as per Buddhism. That would what I call it a success. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think this answers all our questions. Yes, realizing what is the truth and what is the significance of truth in life is the success of, I think, which we can learn from Buddhism. Thank you, Dr. Nirup. Very excellent presentation.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. So we'll we'll move on to the next session, this is again by from Bhutan by Dr. Sonam Chuki. She's going to make a presentation on rediscovering basic goodness, boundless ways of being authentic in the global world. Dr. Sonam Chuki is actually has PhD in gender and politics from Queensland University of Technology, Australia, a master's in development and international relations from Aalborg University, Denmark, a postgraduate certificate in education from National Institute of Education, Bhutan, and a bachelor's in English literature from Sher Butsi College, Bhutan. Dr. Sonam has taught gender and development studies and management at the Royal Institute of Management in Thimphu, Bhutan for over 20 years. She has publications in gender, democracy, politics, and management. Currently, she is a curriculum developer in history and civics education at the Royal Education Council in Paro. Sonam's area of research interest are gender studies, women empowerment, Buddhist philosophy in development and sustainable development. She is a devoted admirer and follower of Shakyamuni Buddha, a social worker and an advocate of women and minorities' genuine empowerment. We are really honored, Dr. Sonam Chuki, to have with us you in this conference. Now the time is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. A warm greetings from Bhutan. Namaskar to all the organizers. I bow to the exalted land of India, the land of Mahasiddhas, Devas and Devis and Rishis. Nothing like actually making presentation today. The most holiest month in the Buddhist calendar across the world. This is the month where Shakyamuni Buddha, after attaining enlightenment, displayed miracles. And today, the seventh day, Shakyamuni Buddha appeared as universal monarch to the Shakya clan to inspire the Shakya clan and ancient Indian devotees. So it's very auspicious for me to have this wonderful opportunity to share some of my views from. So, could you please show my slides? Otherwise, I'll share from my presentation from here. Can I share from here?
Please, ma'am, please.
Okay, I will do this then, because I don't see others doing it. Let me do it from here. Okay. One second. Something is wrong. 1 second. Sorry about it. Sorry, I'll do it here. Yes, here you go. So, as Dr. Nito Dodgy earlier pointing out, going inside. So here today, I'd like to look at our basic goodness. Why do we need it now? And what kind of ways are there to actually rediscover, reconnect with the basic goodness? Well, if you look around the world in COVID situation, many countries, right from Europe to America, of course, India went under lockdown for months. And during lockdown, there's immense suffering for all beings, human beings, animals, microorganisms, everybody. So when outside is locked down, here is a time where why we need to go inside. This is where we discover, as Dr. Doju was saying earlier on, inner search, contemplation, and reconnecting with ourselves. I think we are in a global world which is so competitive. We are so busy hanging around outside. We have no time to rediscover ourselves, hanging around with ourselves. And today, if there are young people listening today, young people, dear young friends, it's cool to hang around with yourself. Let's hang around with our mind. And lockdown situation, if there's any again coming in, which may be likely if vaccine do not work, here's a time to rediscover ourselves, to go inside and inner search. Now, why do we, as human beings, as Homo sapiens, why do we also, as soon as you look at the nature, it suits your mind? If you look at India, for example, the mighty Indian Ocean, or the Bay of Bengal, or your national parks and reserves, or the animals, birds, mountains, flora and fauna which suit your mind. Here also, if you look at this beautiful picture of national waterfall, somehow, you feel connected and you want to do it. Why do you do it? All of us do it, right? Why do you wait for the shining moon to actually appear on the full moon day? Enjoy the moon and find the moon romantic. Moon that inspires you, suits your mind. Why do you do it? We wait for it. And there are tourists from around the world investing huge amount of money, the US dollars or euros, to just see the great Indian Ocean, or the sunrise in the morning and the sunset in the morning, or moonshine at night. Why do you do it? Why do you also want to post? If the young people who are listening from across 29 countries, yesterday, the honorable chief guest stated that young people are looking for purpose and meaning in life. You want to be constructive, offer constructive suggestions, and be civically engaged in the world. Why do you pose by the waterfall? Why do you want to do it? Many of us in India, I think India is incredible. You have many gods and goddesses and temples around the country, thousands. You visit it every day. And also, if you look at our Dharma brothers and sisters from around the world, many temples in Vietnam, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, China. Why do you visit it? You make a time. You also want to, I don't think so, whatever you offer, the gods want to drink it and eat it. But still you make it an effort. You want to visit it. Why do you want to look at the fluttering prayer flags? If you look at the Indian Himalayas, for example, just as the Bhutanese Himalayas here, you like to look at the wonderful fluttering prayer flags in the wind, and you just want to stay there. You also take time to make heart pilgrimages where they stampede, and people also risk their lives to climb the mountains to visit this a heart-long journey to temple. Why do you also want to light bottle lamps? Why do you want to see this bottle lamp illuminating the darkness? Why do you love blue sky in the autumn? And of course, the golden rice fields again in the autumn. Well, that's all because all of us including the microorganisms, amoeba in your stomach. And even at this time now, they have what we call as Buddha nature, Tathagata Garva, which is also called as basic goodness. Even Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, dacoits in India, gundas in India, everybody possesses Tathagata Garva or basic goodness. This is why we love shining moon, we love flora and fauna, we love golden rice fields, clear blue sky, visiting temples and monasteries, nature, the forest baths, the walk in the woods, the evening walk, the sunsets and sunrise. That's because we all have basic goodness, and we also have boundless ways of doing it, as Buddha taught in Noble 84,000 ways of doing it. That's because basic goodness concerns with our mind, as the earlier presenter, my colleague Dr. Doji, referred to as mind. Mind is the king of the body. Mind controls everything. This is why we talk about disciplines such as psychology. Today, if you look at William James, the famous psychologist, even as he was trying to reconnect with psychology and Buddhism, he said Buddhism is going to have the highest impact on psychology. This Buddhism concerns the science of mind, and mind is the king of body. His Eminence Khyentse Rinpoche, one of the versatile teachers, Buddhist teachers in 21st century world, says the mind is bigger, vast, infinite, and cannot be verbalized. Whereas if you look at our body can be measured in terms of weight, in terms of height, in terms of body mass index, but mind is inexpressible. It cannot be verbalized. And yet that this mind controls, the basic good that controls our body. As earlier speaker said, it's dukkha. It's dukkha which relates with mind. So if dukkha relates with mind, then mind is more important than body. In Bhutanese proverb, a local Buddhist proverb says, make your mind malleable, tenable and workable, because mind controls the body, and therefore you'll have peace of mind. After all, we are a bag of emotions with extreme emotions, extreme aggression, extreme greed, lust, desire, attachments. This is why we are troubled, as the earlier speakers pointed at. For our body, we have anti-aging creams with vitamin supplements, we have hair cream, skin cream, supplements for our muscles and our bones. But for our body, the king, do we have much care? Did we give much care? No. Because globalization doesn't talk about mind. Mind is basically neglected, as His Eminence Khyentse Rinpoche says. Because globalization talks about making money. Globalization talks about only body. How do we become efficient, productive? And increasing commercialization talks about extreme speed, greed, and aggression. It doesn't talk about basic goodness at all. If you look at modern education, it's so sad to see that ancient India, where Buddha taught in India, that's your biggest and priceless export to the world. You had the British Raj colonizing India and introducing British modeled education, which of course Bhutan too borrowed, and modern education per se, modern technology, doesn't it just encourage competition, competence, efficiency and productivity discourse, but not about peace of mind, ahimsa, non-violence, and discovering your basic goodness. This is why young people today, most of us are so stressed out. We are so alienated from our community and from our home, from our mind, which is our home. We are depressed, we are sad, we're lonely, we're angry, and COVID-19 has aggravated it with a lot of young people losing jobs and many young people suicidal. And a lot of people If you look at the data today from Johns Hopkins University, about 900 people, 1,000 people plus lost their precious human life to COVID and suffering related to COVID. Therefore, Buddha's teaching on basic goodness is timeless and it's relevant now or ever. Why? Because it's so important to rediscover ourselves, reconnect with our mind, our basic goodness, and be authentic human being. And there are boundless ways of doing it. As I was saying, Buddha taught in 84 different thousand ways in terms of the 3 yanas, the 4 noble truths, the 8-fold path, the 4 immeasurables, the 6 parameters that Dr. Dojo highlighted early on. Basically all because causes, conditions, and consequences, the law of karma. What we are now is because of a previous karma, and what we are going to go become resist now. Also because of the karmic connection that by chance I connected with Dr. Doji, who connected with Professor Dev and Professor Vasanti and the organizers of International Buddhist Conference, and to all international delegates, the venerables, the scholars, the thinkers, and kind human beings, fellow human beings who all have basic Buddha nature here. We all connected here because of karma, the 3 C's, and because of interdependence. And therefore, it's so the values of wisdom, compassion, and simplicity, and ahimsa, non-violence, are timeless and required now more than before. Science built spaceships. We went to the moon. We built smartphones. But small, tiny bug made the world stand still. We are all connected. Virus from Wuhan just spread across the world like a burning fire, and all of us, again, interdependent. In interdependence, we suffer together. We again trying to find solutions in terms of vaccine discoveries to also cure again interdependently because of the 3 C's, the causes, conditions, and consequences. We all suffer the same conditions, we all have the same causes, and now we also have to bear the same consequences. This is why, as a global society, we need to basically discover our Buddha nature to be able to address, to really touch base with our mind. Be wakeful, touch base with our mind. Bhumya Sprasha in Sanskrit, as Buddha touched the earth. As soon as Buddha sitting on the Kusha grass by Niranjana river under the Bodhi tree on a full moon night at Magadha, today's Bihar, he touched base with his mind and fully awakened wakefulness taught the truth that the earlier 2 speakers highlighted. Therefore, the boundless ways, again, of rediscovering ourselves. Now, why basic goodness? Basic goodness is because we want to be authentic. We want to be organic. The globalized advertised industry encourages nothing but aggression, competition, therefore aggression and speed, which gives us pain, all sorts of psychological problems at individual level, societal level, and global level. Now, being authentic is having a direct experience with the real world. It's okay, even if you quarrel with your husband or with your wife, with your colleagues at work, in the marketplace, in public space, if people push and pull around and stampede, it's okay to have direct experience with the world. Because as good human being or decent human being, we want to live genuine lives as genuine human being, as ourselves and not anything else. Not because somebody told you or the policy has actually formulated you to become somebody else, designed, or the computer has designed you the way they want it to be. No, you want it to be basically decent human being, authentic human being, kind human being, compassionate human being. Also as kind human being, you want to see your shortcomings. All of us we're a bag of emotions, extreme emotions. So this is why we have a limitation, but you also have a basic kindness, which you can extend not only to yourself, but also to others. within your family, within your society, within the country. And why? It's all to actually share your truth properly, at the same time remain steadfast with the truth. Now, here, how can you do that? Here the picture. As Nelson Mandela one time said, if human being can be taught how to hate, human being can also be taught how to love. Basic goodness. And we are all dreaming. We are all talking about dream house, dream car, dream clothes, dream brands, dream looks, ideal man, ideal woman, etc. We have been sleeping and ignorant. Why stay wakeful? Wakeful because we want to discover ourselves. And here are the pictures of some of the students in Bhutan, young people, both lay in secular school and in monastic school. Here a picture from Chökyi Jesu Institute, founded by His Eminence Songtse Khyentse Rinpoche at southeastern Bhutan in Dewatang, where young people learn how to be awake. Every day, these kids learn how to reconnect with their basic goodness. And from there, this model has spread to other parts of Bhutan in both secondary and primary education. Children from as young as pre-primary, from 6-7 years to 18 and 17 years in high school in Bhutan. So I'm actually offering you some visual feast, if you like, to enjoy yourself. See young people, how they try to be wakeful and reconnect with their basic goodness. Within the classroom, outside the classroom, here also young people within the classroom, every day before they start their class, they try to reconnect with themselves. If Shakyamuni Buddha was alive today, he will never call himself Buddha. Buddha was, of course, means awakened one, given to honor him. He would have called himself Tathagata. Tathagata would come, Tathagata. He would, if you talk to him on phone, as Songtse Khyentse Rinpoche would say, he will say, hello, this is Tathagata speaking. This is Tathagata, would like to talk to you. It's like molecule or atom would like to talk to you. That's because Tathagata means is fully arrived. People like you and I, we have not arrived. We're hanging there, we're hanging here. Our mind is always restless. As Dr. Dorje was saying earlier on, this is why we need to arrive. Like these young people, they try to be wakeful and fully arrived. Here too, before the class, every day in school. Teachers are learning also how to be wakeful, because education is one of the solutions to really rediscover our basic goodness. And this is one way of doing it. Here also again in school, walking meditation and sitting meditation, try to reconnect with ourselves. Again in school, teachers and students. These are the young teenage kids who are active, energetic, and also trying to look at themselves so that they can hang around with themselves and be home with themselves. Here in the playground, also not just in the classroom, but what you call as karma yoga. Karma yoga, actually here we talk about work. Even when you do dishes in the kitchen, even when you are cooking, when you're chopping your onions and tomatoes and vegetables, you can still rediscover your basic goodness. Here, not just limited to gender, specifically to monks or to, as Dr. Dorje was saying, shaven monks in the monasteries, but also young little girls who are also in the playground, like this little girl. Before they play, they also try to rediscover themselves, reconnect with their basic goodness. That's because, to reiterate my word once again, and to recall Songtse Khyentse Rinpoche once again, whom I have drawn largely from Rinpoche's teachings, if we can't really change human behavior until we learn to deal with our minds. So our mind is the king, body is servant. So king controls the servant, so mind controls the body. Therefore, it's important to also be courageous and look inside and see how best we can reconnect with ourselves. Well, again, how do we honor Shakyamuni Buddha, who has 2,500 years ago, he's taught the basic goodness, the Tathagata Garva, the Buddha mind that we all possess. That is the solution for 21st century illness in a global world. Otherwise, I think our education, our technology, while it is a double-edged sword, while it can protect in terms of material support and solutions, it can also make us suffer from schizophrenia, bipolar, depression, all sorts of psychological illnesses, and of course, be very unhappy. Yesterday, well, I understand that in India, one of the survey results from young people is that they want lots of money, but they are also miserable millennials and happy peasants. Millennials who have lots of money, but who have lost their connection with basic goodness, and happy peasants who live simply, but who are happy because they're connected with their basic goodness. To end before I end my presentation, I'd like to also reiterate that Buddha has taught, Shakyamuni Buddha has taught in 84,000 ways. So there's Noble 84,000 project, translating the words of Buddha, which is 10 years old, and this through rereading the words of Buddha, people around the world have benefited as far as Pakistan, Afghanistan, Indonesia, Angola, and countries in the West and in the East. In the words of, again, His Eminence Khensa Rinpoche, he says, "Thus I've always believed and read the words of Buddha, the choiceless read. You don't even have to worry about making choice. If you want to be strong in any way, build strong and courage mind. In order to build and shape your mind as courageous and bravery, you should start to have courage to read Buddha's wisdom. Start reading a page a day at least. Don't worry if you don't understand even a single meaning at first. Remember, when we were just a small kid, we can't even walk on feet. We were just walking on 2 arms and 2 legs, but still very slow. But we never given up. Slowly standing on feet and walking as now, we can, reading Buddha's teachings as just like learning walking, but how good you are walking and running. You can not walk much faster and further than aeroplane, but once you are become good at reading and learning wisdom of the Buddha, your capacity of reading and knowledge will be far beyond than you can ever imagine. So build courage and interest in reading Buddha's teaching by yourself. And to young people here, if you want to be free from delusions, read 84,000. If you want to rescue your loved ones from difficult situations, read 84,000. If you want to get things as satisfied, read 84,000. If you want to have peace in your mind, read 84,000. If you want to be the richest guy in the world, read 84,000. If you want to make harmony in your world, read 84,000. If you want to protect those hopeless and helpless ones, read 84,000. If you want yourself to be the best in everything in people's eyes, read 84,000. If you will get them from 84,000 of the Buddha, you're fully capable to get them by yourself if you trust in yourself and build courage to start as I mentioned. Good luck to all. And lastly, to Supreme Teacher Bhagavan Tathagata Arahat, complete and perfect Buddha, glorious Conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha, to you I pay homage, to you I make offerings, in you I take refuge. May peace prevail in the world. Tadyata O Muni Muni Mahamuni Sovaha. May all of us become unaltered, authentic, and may all of us be blessed with basic goodness like you, Shakyamuni Buddha. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonamchukyi. Excellent presentation complementing the previous presentation from Bhutan, where you have, highlighted the need to reconnect to basic goodness, especially in this world, where globalizing world with so many problems, including the recent pandemic. Thank you very much. Since we are really under time constraint, if there are any questions for Dr. Sonamchukyi, please unmute your mic and ask her. But I see a few questions, 1 or 2 questions here in the chat box. There's one for you from Nguyen Huan Zuan Tin. he asks, do you think it's a piece of cake to reconnect with our basic goodness?
Thank you very much.
And how can youth enjoy their very basic goodness? I think you have given an excellent message to the youth, that mind is the king and body is only the servant. And there is a need to reconnect to basic goodness, but please kindly answer this question.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you. The question is profound, expansive, and difficult to answer. I'll make an attempt. Well, every day, it's very simple and it's doable. Sometimes it's so simple that we run away from it. It's simple because you just have to be aware of whatever you think. And even if you're quarreling, even if you're so angry, say you're angry all the time, and even if you become aware once when you're angry, that itself is you are connecting with your basic goodness, with the nature. You are in a situation, lockdown situation, for example, you look at the doorknob or the door and be aware of it. Enjoy that. That itself is connecting with your Tathagata Garva or your basic goodness. So as simple as that, but you need to practice. You need to be disciplined. And this is where, again, the parameter of discipline would really feature strongly here. Thank you.
I have one comment. This is another wonderful deliberation on goodness, Sunamji. I thank you very much for bringing this issue from another dimension of Buddhist philosophy, which is required for each one of us. As Nodip also rightly mentioned, I want my children should become a good human being. Every day morning, I tell my children too the same thing. I want that everybody talks positive word about you, and I should be known to society by both of your good conduct, good behavior, and good activities. I do not want to be known by my profession. I will be very happy if people say that my children are good, and so I will be very happy. So I really appreciate for both of your wonderful deliberations for humankind, that how we should think of our life to attain happiness. I think wonderful. Thank you very much. All three of you are very good speakers. Very good.
Thank you, Professor Devji, for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll invite you in future also, all of you, in some other event.
Thank you very much. Look forward to it. May I answer this question, Madam Moderator? This question is very close to my heart. It says, can Buddhism help in unlearning patriarchal practices which are prevalent in this society? How is basic goodness related to gender roles?
Please, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm also a feminist. Masculine, as much as I honor divine feminine. And India as a land of Devis, goddesses and dakinis, and this is so important. Well, if you look at sutras, shastras, abhidharma, the Buddha has never discriminated women at all, or girls. I'm sorry to say that, with due respect to all the gentlemen here and the venerables, it is the arrogant, I'm saying inverted commas, arrogant monks who have actually who have constructed socio-cultural patriarchal construction to say that women are less equivalent to men, which is not true. So we have to really go back to sutra, the original sutra, how Buddha Shakyamuni taught. Read that sutra and draw inspiration and connect with basic goodness. I think we can attain enlightenment in both male and female body, also in LGBT gender body, whether you are gay, lesbian, queer, bisexual, no problem. Buddha has no discrimination. Buddha loves all of us. It's just that it's a society and it takes time. Social change takes time. We need to believe in ourselves, just as Tara, the divine feminine, said she was going to come back again and again in female body till sentient beings are liberated from the ocean of samsara. So I leave it at that. Thank you.
Sonam Chukki. We have the next presenter, Professor Biplendra Kumar. He just called saying that he has some problems of joining us. So I think we will have his presentation after the next presentation, which is it's from Cambodia, on teachings of Buddha and its relevance to the youth of Cambodia. This is by Mr. Se Amnan, who is actually the Deputy Director General of Religious Affairs, Ministry of Cult and Religion, Government of Cambodia. He's presently the advisor and secretary to the President of the National Assembly of Cambodia and Deputy Director General of Religious Affairs in the Ministry of Cults and Religion. He's a philosophy and English lecturer at Priya Sinhauk Raja Buddhist University. He received his Master of Arts and Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Kelaniya in Sri Lanka, where he also studied Pali and Buddhist studies. He previously served as Vice Director in the Educational Science and Information Department at Priya Sinhauk Raja Buddhist University. I request Mr. Says Amnan to make his presentation on teachings of Buddha and its relevance to the youth of Cambodia. Mr. Se Amnan, are you making your presentation? Are you having any issues?
Okay.
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Please unmute your mic. Hello. No, he is from a person from Cambodia speaking, sir, because
Hello?
of problems.
Hello? Hello, did you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello?
You're audible, sir.
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I like to begin to say this morning we have an honor to receive Her Excellency Devayani Uttam co-Praget, the Indian ambassador to the Kingdom of Cambodia, come to our ministry this morning, and we have a very discussion on Buddhist aspect. My presentation today, I shall start by a short introduction to my countries, and also go by the how Buddhism come to the land, and by that also the certain philosophy aspect of Buddhism that we have been used for the teaching and trainings of our youth this day. So let me begin by a short introduction to my country, Cambodia, or Cambodia, also Cambodia in French. This is a Buddhist kingdom of Cambodia, who are ethnically and historically known as Khmer, situated on the bottom of Indo-Chinese peninsula, a body of land that just out of from the Great Belt of China. Cambodia has an area of 181,035 kilometers square, being relatively small countries in South Asia. Cambodia has a population of 16 million, of which Khmer comprise around 95% are Buddhist. Cambodia has a recorded history of nearly 2,000 years of the most fortunate country to have received Buddhist missionary headed by Sona and Uttara, sent by the most venerable Mukuli Pattatesa to Savanapumi from India in the 3rd century BC. Although the location of Savanapumi is not beyond controversy, Buddhism in Cambodia have undergone all sorts of vicissitudes due to the certain uncertainty of circumstances and competition of its rival, for example, from Brahmanism. Even though the continuity of existence of Buddhism, its introduction to the country in the 3rd century BC cannot be evidently proved, the existence of the flourishment of Buddhism in Cambodia in 2nd and 3rd century BC AD sufficiently supported by many inscriptions found in Supreme at the time. But Buddhism that existed and flourished at the beginning of the Christian era at Funan, we say, is believed to be that of Hinayana or of Savattivada or Arya Samatya school Buddhism. Cambodia, since the inception of the recorded history of the country, have acknowledged 3 main schools of Buddhism: Hinayana of Savattivada and Arya Samatya or Mahayana and Theravada. With the last of one become firmly established in the country at the beginning of the 14th century AD, and have remained the only school of Buddhism existent in Cambodia since the 16th century AD onward up to today. The form of Buddhism that have been prevalent and flourishing in Cambodia from the 2nd century AD up to the present can be classified in accordance with its feature and period into 3 categories, but it should be borne in mind that neither of any school of Buddhism or Brahmanism exists exclusively in the country. Nevertheless, from the 16th century AD onward, Theravada Buddhism has become the only Buddhist school prevalent in Cambodia. At present, Buddhism, Theravada, is the state religion of Cambodia. It has been written in the Article 43 of its constitution. So Buddhism is run again under the state patronage. The people of Cambodia have gone through the age, taken so much interest in building monasteries near the dwelling places because they have been able to derive there from many advantages. At present, the Sangha consists of 2 sects. The organization of the Sangha have also been arranged accordingly. That is to say, one administrative structure, each for subsect. So in Cambodia, there are 2 top Sangharaja or Sanghari, the Supreme Patriarch, is responsible for his own order on Gaius, who was also appointed by the king from the higher groups of the Raja Kanakmang, the royal title man, from the most qualified in both morality and education achievement in the groups of their respect in Gaius. In spite of this, they both work in close cooperation with one another for the betterment and upliftment of wisdom. The two supreme patriarchs, as known Sangaraja, as known in Khmer, because being chiefs of the monk in the whole country, are member of the throne selection council, who have also duty to select a new king. The Ministry of Current Religions, under the direction of Royal Government of Cambodia, have encouraged Buddhists to practice teaching in whatever way. At present, there are 5,045 temples with 69,000 monks. Buddhist education consisted of 3 different levels: primary, secondary, and university level. In this time, the teaching of Lord Buddha, especially the discourses in Tripitaka, have been widely accepted and practiced among scientific, business, medical community, and of course among the youth and younger generation. In these Pali canons, we notice that there are sutta seem to be often used both in preaching and training. For example, the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, turning the wheels of the Dhamma, this is called the Buddha preached Four Noble Truths and Eightfold Paths. Anattalakkana Sutta, the teaching on the nature of impermanence, the chain of non-self of the 5 khandha. Atittapariyaya Sutta, the teaching of achieving liberation from suffering through detachment from 6 senses. Satipatthana Sutta, the teaching on the 4 foundation of mindfulness of the body, feeling, sensation, consciousness, Dhamma, are found in this practice. And Anapanasati Sutta, the teaching to how to use the awareness of breath on initial focus for meditation. And for lay person, there are special sutta are frequently quoted to teach for those. For example, Kalama Sutta, the famous discourse on free inquiry. Chakravarti Sutta, this sutta, the Buddhas also teach about the meaning of long life, beauty, happiness, wealth, and then Mahanama Sutta, the teaching on taking refuge in the threefold chain and 5 precepts. Dikha Chanu, the discourse the Buddhas instruct rich household how to preserve and increase their prosperity and how to avoid loss of wealth. Parabhava Sutta is very famous here. The course of the 23 causes that will bring downfall to people. Singilovada Sutta, the discourse on the Buddha guidance on how to live with peace, happiness for lay Buddhists. On one day, when the Sigala was worshipping the situation of the act, the south, the west, north, Nadi, and Danit, and next morning, and of course, made the Sutta, Karaniya made the Sutta, the discourse on loving kindness, compassion, the virtue of wish, the power of protection. Mangala Sutta, a short discourses on blessing. Akanya Sutta, the suttas on the knowledge of beginning, genesis, and illusion of universe. Moral degradation in general and greed in particular are the key factor that birth to the physical aspect of the universe. Brahmacharya Sutta, the Buddha elaborates on the preserve that will enable one to gain respect from people. In addition, the Buddha also revealed about the truth about Brahma. And Mahaparinibbana Sutta, the final discourse before the Buddha in turn the Mahaparinibbana. All these discourses are being used for our daily teaching and training. While many of these about sutta are cited for the sake of teaching and training, there are specific emphasis on how the Buddha focused on mind teaching to overcome suffering. He saw all living things suffers in being born, in getting sick, in growing old, in facing death by becoming suffering. He taught a person with truly happy early teaching in his first sermon after becoming enlightened. What are the seekers who have also renowned the world? We also trace the threefold teaching of Buddhism. For example, One, the sila, virtue, good conduct, morality. This is based on two fundamental principle of equality, that all living entities are equal. Samadhi, concentration, meditation, mental development of one mind is a path to wisdom, which in turn lead to personal liberation. Mental development also strengthens and control our mind. This helps us maintain good conduct. Panya, wisdom, discernment, insight, wisdom, enlightenment. This is the real heart of Buddhism. Wisdom will emerge if your mind is pure and calm. This remark of existence, the Buddha taught that life is best understood as being impermanent. Everything changed and satisfactorily left on our own. We never truly happy. Independent, all things are linked, even to the degrees that self is better understood as illusion. Middle way. Buddhism teach no harm, moderation, or balance, not going too fast one way or other. This is called middle way, and encourage people to live in balance. Meditation, the Buddha's recommended meditation on a way to discipline the mind and see the world as it is. Buddhists meditate while sitting in a specific standing, walking meditation, and other style. Three positions in discussing suffering, the Buddha identified the three poisons of desire, anger, and stupidity. He saw that we could end our sufferings by letting go of desire and overcoming anger and stupidity. Nibbana, the complete letting go of negative influence, is like putting out the flames or candle. This end of suffering is also enlightenment. In Buddhism, enlightenment and Nibbana often mean the same thing. This is the most responsive answer to this day of chaos. Uncountable problems face humanity, such as war, disease, for example, COVID-19, and ever-changing world. Modern youths seem to seek very much to the answer in their social daily life, both in clergy and lay practices. Social, I mentioned the sutta that such as Sigalowada Sutta, Chakravati, Siyanata Sutta, Kanya Sutta, etc., can be might even to them to earn their lay's happiness. For them, it is very simple that our four Buddhist gems, longevity, nobility, health, and strength. No matter who or where people are, they crave for long life. Buddhism has principles that help people live long and happy life. Such as to stay away from alcohol, of course, very important. Alcohol is everywhere. Even in Cambodia, I am talking, everywhere are publicized on that. So to stay away from alcohol is very important. It is nobility, which means wealth, but not greed. Wealth allows people to be good looking and to have fun, but wealth is meaningless if you're sick or do not have the strength to spend it. Also, to be happy is to avoid financial debt. According to the Buddha, a happy person is a person who does not owe anything. A happy community is also a place where people do a lawful work to make a living. All of these are the principles of development. Buddhism recognizes the importance of economic growth. However, Buddhism does not accept exploitation and illegal business. Buddhist Dharma educates people to be honest and industrial. Being rich, according to Buddhism, is not bad, but make you rich is very important. If you employ others for your own personal gain, that is greed. The Buddha wants people to be wealthy because they work hard for it. Buddhism also teaches people to be thrifty and modest, no matter how rich they are. In the world today, everyone is speaking of democracy. Democracy is good, but it's not perfect. Meanwhile, leadership in Buddhism circulates the concept of supremacy. Yet, this religion teaches that rulers have to be self-aware and make decisions based on people and respect the rule of law. A good ruler must do whatever he or she can, whatever ideology he or she follows. To bring happiness to the people, This is the cause of Buddhist leadership model. In Cambodia, more than 95% of the population are Buddhist. It is important that the ruler have to uphold Buddhist leadership model to satisfy them. Cambodian Buddhism was instrumental in fomenting Khmer national identity and independent movement in the 20th century, leading to Cambodian independence as sovereign state. Buddhist monks traditionally are called upon to perform a number of functions in Cambodian life. They particularly participated in all formal village festival, ceremony, marriage, and funeral. They also might have participated in ceremony to name infant and other minor ceremony or rites of passage. Man did not lead the ceremony, however, because that role was given to a clergyman called Ajahn, or a master of ceremony. The monk major function was to chant the 40 sutta for blessing. They were often healers, and in traditional Khmer culture, they were the practitioner whose role was closest to that of a modern psychiatrist. Monks occupy a unique position in transmission of the Khmer culture and value. By this way of life, he provided a living model of meritorious behavior a Buddhists could follow. Monks provided a laity with many opportunities for gaining merit. For centuries, monks were the only literate people writing in a rural community. They acted as teacher to temple servants, to novice, and to newly ordained monks. Until the 1970s, most literate Cambodian youth gained literacy solely through the instruction of the Sangha in the temple. Most of the major Cambodian annual festivals are connected with Buddhist observances. Chochnam, a Happy New Year's festival, takes place in mid-April. Shumpan, the celebrated in September or October in a memorial day for deceased ancestors and for those close friends. Mid-Kabogia or Makabogia in January or February, the commemorate the last month of the Buddha. Visakhabogia in April or May, in a triple anniversary of the date, birth, and enlightenment of the Buddha. Churasa or rainy retreat observation take place in June or July. It marks the beginnings of a spiritual season during which monks must remain within the temple compound. Katina marks the end of the season, celebrated in September, feature offering especially of robe to the monk. In this sense, Buddhism influenced Cambodian life from birth to death and from day to year end. On conclusion, despite my positive impact on the Khmer people in Cambodia through its history, we do witness that Buddhism in Cambodia, to some portion, still found lacking or real understanding and practices by its followers. Is it because people in general need to have a true knowledge of the teaching of the Buddha? So quality-wise, Buddhist monastic education in our country is also far from satisfaction. While Buddhist monastic school has been set up in a fair number, the shortage of the teacher, let alone quality teacher, is felt everywhere in the kingdom. To battle all this, the government and authority concerned working very hard to have programs encouraging young and old Buddhists to have a clear and true teaching of the law and practice it in the true spirit. The Ministry of Current Religions, which I belong to, with its work responsible for Buddhist education, have set a long-term planning with a clear vision to improve and a better quality of Buddhist education in the whole kingdom. For immediate necessity, teachers have trained and provided to all the established institutes, and according with the number of students and novices. Promising potential monks and novices have been sent for education both in the country and abroad. And of course, we also thank NDF, especially ICRC, for every year providing us the Pali and Sanskrit teacher to various Buddhist universities in under the purview of our ministry. For example, the Buddhist University of RGNIYD Buddhist University do receive some professor from ICRC. Lastly, may the blessing of the Lord Buddha be upon all of us. May the Buddha, may Buddhism be existed forever in the kingdom of Cambodia. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sayanan, for that excellent exposition on teachings of Buddha and its relevance to the youth of Cambodia.
Thank you.
Yes. So, since we are time constrained, I just have one question in the chat box for you. It's from Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh. He wants to know, will you please throw some light on Sahasra Linga, that is 1,000 lingas found in Siam Reap near Angkor Wat, which is similar to the Sahasra lingas found in Karnataka. India.
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you clearly.
Is it not clear, sir? You can read it in the chat box. The question is in the chat box.
Hello, hello.
Sir, the question is in the chat box. You can read it.
Okay. Professor Basanti, I am just waiting.
Yes, sir. Just give 2 minutes for the speaker to answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you able to locate the question, sir, or shall I read it again? He just wants to know.
Yeah, please.
Will you please throw some light on the Sahasra Linga found in Siam Reap near Angkor Wat? You know, the Sahasra Linga, 1,000 lingas that is found near Siam Reap near Angkor Wat. It's similar to the Sahasra lingas found in Karnataka, India, which was built by King Sadashiva Raya of Vijayanagar dynasty. He just want to know, is this Sahasra lingas intermingling with Cambodian culture?
Be frank, because of when we speak to the Buddhism in Cambodia, there are some influences from Brahmanism, because the history of Cambodia is that there sometimes we practice Hinduism and sometimes we practice Buddhism. Even Buddhism there too. There were sometimes we practice Mahayana Buddhism, sometimes we practice Theravada Buddhism. So in this sense, there must be some connection with the teaching of Brahmanism or teaching of Hinduism here. I'm not quite clear of the question yet, because I cannot see it through the chat and I cannot clear.
Okay, so I think
you properly also.
Yeah. Is Pali a part and partial of Proto-Indo-European language? Is Pali a part and partial of Proto-Indo-European language?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. The question is.
Yeah, I think that it's.
Is Pali a part and partial of Proto-Indo-European language? Okay. Okay, sir. If you are not able to answer, we will take this question a little later on. But we'll go on to the last session before lunch. Actually, the one which we had missed out from India. This is on concept of mindfulness in Buddhism and its relevance to contemporary youth. By Professor Bipulendra Kumar from Banaras Hindu University. Professor Bipulendra Kumar actually did his PhD in Buddhist studies from University of Delhi and has pursued his postdoctoral for 30 years in various universities like the Delhi University, the Vishwa Bharat University, Shantiniketan, and Shantiniketan. Currently, he is a professor and head department of Pali and Buddhist studies in the Banaras Hindu University. He has many visiting assignments in different universities in countries such as Portugal, UK, West Germany, France, Mexico, Thailand, Myanmar, etc. He has been on numerous academic bodies of the universities and academic institutions as a member of their governing boards. He widely speaks at various national and international seminars, workshops, and conferences. His areas of interest are Pali, Theravada Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy, and Tibetan Buddhism. He has authored about 15 books and published over 100 articles and has been the editor of the Mahabodhi and Dharmadut journals, published by the Mahabodhi Society of India. I now request Professor Vimalendra Kumar to make his presentation. Professor Vimalendra Kumar, I think you have to unmute your mic.
Okay. So thank you very much, Professor Basanti Rajendran. Now I am audible?
Yes,
You are audible.
Yes. Thank you very much. So, most respected venerable monks who are observing this session, my dear friends who are known to me, Dr. Suresh Kumar and others, Professor Sivanath Dev also, I am viewing that he is also present, and most of the delegates who are joining from outside India, I welcome all of them. And I am going to speak today that concept of mindfulness is smriti and its role for the contemporary youth in solving the problems. First of all, let us discuss what is mindfulness or smriti. In Pali, it is called as sati, or in Sanskrit, it is called as smriti. Smriti has got much importance in Pali text as well as in Sanskrit Buddhist text also. And in last teachings of the Buddha, in Mahaparinibbana Sutta, Buddha also discusses the importance of a Bodhiya Pakhiya Dhamma. There are 37 factors for getting a state of enlightenment. Out of the 37 factors of enlightenment, sati or smriti has got twice in the list of mindfulness, that is the satipatthana, and in the list of the bal or indriyas. So we see that sati has got much importance in each respect. It has also importance in the sense of getting samatha and vipassana. Nowadays, is mindfulness and the insight, that is the smriti and vipassana, are getting much importance in our day-to-day life, and this has become applied Buddhism or a teachings of the engaged Buddhism. Engaged Buddhism is such type of Buddhism where the teachings of the Buddha are applied in day-to-day life. So mindfulness, smriti, and vipassana, these two are the teachings of the Buddha which are applied in day-to-day life in our country also, in outside India also. So what is mindfulness? Buddha also says that, oh, bhikkhus or monks, I call smriti or sati just like a doorkeeper. Sati biya dwariko biyati badami. That I call mindfulness just like a doorkeeper. Just a doorkeeper does not allow any undesirable person to enter into the house. In the same way, this mindfulness smriti does not allow any undesirable immoral factors to enter onto the surface of mind. So Buddha also says that in Mahasatipatthana Sutta, which is available in the Digha Nikaya, as well as Satipatthana Sutta in Majjhima Nikaya, Buddha has elaborated all the teachings related with the mindfulness. Here, Buddha says that ekaino ayam maggo sattanam visuddhiya jadidam chattaro satipatthana kayanupassana, vedananupassana, chittanupassana, and dhammanupassana. So Buddha says that mindfulness smriti is only one path by which a person can get a state of visuddhi, that is the state of eternal bliss, nibbana. And they are four in number. That is the kayanupassana, vedananupassana, chittanupassana, and dhammanupassana. First is the kayanupassana. This kayanupassana is made up of three words, kaya, anu, and passana. Here Kai is the body, Anu is that which follows, and Passana is in the sense of seeing or visualizing. Here it is in the technical sense, Kayanu Passana Sati is that type of mindfulness which is giving awareness related with all the activities of our body. That is, there are 32 parts of our body. So being aware of all the activities of our body, 32 parts of the body, it is called as Kayanupassana. And the benefits of the Kayanupassana is that how we are inhaling our breath or how we are exhaling our breath, this is being controlled by our Kayanupassana. So Kayanupassana, that all the activities related from the head to our feet, these are being controlled by Kayanupassana. The second is Vedananupassana. Here, Vedananupassana is being alert of all the kinds of the Vedana, that is the feeling, whether it is a pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling, and indifferent feeling. There are altogether 5 types of feeling. So, Manasa Vedana, Sukha Vedana, Domanasa Vedana, Dukha Vedana, and Upekha Vedana. So, being aware of all the 5 kinds of feeling, they are called as Vedananupassana. And being aware of all the 5 kinds of awareness, we can understand the emotions of our feeling, that what are the emotions which are coming, whether they are the good emotions, whether they are bad emotions, we can control it in that way. If the wrong emotions are coming, in the sense of the bad mental factors, we can control it through the good mental factors like karuna, mudita, upekha, like that. Third is called as chittanupassana, that being aware of all the 89 or 121 types of consciousness, they are called as chittanupassana. So being aware of all the activities of mind and the mental factors is called as chittanupassana. So being aware of all the activities of our mind, mind is considered as the forerunner of all actions. That is why it is called as manopumangama dhamma manosettha manomaya. Again, in the commentaries like Visuddhi Mag Chulatika or Visuddhi Mag Mahatika, Paramath Manjusa, it is said that Chit is the, or Chit is Chittam ti Vichittam, that all the manifestations of the activities are being done by our mind. So being aware of all the activities, they are called as chittanupassana. So here chit is nothing but the actions. Buddha also says that chetanaham bhikkhave kammam badami chetetva kai kammam vachi kammam mano kammam karoti. So here the volition, the mental factors, there are 52 types of mental factors. So being aware of all the 52 types of psychic factors, they are called as chittanupassana. So being aware of all the activities of mind as well as mental factors, they are called as chittanupassana. The fourth is called as dhammanupassana. So here dhammanupassana, so being aware of all the teachings related with the Panchanivarana, Jhanangas, Four Noble Truth, Eightfold Path, Law of Dependent Origination. Being aware of all the teachings of the Buddha, they are called as Dhammanupassana. Being aware related to our mindfulness, this is called Vedananupassana. These 4 types of mindfulness, they have been also highly discussed in the Sanskrit Buddhist text like Bodhicharjavatar by Acharya Santidev. Acharya Santidev also discusses in the one of the chapters, 9th chapter of Bodhicharjavatar, he discusses about the 4 kinds of mindfulness. So here Buddha says that Kayanupassana is that type of awareness which is related with the body. And here it says that body is nothing but it is a heap of bubble or water drops. So in that sense, so not to be attached with the body, this is called as Kayanupassana. And in that way, Vedananupassana is also that that when there is no suffering or there is no happiness, there can be no any feeling also. So in that way, Acharya Santidev has also discussed the 4 kinds of mindfulness, smriti, closely associated with the mindfulness. There is another term which is also discussed in our Buddhist philosophy. This is called as anusmriti, that is the recollection. Here, recollection has got much importance in our Pali text also, as well as in Sanskrit Buddhist text also. So here, there is 40 objects of meditations. So we are coming that why mindfulness is more helpful in getting the vipassana or a state of eternal bliss. So how this mindfulness, this is called as a essence of the vipassana. Until unless we do not develop our smriti or mindfulness, we cannot enter towards the vipassana. So what is the samadhi and vipassana? In a very brief manner, I will discuss. Samadhi is the calming of the mind. That it is another name of Rupa Jhan and Arupa Jhan. And vipassana is anicca adi vishesha prakarena passati iti vipassana. That insight is that through vipassana, a person removes or dispels the darkness of the ignorance mimo, and he realizes that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless. Sabbe sankhara anicca, sabbe sankhara dukkha, sabbe dhamma anatta. So these 3 types of anicca, anatta, dukkha, these 3 types of lakshanas are being realized by our mindfulness and as well as the vipassana. So vipassana, there are 7 stages of purifications, like the Sila Visuddhi, Chitta Visuddhi, Ditthi Visuddhi, Kankha Vitarana Visuddhi, Yan Patipada Yan Darshan Visuddhi, Yan Darshan Visuddhi. So these are 7 stages of purifications. Through going through these 7 tests of purifications, a person is required to go through, first of all, mindfulness. So mindfulness has got much importance, and related with 7 stages of purifications, a person has to select any one of the 40 subjects of meditations, that is the kamathan. Kamathans are 40 in number, which are required for a recluse or a yogavachar for entering into the Rupa Jhan and Arupa Jhan. So they are 40, 10 Asubh, 10 Kasin, 10 Anusati, 4 Brahma Vihar, and Chatur Dhatu Bhavathanam and Ahar Patikul Sanya. So here 10 types of recollections, Anusati or Anusmriti. Here Anu Anusaranamati Anusati. That reminding again and again is called as Anusmriti or Anusati. So there are 10 types of recollections, like Buddhanusati, Dhammanusati, Sanghanusati, Devtanusati, Tyaganusati, Silanusati. These are the 6, and other 4 are Upasama, Kaigat Anusati and Marnanusati. So there are 10 types of Anusati or the recollections, which are supposed to again and again we have to perform for getting a state of Rupa Jhan and Arupa Jhan. So here Puna Upajanto Satiti Anusaranam or Anusati. So here reminding again and again, Acharya Nagasen in the text of Milinda Pahiyo, he has defined the characteristics of the mindfulness, that apilapan lakhana sati and upgahana lakhana sati, reminding again and again being reminding again and again all the activities related to our body, reminding again and again all the feelings and emotions of our body, reminding again and again all the activities of our mind, reminding again and again the teachings of the Buddha related with the Panch Nivarnas, Panch Jhanangas, Four Noble Truth, Eightfold Path, and Law of Dependent Originations. This is called as Anusati. So Anusati, they have been also elaborated in the other text also. And there is a Sanskrit Buddhist text also, Guhi Samaj Tantra. In the Tantra, there is a more elaborated of the 6 kinds of the dhyan or samadhi. That is why it is called as Sadang Yoga. And this Sadang Yoga, for arising these 6 kinds of, you can say, samadhi or concentrations, mindfulness has also got much importance in arising of all these things, in arising of the pragya and upay and karuna. This mindfulness has got much importance. Even for the sila, one has to be very much attentive towards our 4 kinds of the mindfulness. So in the present society, it is very much relevant as a engaged, as a form of the engaged Buddhism, because whenever these 4 kinds of mindfulness are applied in our day-to-day life, in the social distancing, in the physical distancing, related with our activities of mind and the dhammas, they are called as the relevance of the mindfulness. Again, there is a closely term related with this, the mindfulness is the sampajanya. Here, sampajanya is fuso fuso beatiti sampajanya. That through the sampajanya, we are able to know that the all dhammas are causally related with each other. And through the sampajanya, we are able to know about the arising of the feeling and the decreasing, ceasing of the feeling. So this is the sampajanya. Through that sampajanya, we are able to know the activities of the mindfulness. And even Buddha also says that susamahito vikku biharati, that a person who is well endowed with the mindfulness, he dwells in the society very well. So these are the importance of the mindfulness in our contemporary society. In the contemporary society nowadays, we have to become very much careful regarding the activities of the mindfulness related with the body and our body, how we are behaving with other persons in the society. It depends upon the being aware of all the activities related with the body, feeling, as well as our mind also. And in the whole time to time, we have to become aware of the importance of the youth in the society. So in that way, we have to give much importance in the society. So here in the Sampajanya, we have to see that how there is a need of the sustained mindfulness. Here sustained, there is a compassion also. But here, in the sense of the mindfulness, there is a term sustained mindfulness. That is this mindfulness related with the 4 Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, Chittanupassana, and Dhammanupassana, that must be in the continuity. And in the continuity, we have to be very much aware of all the activities related with our body, feeling, and the mind. So in that way, we can give the teachings with the contemporary youth, that how being aware of our 32 parts of our body related with the 5 kinds of our feeling, as well as all the activities related with the mind and the mental factors. In that way, we can bring harmony to the society, to the country also, and in that way we can build up a new nations and other things. So these are some of the things which I have shared with you, and through this we can also develop in the direction of the purifications. Buddha also says in the Rath Vinit Sutta that by practicing 7 stages of purifications, namely Sila Visuddhi, Chitta Visuddhi, Ditti Visuddhi, Kankha Vitarana Visuddhi, Patipada Yana Darshan Visuddhi, and Yana Darshan Visuddhi, we can move towards our purification, and we can go ahead in the direction of getting a state of eternal bliss. So in that way, mindfulness has become much importance in the present society also. So if you follow it, it is also very much helpful in getting the samatha and vipassana mindfulness, as well as in the present society also. The contemporary youth, when these youth can follow the teachings of the Buddha related with the mindfulness and the relevance of the mindfulness, we can also build our personality. So with these views, I would like to thankful to the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to share some of the views with you. So thank you very much, Dr. Basanti, Rajendran, and other Professor Sivanath Dev for giving me an opportunity. If there is any questions, I will be glad to render my answers to those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vijay Kumar, for that scholarly presentation, I would say, on the concept of mindfulness and its relevance to the contemporary youth. The way you started your presentation, saying that it's equivalent to, mindfulness is something which is equivalent to like a doorman. So how a doorkeeper keeps, allows or does not allow thoughts. I think that is an excellent example that you have given to explain the concept of mindfulness. Thank you, Professor. If there are any questions, because I don't see any questions in the chat box.
Yeah, ma'am, with your permission, I'd like to make a small comment.
Yes.
At the outset, I extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Bimalendra Kumar for accepting our invitation and sharing his long experience about Buddhist philosophy. It was very informative, very eye-opener, and very thought-provoking for all of us who do not have much exposure to Buddhist philosophy. So once
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure for me to get associated with you all people. Thank you very much. Most welcome.
Yes, sir. As you know, the government of India is very keen to promote the same Buddhist philosophy in India in order to create a better ambience for youth development, and they are the future of the nation. Very keen. So joining by you in this program is additional value for all of us. And I'm sure that our participants greatly enjoyed your deliberations like other resource person. I thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I
will be glad to get associated with all your in future activities. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When the situation improves, we come out of the COVID situation, we will have a physical meeting and with Minister of External Affairs, and we will have a program in a very grand manner.
Thank you very much.
There also we would expect your presence to share your experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Sivanath, thank you very much.
Go ahead with queries.
There's a question from you from Dr. Pawan Kumar. He says, Smriti is remembrance, whereas mindfulness is the practice of purposely bringing one's attention in the present moment without judgment. How these two terms are compatible non-violently? That's one question. And the other question is,
Can you repeat the first question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. I am saying the box. There are questions. Some questions. The first question is Smriti is the remembrance, whereas the mindfulness is the practice of purposefully bringing one attention to the present moment without judgment. How these two terms are compatible with other things. So here there is the mindfulness and a smriti. Mindfulness is just, you can say, another a term of the smriti. So just it is Karanamati Sati, that remembering again and again is called as Smriti. So Smriti is also called as one of the mental factors in the list of the 52 types of psychic factors. So Smriti is the remembrance, but here mindfulness is just observing that how we are inhaling and exhaling the breath. In that way, this is the, you can say, feeling. It comes at the moment that what we are observing the things. So here in the Pali text and in the Sanskrit text, Smriti are four types. That is the Kayanupassana, Vedanupassana, Chittanupassana, and Dhammanupassana. So here remembering the or being aware of all the activities of our body, feelings, as well as in mind, and the teachings of the Buddha, they are called as mindfulness or smriti. And Buddha also says that this is the only path for getting a state of purification or the nirvana. Again, there are some questions which have been asked that what is the anapanasati? So here anapanasati is that how we are inhaling and how we are exhaling our breath. This is called as anapanasati. So it is one of the kinds of the, you can say, kayanupassana. So we have seen that kayanupassana is being aware or being alert of all the 32 parts of our body. This is called as Kayanupassana. And whenever we are exhaling or inhaling, this is called as, you can say, Anapanasati. So now it has become one of the most important factor for the Vipassana. That is the Vipassana, we have already seen that Vipassana is a technique through which there are 7 stages of purifications. You can get the purifications through the stage of the Sila Visuddhi, Chitta Visuddhi. Sila Visuddhi is here curtailing the physical and vocal misdeeds. Chitta Visuddhi is the purifications related with the Samadhi, that is the Rupa Samadhi and the Arup Samadhi. So this is called as, you can say, Anapanasati. So Anapan is one of the kind of the Kayanupassana. Then second term is the Samadhi. What is the difference? Here in the Pali text, the Samadhi has been defined as Kusala Chittasya Ekaggatati Samadhi. That one pointedness of the moral consciousness is called as Samadhi. Samadhi is made up of 3 words, Sam plus A plus Dha Dhatu or Dhar Dhatu. Sam means properly, A means completely, Dhar means holding, or Dha means that which holds. So Samadhi is a term in literal sense. It is that which holds a person completely and in a right manner. This is the literal meaning. But coming to in technical sense, it is the holding a personality or a person in the direction of purification, so samadhi. So it is called as a one-pointedness of the moral consciousness. This is called as samadhi. It is also of 2 types. Roop Samadhi and Arup Samadhi. So there is a chapter in the Visuddhi Magga also, third chapter, that is called as Kamatthana Gahan Nidesa, and Acharya Buddha Ghosh has discussed about the how Roop Samadhi and Arup Samadhi can be obtained through the practice, and he has given the stages of 40 subjects of meditations through a Kalyana Mitra, or you can say a person who the subjects of meditations to a yoga bachar. The another term is anusati. So again and again, sati, anusati. So anusati has been defined that puna upajanto ti anusati. So anusati is the recollections. I have told you that there are 40 subjects of meditations, like 10 kasin, 10 asubh, 10 anusati. That is the recollections. I will give you just one example. Suppose there are 10 types of anusati, recollections. One is called as buddhanusati, remembering the Buddha. Here, remembering the Buddha is in the sense of remembering the qualities of the Buddha. That is why all of the people again and again that iti piso bhagava raha buddha samma sambuddho vidyacharan sampanno sugato lok vidhi purusa dhamma sarati iti. So there are 9 attributes or the qualities of the Buddha which we are remembering again and again. So whenever the monks they are giving the Mangala part, then they will start iti piso bhagava arha samba sambuddho vichacharan sampanno sugato lok vidhi purusa dhamma sarati iti piso bhagava. We are remembering the good quality, why he is called as Bhagava, why he is called as Buddha, why it is called as Purusa Dhamma Sarati, why it is called as Lok Bidu, and why it is he is called as Vidyacharan Sampanno. So this remembering all the qualities of the Dhamma, Sangha, Devata, Anusmriti or seal Anusmriti, what are the benefits of the seal, what are the qualities of the seal, this is called as Silanusati. Then Tapasa. Tapas is giving the penance to our body for getting the, but in Pali we are not giving. So Buddha also says that Dhyume bhikkhave anta na pavijitena savitabba. This tapas, that giving penance, arthkil mathan yogo, that giving penance to our body, this is called as also extreme. So we are not, so tapas, it is in the sense of here. Again, dhyan, there is a term of dhyan. Dhyan is, you can say, that which burns and extinguishes the immoral factors. That is called as dhyan. In Pali, it is called as jhan. Jhan is that jhapeti ti jhanam, that which burns and extinguishes the 5 types of nivarnas, that is the kama, chand, vyapad, thinimid, udat kuch, and vichkicha. The immoral factors, they are called as hindrances or impediments. Whenever they are being removed or they are being burnt, they are called as jhan. Then there are 4 types of rupa jhan and 5 types of also rupa jhan. So this is in the sense of dhyan. Dhyan is that through which all the immoral factors like kama, chand, vyapad, in with udhaj kukuch and vichkicha, they are being removed. So this is the so thank you very much. I have taken much time in answering these questions. So thank you very much once again. If you have any more questions, I will be glad to share with my views. Thank you very much.
Any more questions from the participants for Professor Bimlendra? You can unmute your mic and ask him directly. Okay, so if there are no more questions, I would like to thank Professor Bimlendra.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to thank Professor Vimalendra
Yes.
for that really excellent scholarly presentation, sir. Thank you very much. We really enjoyed it. And excellent, and we covered a lot of aspects of Buddhist philosophy which could really influence the youth, contemporary youth, in inculcating values in them. So now what we will conclude this pre-lunch session, break for lunch, because it's already 1:30 Indian Standard Time, and we are supposed to resume by 2 o'clock Indian Standard Time. So we will go for half an hour to have lunch and be back at 2 o'clock Indian Standard Time, corresponding time in your countries, please. So that we will be, because we have 6 more presentations actually, no, 5 more presentations, 6 presentations post lunch, which we have to cover today. Therefore, I request all the participants and the resource persons to please break for your lunch and come back after lunch in within a half an hour, sharp at 2 Indian Standard Time. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Shivnath ji. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Basanti Rajendran.
Manappulam will shut down, no? Yeah.
Just minimize photo update.
Update. Dr. Rajita, are you there? Dr. Rajita?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
In few minutes, we will start the post-lunch session.
Okay, right. What time? You said that it is 2:30, right?
2:30 your country, but 2 o'clock in our country. So another 3-4
Right.
3-4 minutes. These people never went for lunch also.
How many are there? Click on 94. You can start. That will be wasting time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Post-lunch session, we will begin. Post-lunch session, as I was mentioning, we are having 6 sessions. So we will have to maintain the time. I request the resource persons, this honorable speakers, to to stick to their time of half an hour. That is, and try to ensure they finish their presentation 20-25 minutes, so that at least we have 5 minutes of 5 minutes of discussion on your presentation, some queries, some observations, which we can answer if we have some sufficient time. Otherwise, we are just encroaching on the other presenter or the next presenter, and therefore it's necessary, it's essential. I request you all to please maintain the time of half an hour. So we'll begin the post-lunch session. The first session is on early Buddhist theory of cognitive development and its influence on the individual. And this is by Dr. Rajita P. Kumara from Sri Lanka. Let me introduce him. He is currently serving as a senior lecturer in the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies at the University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. Earlier, he worked with Beijing Foreign Languages University, Buddhist Library, Singapore, Nagananda Academy, Sri Lanka, and is a foreign expert on Sinhala studies in Chong Quing Normal University. His research interest includes Sinhala language and culture, early Buddhist psychological ethics, and Buddhist psychoanalysis. His works are widely published with around 25 research articles and 5 books to his credit. Dr. Rajita P. Kumar, the time is now yours.
Okay, well, thank you everybody, and good day to you all. First of all, I would like to thank organizers and especially Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of organizing this
To stop and Dr. Rajita, can you please reconnect because you're not hear me, Dr. Rajita?
Hello, now can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now please continue.
Thank you. Sorry for disturbance. So my theme is stages of cognitive development Buddhist theory, and I won't take much time. So let me directly start. Hope I can share my presentation, but first of all, let me explain my theme. As I said, cognition signifies knowledge, understanding, discernment, so on and so forth. When we go through the early Buddhist teachings, especially we can see 4 stages of cognitive development, which is very important as far as the individual life is concerned. It may be early childhood or adolescent or adulthood or the old age. Therefore, according to Buddhist teachings, we can divide these 4 stages as dependent stage, self-dependent stage is the second stage, third is social dependent stage, fourth one is the independent stage. So here, dependent stage signifies the early childhood where individual or the children are dependent on the parents. They inculcate good qualities, the moralities, and social values, etc. So this is what I meant stage of cognitive development. So then the second stage is called self-dependent stage of cognitive development, whereas youth and also the adolescent stage, the ages are concerned. This stage is very important where we get the formal education. Then the third stage is of course social dependent where we are exposed to the society. There also we have a lot of responsibilities and parental responsibilities, family responsibilities, and also social responsibilities, so on and so forth. So this is what I call social dependent stage of cognitive development. Then when it comes to the final stage, fourth stage, I call it independent stage of cognitive development, where we are matured enough to see the reality as it is. Especially here, we develop our cognition or our understanding, our knowledge to a to a very high level of understanding. So this is what is called the independent state. Especially we develop sort of cosmocentric view of the world of experience according to Buddhist teaching. So this is the final stage of cognitive development. So now let me go. Let me share. I think I can share my presentation for you to understand more here. Right. Here you will see that here I have divided the stages of cognitive development: dependent stage, self-dependent stage, social dependent, and independent, as I said. So this here you will find the stages of cognitive development. The second, let me explain the concerned. I again call them moral stage of cognitive development, a stage of cognitive development, and cosmocentric stage of cognitive development, right? So here you will find that moral centric stage is concerned. The most important cognitive elements are here: discernment of moral and immoral behavior, self-control, and also previous life experience. So this is the foundation of cognitive development according to especially early Buddhist teaching. So for instance, you see the self-control, which is very important, but we should have the motivation from our environment and also the family background, so on and so forth. So there we develop sort of moral centric understanding for the knowledge. So then when it comes to the second stage, we will find here self-centric stage of cognitive development. Here are the important elements there, that is knowledge, intelligence, skillfulness, self-discipline, and also right to language. So these are the elements that for self-centric stage of cognitive development. As I mentioned, here what I mean is the formal education that we get. Then the third stage is, of course, we are exposed to society. So therefore, I call this social centric stage. And here you will find the necessary elements: fulfillment of duties and responsibilities to society as well as our family and also parents. Then the social etiquette and service. And also one of the most important thing here is to know it is the harmonious social relationship. So this is called the social centric stage of cognitive development. So then fourth stage is very important. We will see here, I call it cosmocentric stage of cognitive development. Here you will find trend towards spirituality. Here we go from religiosity to spirituality. That is a higher level of cognitive development. Then we get the spiritual firmness. So we don't vacillate here and there because we are firm. We are sure of the elements of existence, our experience, and everything. And there is mental balance. So as a result of all these elements, we develop sort of cosmocentric thinking, which is very important. So then now each stage can be further explained as time is very much limited. I will be very quick and within minutes I will finish this one. The first stage, as I call you, moral centric stage of cognitive development. Here you will find I have divided this into two sides. One is the development of skillfulness in the discernment of moral issues. This is what we get trained at home as children. Early childhood is concerned. Then the other side, you know that we should have motivations from society and also within, and also from a humanistic foundation. So that is what I call here on my right side. I have given this one. So these moral elements are concerned. You will find that here I have divided it into three aspects here. Here, the negative attitude towards immoral issues and the positive attitude towards positive moral qualities. So this is what the training for enhancement of moral qualities at home or early childhood. This is what get two sides. So this is what we call discernment, which is one of the most important functions or element whereas cognition is concerned. Then the other one is respect for cultural and social values. You know that social values are very important. Cultural values are important. They have to be inculcated among individuals, so early childhood, adolescent, youth, so on and so forth. They really here social values, so cultural or religious values, they signify the fundamental belief that guide or motivate us towards a certain behavior or attitude. So they can be regarded as the guiding principles. So at the moral centric stage, these elements are very important. So then the motivation also should be there, otherwise we won't develop. So according to early Buddhist sources, we find motivation should come from social environment and also, as I mentioned earlier, previous life experience, which is very special in Buddhist and Hindu teachings. And also you will find here motivation in self-control or discipline that comes within. So this is in a detailed way the moral centric stage of cognitive development. Then self-centric stage is concerned, you know that with the type of formal education that we get. There, of course, I have divided it into three. Here you will find cognitive development in theoretical and practical knowledge. Then we have development of attitude. Then the communicational abilities. So, of course, here two important elements are found according to early Buddhist teachings. One is the learnedness and artfulness. So these are very important. We may have knowledge, but perhaps we do not know how to use it. So therefore, early Buddhist teachings especially articulate the way we use our language or our formation of attitude, whatever it is, they all come under artfulness. So then the second one is the attitude is concerned, we can call it moral and ethical. So they all are based on self discipline. So when we say self discipline and self control, of course, you know that they have some difference. Self discipline means so we understand and we discipline ourselves. Self control sometimes, as I said in the first stage. So there, of course, we need some motivation from our family background, parents, adults, and society, so on and so forth. Then the here you will find the communication ability is also very important. Why? Because then only we can keep good social relationships, harmonious social relationships. There in Buddhist teachings, what is emphasis is the use of moral language. So that is what is called artful speech. So this is very important, especially as you have focused this international conference inculcating social values in youth. So therefore, the use of moral language is at this stage is very important. That means type of training should be given to use this sort of moral language. So then here is the social centric state of cognitive development, I have divided this into two. You will find here real self and social self. Here, real self really based on that one, parental responsibilities and moral commitment, then family responsibilities and moral commitment, then again occupation responsibilities and moral commitment is emphasis here, whereas the real self is concerned. Then the social self, of course, you know that normally as matured people or adults, right? So we are exposed to societies after formal education. So we are exposed to society. So there, of course, we have so many things to be done in society. So here it signifies, so just in short, let me mention recognition of the importance of righteous interaction with others and generosity and empathy and also other social responsibilities. Then moral well-being and mental well-being and also righteously. Then here you will find that so many type of interactions are there in society. So we have to be associative, we have to be collaborative, we have to be cooperative, so on and so forth. Then these two important elements are here: expressions of righteous thoughts and opinions with others, and also sharing views and opinions with others of spiritual significance, where we get as mature adults some sort of transformation from religious spirituality, right? So that is why these are emphasis in sub discourses. So then here you will find the final stage, cosmocentric stage of the cognitive development. As time is very much short, here you will find openness to non-judgmental approach to reality. So when we are matured enough, when we come to the stage of our cognition, of course, we should be open-hearted, open-minded. So non-judgmental approach is very important here. Then, based on that, of course, behavioral change and self-experience of reality takes place. Then finally, here you will find the sort of cosmocentric thinking. Now, here you will see openness to non-judgmental approach to reality. Two important things are here. You will find that mental state of tolerance and conformity. This is very important. So in our matured life as developed adults, really, then a spiritual tendency towards problems of human existence. That means we try to understand reality step by step. So this is, of course, sort of higher level of cognitive development. Then behavioral change is concerned. So important things are emphasis in early Buddhist teaching. That one is the ability to regulate one's emotions, thoughts, and behavior. We know that always there is some problem, whereas our way of thinking is concerned, intellectual knowing, and also our emotional desire. So at this stage, of course, as fully developed adults or matured people or well-experienced people, we get some sort of mental balance here. So that is what I mean here. Then, of course, with that self-transformation and accurate realization of what reality and truth is take place. So this can be called, according to early Buddhist teachings, even in some Vedic teachings also we'll find that highest level of cognitive development. So then the final at this stage, here we will find that the third element, cosmocentric thinking, is very important, where of course we develop the balance of mind, equanimity in the face of fortune and sorrow. We are not moved by fortune or sorrow, and also there is some sort of liberation from bondage, right? So I call this sort of attitudinal architecture is developed at this stage, and also sort of very special cognitive architecture is developed at this stage. Now, in my conclusion, in order to make this clear, I have put this way for you to understand. You will see that I put stages of cognitive development and their classification and levels here. I put it in short SCD. You will find, as I said in the beginning, this is the dependent-centric stage. Of course, moral things are inculcated in the individual. Then self-centric stage where we get type of formal education. Then we are exposed to society. It is called social centric stage. Then of course final stage what I said now, it is called cosmocentric stage. So most important elements are here given: discernment and motivation towards moral, that means the development of positive moral qualities. Then of course self-centric state, knowledge, attitude and skills are very important. Then of course social centric, I divided it into real self and social self. So there I said family and parental responsibilities and other social responsibilities. Then cosmocentric stage, three important elements I emphasize. One is the non-judgmental approach, then the self-experience of reality and cosmocentric view. And this is further explained for us to understand in another way. You can see here this one here. Of course, I say moral-centric stage is here, egocentric or self-centric stage, social-centric stage, then the cosmocentric stage or the highest stage of cognitive development. So I explained it this way. I put M for moral-centric, E for ego or self-centric state, social-centric and cosmocentric state. Here I call this moral-centric state is of course early childhood. It is a sort of training that we get, early training. Therefore I call it the beginning or the sort of lower stage. Then the formal education which we get at the self-centric or egocentric stage. So it is sort of middle level of development of our cognition. And social centric, we have a lot of responsibilities and understanding and knowledge in social behavior, how to interact people, how to use our moral language to keep harmony and also peace in society. I call it higher. And final stage of all highest, that is the cosmocentric stage. So this is what, of course, I want to say about my theme, stages of cognitive development, as you are aware. Thank you very much, and I hope that I just finished within time. And I am very much thankful to the organizing committee and also the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, and also people of India, all the professors, scholars, all gathered here, and also people of Tamil Nadu and all our friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajita Kumar. You've given a very clear presentation on the different stages and levels of cognitive development, and also explained the 4 points. I now throw open the floor to the any questions to Dr. Rajita. There are 2 questions actually again by Dr. Pawan Kumar in the chat box, Dr. Rajita. Can I read it for you? He says, Emperor Ashoka believed that Buddhist theory of cognitive development shall influence humanity all over the world, and it would help individuals in being beneficial for all human beings as well as animals and plants. Therefore, he built a number of stupas, vihars, sanghs, charity and residences for Buddhist monks all over South Asia and Central Asia. The question is, what is the resolve and positive role of present-day Sri Lanka to revisit this philanthropy?
Of course, whereas Sri Lanka is concerned, of course, I'm not, you mean here positive role of present-day Sri Lanka to revisit this philanthropy, yes. So this is a very important question. I do not know how much the Sri Lankan government or authorities, of course, are aware of these things. But anyway, whereas the ordinary people are concerned, I would like to say that we are very much interested in these things, and they like to go, they like to visit these things, and also they like to inculcate good qualities and so on and so forth. So this is what I would say. Whereas the general older people are concerned, of course, they have a very great respect and concern regarding these things. And also Sri Lankan government also, I think that they to a certain extent, of course, they make certain attempts, but I do not. I am not. I am unaware of that much. Thank you.
Ma'am, shall I make a small comment? Yeah. Dr.
Yes.
Rajita Kumara,
Yes.
I really enjoyed your presentation, and
Thank you, sir.
the way you presented the Buddhist philosophy in the context of mental health. I'm
Yes,
clinical psychology. So from
yes.
yesterday itself, I realized that there is a close connection of mental health with Buddhist philosophy as it is with other religion or other philosophy. So ultimately, attaining happiness, becoming happy to lead a very peaceful life is the essence of all living, isn't it?
Yes.
So from that perspective, Buddhist philosophy has, or psychology has, a very significant contribution in terms of sensitizing people to attain happiness. So I appreciate your deliberations, and it is really beneficial for all the participants. I strongly
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor, very much, and also
Dr.
thank you.
Ajita, there are two more questions. There are two more questions, if you don't mind, if you can answer these.
Yes.
The question is, a systematic organization of human thoughts is one way to have mutual understanding and to create a conflict-free society. But we see a rampant violence all over the world. Is it lack of Buddhist religious consciousness on interpersonal understanding in the age of globalization?
Yes, here what I was not aware of what is taught, and also especially the moral and ethical values that are taught in religions. Of course, such things could take place. That is why I say always from religiosity, so we have to go to the spirituality. So then, of course, there won't be any conflicts or any problem. Every religion, of course, what emphasizes is sort of a spirituality. So we have to understand this spiritual significance. Religion, of course, it is important for us to guide our or to our or to mold our character, our behavior, so on and so forth. It is important, but I say that why people cannot go beyond that and think of the spiritual. So that is what I mean here. So lack of Buddhist religious consciousness, yes, that is right to a certain extent. So therefore, when we say religion, also we have to understand what is the purpose of religion. It is harmony, it is peace, it is integrity, it is cooperation. Always we say that, but in a practical sense, sometimes we will find whether here in Sri Lanka or some other countries, there happen some unhappy incidents, unhappy things. So it is the responsibility of all religious leaders to guide in a right and correct way to maintain peace and harmony in society.
Thank you, Dr. Rajita, for that clarifying that question. But there are two more questions from Dr. Sonam from Bhutan. She wants to know, yes, how do we help emotionally traumatized, depressed and sad youth as a result of loss of jobs, relation problems, etc.?
Again, not clear.
The question is, how do we help emotionally traumatized, depressed and sad youth as a result of loss of jobs, especially during this pandemic times, relation problems, etc.?
That of course Emotionally, there are emotional problems, of course, because lots of jobs, not only jobs, and so many issues are there, even the family issues and parental issues, and also how to help our parents. So many issues are there. So one is the loss of jobs. Of course, really, as an individual, we have, because job means really what we, because of jobs we earn something, so that is what is meant here. So if we do not have a enough economic foundation background, of course it is a big issue. So these days every country, every people, of course to a certain extent they have this issue. So answer, of course, I think that it is not in our hands, but as the ordinary people, of course, we are also ordinary people. So it depends on the government, the different governments of the countries to give solution to those things. But anyway, if someone is emotionally, if it affects emotionally, then of course, as religious practitioners, or the practitioners of spirituality, so we have to do some principles and guide directions given on religions to help them. But actually speaking, I won't think that it won't be 100% successful. Really, we have to help them to find some job, at least to maintain their life until this epidemic or pandemic is over.
Thank you, Dr. Rajita. I should really thank you not only for your excellent presentation, but also maintaining the time, your presentation come the discussions. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the next presentation.
Sorry for interruption.
Yes.
This is Amar Jiva from Delhi. At the moment, I am shown in the group as admin host. So I am not admin host. I am holding my same name. Kindly remember that, so that I am here. Okay.
Sir, I think that has to be corrected at your end.
Yes, I have
What
tried
is
to connect.
reflected is only from your end.
Yeah, I know that I was telling to you.
Please
So
ask a technical person to please change that, whatever you would like.
if I'm not able to do that, should I continue or not? That
You
this
can
is my
continue
question.
when it's your time.
I will be trying to come with the correct name, but if I am not able to do, then please forgive me for that.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the next presentation, which is on Buddha Shakyamuni's Law of Karma, Ethical Development and Conflict Resolution. And this is from Venerable Basan Bath Baenbold, Mongolia. So we have a person right from Mongolia, so far away from Mongolia, joining us and making this presentation. Let me introduce the Venerable Basan Bath Baenbold. He is currently teaching at Yediga Koenzinling Dratsang at Ganden Tekching Chenling Monastery, the Center for Mongolian Buddhists. He holds a master's degree in international relations from National University of Mongolia. He secured the Prajna Paramita certification from Serajay Monastic University for advanced Buddhist studies and practice in India. And so he has a connection with India, and also pursued his studies at Agra Kendriya Hindi Sansthan, India. So that's really surprising. He's also has a knowledge of Hindi. Venerable Basan Bath Baenbold was also well versed in Mongolian, Tibetan, Hindi, and English languages. Venerable Basan Bath Baenbold, the time is yours. We look forward to your presentation all the way from Mongolia. Audio. Venerable Basan Bath Baenbold, please unmute your mic. You're not audible.
Yes. Hello?
Yes. Yeah, now you're audible, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Sabiko namaste. My name is Basim Bat from Mongolia. Dear distinguished mediator and representatives, I'm very happy to participate in this international online conference on Buddhist philosophy and its role in inculcating values among youth organized by RGNIYD in association with the Indian Council for the Cultural Relations. The theme of the presentation I am delivering is realizing the importance of karma. The karma is one of the most important teachings directly delivered by the Buddha. Its key role is to bring the awareness of responsibility into individual for properly setting up the path of enlightenment of Buddhism. Therefore, in order to save time, please kindly allow me to present my paper. Ignorance, the root of suffering. There is a popular question asking what is the ignorance? Actually, the answer is the first link in the 12 links of dependent origination, one of the three persons with the Mahayana Buddhist tradition, one of the 6 root clashes within the Mahayana Abhidharma teachings, one of the 10 feathers in the Theravada tradition, equivalent to Maha within the Theravada Abhidharma teachings. But beyond the Buddhist concepts, it is a diluted mental state ignoring right and correct, which are foundation of all good qualities. In today's world, we strive for external development to fill in our hearts and minds. Unfortunately, it doesn't work because it is obviously ignorance. The truths our hearts and minds only can be filled in with wisdom distinguishing the virtue from non-virtue, understanding the law of karma, pursuing the deed and impermanence, the interdependent origination, or the emptiness. More importantly, with the loving kindness and compassion, particularly with the bodhicitta. If you don't understand this all, we will be deluded and more materialistic. In order to understand more, we have to learn the law of karma. In Buddhist philosophy, the law of karma is thoroughly explained. I'm sure that all the people attending this conference have a certain level of understanding about it. Importance of understanding the karma. It is one of the most important subjects in Buddhist at the same time. It is also very important in our society as it raises an awareness of action. Awareness of action, non-action. Responsibility and accountability and consciousness. Consequence. Likewise, in our daily life, we often think about good karma and bad karma. You do something good, good will come back to you. Do you something bad, and bad will come back. Therefore, it is no good if there is no belief in the karma. We don't adopt the virtue and abandoning the non-virtue. Even if we know the whole Tripitaka by heart. Though Devadatta knew the doctrine of the Dharma very well, he could not subdue his mind. Thus he fell into the hell realm. In order to understand more about the karma for applying to our daily life, we must learn about the 10 non-virtues and 10 virtues action which can make our lives easy. Chandrakirti mentioned in his work, Middle Way, the cause of the nirvana of hers vehicle Here's vehicle. Solitary realizes vehicle and great vehicle, and as well as the causes of the worldly happiness of ordinary beings are not other than relating to the discipline of abandoning the 10 non-virtuous actions. Their causality. It is cited in the Vinaya Sutra that the result depends on how you act. It clearly defines the links between cause and result unmistakably, where virtuous action brings happiness and non-virtuous causes suffering. The karma multiplies greatly. Even the slightest non-virtue must not be ignored. It can further lead to be unbearable suffering, and the slightest virtue should not be neglected as it can lead to great happiness. Karma is extremely uncertain phenomena which is only apprehended by enlightenment beings according to Buddhism. A karma not accumulated will not be experienced at all. If you don't commit an action which are causes of either happiness or suffering, you will not experience its relevant result. Detailing on the 10 non-virtues and 10 virtues, the threshold of knowledge cites that the virtues and non-virtues are summarized into 10 actions respectively. In fact, it is not possible possible for us to abridge all the virtues and non-virtues of the body, speech, and mind into the categories of the 10 non-virtues and 10 virtues. But according to Buddhism, the non-virtues were generalized in these following 10 actions. The three types of bodily non-virtues. 1. Taking the life of others. It is ranging from another person down to the tiniest instinct. As a result, we get emotionality destructive and unstable. Also, we lose our lives in order to pay back. 2. Taking what has not been given to us. It is about stealing, not giving back something we have borrowed from others, or using something belonging to someone else without permission, and so on. As a result, we are prone to lose their belongings. 3. Engaging in sexual misconduct. It is all about rape, adultery, instinct, and etc. As a result, we lose our ethics and expose our animalistic characteristics, which draw us to lower realms. 4 types to verbal non-virtues. 1. Telling lies. It is about knowingly saying, knowingly saying what is untrue, misleading others, and so on. As a result, no one ever believes or trusts what we say, and we don't trust what they say either. In other words, we lose our verbal values. 2. Divisive speech. It is about saying bad things about others in order to cause them to part from each other or to make their enmity, or estrangement worse. As a result, our friendship don't last because our friends suspect that we also say bad things about them behind their backs. We lack any close friends and so feel isolated and lonely. 3. Harsh speech. It is about saying words that hurt others' feelings. As a result, people dislike and avoid us. Even when with us, they feel stressed and lose their physical and mental peace. and in return we are isolated from them. 4. Idle talk. It is about wasting our own and other people's valuable time with meaningless talk. As a result, no one listens and values our talk. 3 types of mental non-virtues. Covetousness. It is about fulfilling only one's own desires. As a result, we never have peace of mind or feel joy. At the meantime, this destructive thinking will be a strong factor to develop. Our self-cherising attitude, which is the basis of greed. 3. Malicious. 2. This is 2. 2. Maliciousness. It is about destroying people's physical and mental peace. As a result, we are tormented by this negative attitude and never get relaxed. 3. Wrong view. It is about thinking of finding happiness through improper ways. It lends us to distinguish what is correct and incorrect. As a result, we become even more closet-minded, which leads to a contraction in life and throws deep into the samsara where we hardly find way out to liberation or enlightenment. In Mongolia, there is a proverb saying, if you need to be scared of something, be only scared of 10 non-virtues. No enemies and ghosts can harm you greater than the destructive action of your own body, speech, and mind. Now I will retake the 10 virtues and we are entirely taken as an antidote against the 10 non-virtues. Many people think that these are only religious aspects, but it transcends that idea and it's all about living a happier life. If someone wishes to live a happy life, these are the most effective instructions to follow. There are 3 types of bodily virtues. The one, protecting life. It is about renouncing taking the life of others. As a result, we have more peaceful life, less enemies, and our lifespan increases. 2. Practice generosity. It is about pronouncing taking what is not giving. As a result, we help facilitating others too. Living a sound environment enable others to fulfill their wishes. In return, others share our ups and downs is time of need. 3. Ethics. It is about renouncing sexual misconduct. As a result, we are able to intellectually and spiritually develop it, which gives good examples to a younger generation follow the rules of discipline. There are 4 types. There are 4 types of verbal virtues. 1 is telling the truth. Truth is about renouncing telling lies. As a result, we are strengthening the values of our speech. Among people, people will have no hesitation to believe in what you say. 2. Renouncing. It is about giving up divisive speech. As a result, we contribute to building up a strong community. People realize that the divisiveness cannot solve public issues. 3. Pleasant speech. It is about abandoning harsh speech. As a result, we comfort the hearts of others and sound environment for mutual understanding will be created. The 4. Saying prayers. It is about renouncing idle talk or worthless chat. As a result, we spare time for our own relation practice. There are three types of mental virtues. One, learning to be generous. It is about renouncing covetousness. As a result, we realize that other people also wish to be happy like us, so that we make them happy. Two, generating loving kindness. It is about giving up wishing harming them. As a result, we care for them and wish good things for them. We build up a more compassionate and altruistic attitude towards them. Three, authentic will. It is about putting an end to wrong will. As a result, we will have a more rational and realistic approaches. Through this, we distinguish what are the authentic causes of genuine happiness and what are the reasons of falling into suffering. When we read the noble teaching of the Buddha, we come to learn that all our experience of happiness and suffering depended on our karma. No matter how much we desire happiness, if we are ignorant to follow the ten non-virtues alone, we will achieve nothing but suffering to experience. We can clearly see that, irrespective of how much some people strive for life's comforts, they communally suffer one problem after another, while others always experience comfort and happiness with hardly any effort. Since we create our karma, and since to be observed karma means to correct each tiny action, then how should be observed? It is very simple. Avoiding the 10 non-virtues and practicing the 10 virtues is observing karma. And to do this, we must be able to distinguish between them. RGNIYD Nagarjuna says, the action arising from hatred, greed, or ignorance is non-virtuous. The action arising from non-hatred, non-greed, or non-ignorance is virtuous. Also, Aryan's Shantideva says, from virtuous action all happiness arises. From non-virtuous action all suffering arises. Like abundance, the action we create by negative emotion, harming ourselves and other living beings, are non-virtuous. The action we created by positive thought, benefiting ourselves and other living beings, are virtues. The non-virtues only bring suffering result in this and next life, causing rebirth in the lower realms, or even suffering in the upper realms. The virtues only bring happy results in this and next lives, such as spirit and the upper realm and all other happiness. The worst hindrance to committing virtuous action is attachment to the comfort of this life alone. We should always be conscious of our action of body, speech, and mind, checking up continuously, avoiding the silent negative action, and trying to create and even the tiniest virtuous action. All this say that we humans have the most precious opportunity to devise whether to experience happiness or to fall into suffering. We create our life by our own mental, verb, and bodily action. This means we are fully responsibility for our destiny. We should not blame others for our unfortunate and misery life. But in order to take control over our life, we have to be wise to adopt the 10 virtues and abandoning the 10 non-virtues. It is so clear that the karma teaches us responsibility. Once William Ernest Henley, an English poet, said, "I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul." Another beautiful message of the karma is our code of ethics. Understanding to karma and adopting the 10 virtues and abandoning 10 non-virtues plant a vital code seed of ethics in our minds, which are experienced through our behavior and speech. In Buddhism, it says that there are 4 kinds of karma, ripening such as karma to be experienced in the present life, karma to be experienced after rebirth, karma to be experienced in other future lives, karma that's not certain to be experienced. In this regard, we could say that adopting the 10 virtues and abandoning the 10 non-virtues are very much associated with the first one, as we must not ignore their maturation. Conclusion, experts write and discuss greatly about the difficulties and the falling of values and morals in humanity. This have many reasons. The main reason is that we people withdraw from studying the teachings about correct mind and proper way of action. Mahatma Gandhi, the great Indian leader, mentioned that science has lost compassion as one of the reasons of downfall. Therefore, it's important that the devotees should cooperate on disminishing the mind education, which is the wisdom, compassion, unity, and the passion which have been lost. There are possibility of creating welfare for the mankind. The Buddha Shakyamuni's teaching about the law of karma is valuable and precious for not only the Buddhists, but also the mankind. The teaching of karma is a doctrine which clarifies the precise connection between causes and result, distinguishes the good, bad, and encourages faith and belief. In the ancient time, Mongolia had the tradition of reading and reciting the teachings of the sutra, called the wise and fool, and passed morals to each other. This sutra contains tales about karmas, not the adventures of the wise and foolish people. Reading and listening to the tales of the wise and the fool and believing in the karma enable us to understand who is wise and foolish. That is what the sutra's name refers to. I would like to say that important to learn the teachings of karma. If we do so, morals and ethics can be development, and we can prevent and avoid conflict, live in peace with nature and environment, be liberated from suffering and its reason, and experience genuine freedom. Here my presentation and here end. I wish you thank you very much for attention. May I Trijavas bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable Ratanabat Bainbol, for that very nice presentation on Buddha Shakyamuni's law of karma, how it can help in ethical development and conflict resolution, which is very, very essential in these days, especially for the youth. So thank you very much. And if there are any questions which can be asked, can unmute your mic and please ask your questions to the Venerable Wayanad. But I see a question in the chat box. Yes, again from Dr. Pawan Kumar. Yes, and a very interesting question. He says, you know that Genghis Khan and his sons established relations with Sakya school of Tibetan Buddhism and replaced the Chinese school of Tibetan Chinese and Uyghur scripts from that text. How his vision is doing nowadays? How is the vision of Genghis Khan and his son doing nowadays in Mongolia? That is his question. Am I clear, sir? It's in the chat box. If you're not able to follow my pronunciation, it's in the chat box. The question is in the chat box.
Hello, I can't hear. My internet is so low. Hello.
Please read your chat box, sir. The questions are in the chat box. He's trying to read it. Shall I read it? Shall I read it again for you? How is how is Genghis Khan and his sons' vision now, and how prevalent is it nowadays in Mongolia? That is Dr. Pawan Kumar's question. There is also another question from from Rajesh Sharma from Nepal. He would like to know if possible to write these different types of virtues and non-virtues. He was not able to take down and understand all the virtues and non-virtues that you were mentioning in your presentation. And he would like to know whether you can share this with him. That is one. That's not a question, but he just wants you to share your presentation and describing the various types of virtues and non-virtues.
Yeah, the second question is, I understood this. I will be sending my the presentation your email.
Okay.
Respect who? Rajesh Sharma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes my connection is lost. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was good. Connectivity was good. We could listen, we could hear you, and your picture was also clear, and your presentation was very informative and very interesting. We learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Venerable Basenbat Bainbold. We'll move on now to the next presentation from Mongolia. We will go to Vietnam. And we have a presentation by Mr. Thon Thiat Ki Van, member of International Relations Department, the Buddhist Sangha of Vietnam in Tua Tien province in Vietnam. And he will be making a presentation on Buddhist philosophy and its practice in Vietnam, and that too very interestingly from a young entrepreneur's perspective. Very interesting, because this is something very different, looking at it from an entrepreneur's perspective. But let me introduce the Venerable Mr. Thon Thiat Ki Van. He's presently working as Vice Director of the Institute and Communication Company in Vietnam. Mr. Van has done Masters in Public Health from the University of Liverpool, UK. He has received his bachelor's degree in health from the University of Western Sydney, Australia. Mr. Van has worked with Vietnam chapter of World Vision International in various roles. He is also a member of International Relations Department, the Buddhist Sangha of Vietnam in Tua Tien Hua province. I now request Mr. Thon Thiat Ki Van to make his presentation. So please unmute your mic. You're not audible to us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Now, sir. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, can I share my presentation, the PowerPoint?
Please do, sir.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thontat Kivan. I'm from Vietnam, and it's my pleasure to share with you our sharing of the topics of the Buddhist philosophy and its practice now in Vietnam in the past 100 years, in the past century, as well as my involvement in the teaching of the Buddhist philosophy to the youth in Vietnam as a member of the international branch of the Buddhist Sangha of Vietnam, as well as the Buddhist Family and Youth Association. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to join this international conference. And yeah. Right. Can you see my PowerPoint at this moment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah. So our topic is Buddhist philosophy and its practice in Vietnam from a young entrepreneur perspectives. Yeah, and I will cover a few things. The first one, I do a little bit introduction about myself and my family, because we have been a Buddhist families like a past century since my ancestors to my great father to my families right now. Then we talk about the official establishment of Gia đình Phật tử Việt Nam, which is a Vietnamese Buddhist Family and Youth Association, which occurred in the 1930, 1940, and officially inaugurated in 1951. And then my next startup to promote Buddhism-based education tourism in Vietnam as my next entrepreneurship venture for your information and inputs. Yeah, so that is basically my presentation today. Do I have like 20 or 25 minutes, madam?
Yes, sir. But can you just maximize your presentation, sir?
Yeah. All right. Thanks, madam. Okay. So this is a little bit about myself. Okay. My name is Kivan, and I live in Hue City in Vietnam. It's a nice place. It's the center of Vietnam, and we have a small family of 2 kids. And my wife is a teacher, and I have 2 kids, and we go to the pagodas, at a very young age, because it's kind of the family tradition. And I really like Happy Buddha, Đức Phật Di Lặc, right? Is our kind of very popular statue in Vietnam, because I see Lord Happy Buddha, like Maitreya in Sanskrit and Maitreya in Pali, in everywhere in Vietnam, and especially is my impression when I kind of visit Thiên Mu Pagoda, very kind of ancient pagoda in Hue City, and Lord Happy Buddha made a deep impression to me, because like he's very kind of friendly, and as you can see in the next slide, in our Vietnamese language we call it Nam Mô Đương Lai Hạ Sanh Di Lặc Tôn Phật, which means he has a great four immeasurables, even though all the kids are surrounded, and they kind of pitching him, biting him, and despite all of these kind of frustration, he still show a happy smile, which symbolize for the love and for the kindness, or or compassion, then for the joy and for the equanimity. So it's Từ bi hỷ xã. So this statue is very kind of popular in Vietnam, and it's make an impression to me very young age when I visit the pagodas with my my grandparents. So it's kind of the first impression that make me to explore more about Buddhism in Vietnam, and how I become a very kind of keen of Buddhism at a very young age. And so in our culture, Buddhism plays a very important role, as Dr. Venerable Thích Nguyên Đạt has explained earlier. Buddhism has got into Vietnam about like 2,000 years ago, and especially about 1,000 years ago, there's a pagoda, as you can see in the screen on the screen. The one pillar pagoda, the Chùa Một Cột, was built around 1,000 years ago, and it shows that these Buddhism and the nation are kind of intertwined and involved and supported each other a lot. And you can see here in this picture here, the Venerable Thích Trị Thủ has given a picture of the Chùa Một Cột, the one pillar pagoda, to Mr. Hoàng Quốc Việt, who was the headmaster of the Fatherland Front of Vietnam government in 1981, which was also the year that I was born, and also is the year that the official Vietnamese Buddhist Sangha were established. So we have a saying that mẹ chùa cha chợ hồn dân tộc, nếp sống muôn đời của tổ tông. That means Buddhism in Vietnam is very closely linked with the state, with the country, with the culture, with the local people, and for thousands of years, Buddhism and the kind of the worshipping ancestor culture of Vietnam are very much dependent on each other, and we've been kind of supporting each other to fight against a lot of the external enemies. And now, as you can see in this Google map, the One Pillar Pagoda is kind of still very close to the main administrative areas of Vietnam, including the Ân Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum, or the President of the State Office, and all the assembly places, as well as the Royal Citadel of Thăng Long, which is the Flying Dragon, which is also 1,000 years ago. So that is basically how I become very interested in exploring the linkage and the supporting each other mechanism between Buddhism and the nation when I was born like 40 years ago. When I go back to the past history, century of Vietnam, I see that Buddhism and the French resistance to the French colony play an important kind of benchmark in our history, the past century. Well, because you know Ân Ho, right? Ho Chi Minh was like the father of our modern state, who fights against the French colony in the early 1900s. So Ho Chi Minh was the leader by that time, and also another person from here is Phan Bội Châu. He is the person who sent out young students to Japan to study the civilization of Japan to go back and serve the country. And then the third person is Dr. Lê Đình Thám, who on this slide is a person who, together with my grandfather, I will talk later on, they were the one that established the An Nam Phật Học Hội, which is the An Nam Buddhism study, and Ân Côn Ho, Phan Bùi Châu, or Lê Đình Thám, they both, all of them live in Huế City, which is my hometown. So Huế City was the capital of Vietnam for 200 years, from 1802 until 1945. And it's also the capital of Buddhism in Vietnam for like 600 and 700 years. In together to support the resistance against the French colony, a lot of monks, like the senior monks, have joined together to revive the moralities of the young people, because at that time, 1920, 30, or 1940, a lot of young people follow the French culture. They just dress like the French culture, then they speak French, and they forgot a lot about the Vietnamese culture. So the resistance movement against the French colony actually rely on Buddhism to revive the morality, to have the young people to still worship the ancestor and not following the Christianity, which is another way that the French want to introduce and spread widely in Vietnam. So as you can see, these are the monks that kick off the Buddhism revival movement, and that's the kind of supporting the resistance movement against the French culture at that time. So you see, it's kind of very close linkage between the Buddhism and the state and the country. Now, if you have time to visit Vietnam in the future, you will see that Tư Đam Pagoda is a Chùa Tư Đam. It's the main place that has a lot of activities on the revival of Buddhism. And sorry, just a moment. Dạ, thầy con đang trình bày đấy, con đang trình bày đấy thầy này. Con đang trình bày. Dạ. Tư Đam Pagoda is also the place that my father, Dr. Tôn Thất Kỳ, has also joined the movement against the Ngô Đình Diệm regime, who was wanting to promote Christianity in the 1960s, and finally he was forced. Actually, he was assassinated because before that he want Buddhism to be collapsed, so that the Catholic and Christianity could be promoted in Vietnam. So it was a part of the civil war between the south and the north of Vietnam between 1945 and 1975. So I mean, nowadays Tư Đam Pagoda is still a very important place. Is kind of the a very key pagoda. Is now the current office of the Buddhist Sangha of Thừa Thiên Huế province, and I myself, as you can see, I'm the kind of the member of the standing committee of the Vietnamese Buddhist in Thừa Thiên Huế. So I joined this organization as a part of the Buddhist Sangha of Vietnam like 30 years ago. relating to Dam Pagoda, my grandfather, Mr. Thong Thak Tung, as you can see in the kind of the picture in the slide, he was one of the founders of the first four Vietnamese Buddhist family and youth association in Hue City as well as in Vietnam, now in my in is the birthplace of myself, which is about like 7 or 10 minutes away from my home at the moment, and I visit there quite often. So you know the value of the Buddhist philosophy in kind of planting the values of compassion, of kindness, and of empathy is kind of cultivated in myself at a very young age. You know, I go to pagoda at 8 or 9 years old, and you know, it's become a part of my life. It's like air that I breathe. It's like the water that I drink, and you know, I always think of my father, my grandfather, and the happy Buddha as a part of my. Even though, you know, I go to university in Australia or in UK, you know, it's one way Sangha Vietnam and still serve the association. Social establishment of Gia đình Phật tử Việt Nam, which is kind of introduced in Vietnam in 1940, is kind of adapt some of the concepts from on the slide, and our logo is a three on the upper section. So in the middle here, on the left, and then Tăng is monks on the right. So the noble or three jade is Phật, Tăng. I is one way advancing. Thanh is cleanliness, and Từ Bi is compassion. So the motto of Gia đình Phật tử Việt Nam is Bi Trị Dụng, right? And is compassion, wisdom, and courage. And it's very similar to Confucius, saying that a person that to be a good man needs to have a compassion, needs to have wisdom and courage, and it's symbolized the three Tam Vô Lầu Học, which is the three main ways of studying of the Buddhists in Vietnam is Giới Định Tuệ, which is discipline, meditation, and wisdom. So what we do in Gia đình Phật tử is we do worshiping on Sunday afternoon about 2 to 3 p.m. Then we have saluting of the flag. Then we organize some kind of the camping here, Then we have a lot of team building activities, and we have, as you can see, it's most and semaphore. So it's life skill and living values to help the teenagers and the children to be active, to be quick, and to be to do teamwork, to eat vegetarian food, as you can see here. And then they can dance, and they do good things for the community. They learn about karma. Then they close the day by a session. So it's kind of the activities of the Vietnamese Buddhist Family Association. And now we have around 1,000 Buddhist family association in Vietnam in 34 provinces with 68 brother leaders and kind of members. And so finally, what I want to do is to share my next startup is công ty du lịch Thiền Trí Tuệ, which is a way to introduce the Buddhist based philosophy, the way of using meditation from Thiền sư Thích Nhất Hạnh Venerable to organize some tour for people to enjoy a new product, a tourism product that give meditation, eating vegetarian, and live slowly. Okay, now the kind of the 4.0, the digital age is so fast. So this kind of meditation, we call it công ty du lịch Thiền Trí Tuệ. That means we call it 3T company. So Tranquility and travel companies, they want to introduce a way of living slowly to the youth, especially to the family, so that they will slow down, they will use meditation to care, to live in peace, in harmony, and they meditate and live in harmony with themselves, within the families, with the company, with between themselves and the nature. So meditation in our Vietnamese context is simple. It's từ oai nghĩ đi đừng nằm ngồi. So you walk peacefully. Okay, you walk in focusing. You stand in meditation. You stand in focusing. You stand with the peace. You lie in peace. You lie in peace. Nằm. And you ngồi. Ngồi is like sit in peace, sit in mindfulness. So it's very simple. So we combine with a lot of meditation, chanting, eating vegetarianism, and we want to introduce this as a new way of living for the youth, so that they go back to the good values of Buddhist philosophy, the harmony between each other in the families, with the company, with the community, and with each person, with the community. Then if one person find the peace in themselves, then they would find the peace for the world. And I think India would be a very best place for people to go to India to visit such a place. I think India is starting with I is, you guys said, internet. You guys great in IT. Then you have N is, you guys got a lot of nature, where Buddha was born, and do the Dharma teaching around the forest, the good. Then you have D is the Dharma, where the Lord Buddha is shown. And then I, you are very intelligent. And finally the A, I think you are advertising the Buddhism. You advocate for Buddhism as a way to heal the world. So I would like to close my presentation by singing a few lyrics of the Heal the World. Heal the world, be a better place. And I wish you well, and I wish you a happy New Year. It's a New Year festival in Vietnam. Thank you for your listening, and I wish you best. And would like to welcome on the inputs and comments from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thontat Kiwan, for the very nice presentation tracing the history of Buddhism in Vietnam and also sharing with us a good practice in Vietnam. The Vietnam Buddhist Family and Youth Association doing wonderful work, trying to inculcate values in the youth. These associations, as you said, there are about 1,000 across your country, and they are indulging in, they're undertaking chanting, teamwork, promoting vegetarianism, doing good things for the community, dance, and all very comprehensively. I think it's a the youth association is focusing on comprehensive youth development and overall holistic youth development. Thank you very much for sharing with us this very good practice of Vietnam. There are some questions for you, sir. If you're ready, can I read it out to you? They are all in the chat box. There's one from Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, one of our speakers who will be speaking a little later. He says, since you are from Hue City, Vietnam, I would like to know the activities of Vietnam Buddhist studies related to connecting youth with Buddhism. You have already shared this about this association, youth association. If possible, please enlighten us, Venerable. If you can. And since you are from the US, same thing. He's repeating the same thing. He would just like to know what are the activities of the Vietnam Buddhist studies connecting youth and Buddhism. As I said, you already shared.
Activities of Vietnam Buddhist University.
The university, right?
Yeah. One of the rector is already on this platform also. Thick Nguyen that.
Yeah. A lot. We have a close connection with the with Vietnam Buddhist University. Like we organize some kind of the sharing about how to do social work for the community, for the poor people in times of times of typhoon or flood, and because in Vietnam, especially in the central region, we are a place that are disaster prone, so we collaborate with them to do the kind of the first aid support for the victims of the disaster. But also in other part, I encourage like my colleagues in my fellow brother leaders in the Vietnamese Buddhist Association to advance their Buddhist study through the Buddhist university. Like myself, I now got a master degree from UK, from the Master of Public Health from University of Liverpool, and my plan for the next 4 years is that to study with Dr. Venerable Thích Nguyên Đạt to do a PhD in engaged Buddhism that use the model of Buddhist-based educational tourism as a way to improve the life and income for people in Hue City, and as a way to introduce Buddhist philosophy as a tourism product, as a new product of Thừa Thiên Huế, and we are preparing for this kind of academic study, and I will pursue that PhD study in the next 4 years. So yeah, there's a strong linkage between us, the youth and the university. But of course, there are a lot more things to do because the youth, the university in Vietnam, they teach a lot of very complicated things about Buddhist philosophy. It's very, very hard to understand. They talk about like Buddhist terminology, which is really very, very high, even for like person like me. So I mean, in the future, if you want to attract like young people to pursue like college or university degree in Buddhism, then I would suggest the academic board of Vietnamese University of Buddhism to kind of simplify the terminology and use more lay language so that more and more people could study at the Buddhist university. Okay. Do I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's just one more question, sir, to you. That is from Dr. Sonam. She wants to know, she wants you to share more story about how your father and Buddhist Vietnamese actually preserved and promoted Buddha Dharma in the face of French colonization and Christian evangelism.
Well, I mean, that's the story of the past century, the 100 years. And I mean, you know, in the French come with this Catholic and Christianity in 17th century, and a lot of missionaries come together with Alexandros to introduce the Bible study to Vietnam, and you know, that kind of culture, it demolished, it destroyed the Vietnamese tradition of worshiping an ancestor. So it's kind of do not accept that you know, we you know, in our culture, we are Asian culture, we are East Asian culture, we worship our ancestor, we worship the nature, we worship like our deep roots, you know. But the Christianity or the Catholic, they only promote the worshiping of God, like Jesus Christ. So it break the linkage, the bonding of the family, of the tradition for that already rooted in Vietnam for 1,000 years. So it's kind of against the wish of the you know, normal people. So that's why, like, my grandfather together with other people has founded the An Nam Buddhism study, so that they use Buddhism as a way to go back to the ancestor worshiping tradition, which is you know, always thinking and always giving thanks to the people who give birth to you, to the ancestor, not like Christianity, only worshiping Jesus Christ. So after 20 or 30 years, my father continued to follow that footstep, and when President Ngô Đình Diệm want to evangelize Christianity and kind of they want to own the pagodas in Huế and in Vietnam to pull down the Buddhist flag, is the international Buddhist flag. Then it caused kind of a resistance, the strong movement on the people, and the people bring the Buddhist altar to the road to fight against the army tanks. So my father, together with all the medical students, they joined that movement. And then my father got go to jail because of that resistance. And after the 1975, he got released from the jail and he had to go back to finish the medical school. And then to my generation, I you know, after finishing my Master of Public Health study in UK, I served for World Vision. You know, World Vision is also a Christian organization. It's had very good value and is a child-focused international organization on charity, and it's do a lot of good. But again, after, you know, got in some good position as a zonal manager, like the director of Central Vietnam areas, I find that my Buddhist philosophy could not allow me to continue that pathway, even though that I got income and good position in the society. So that's why I decided to resign from World Vision you know, I mean, in a way, it wants to evangelize Christianity. And that's why I resign and I go back and start up the translation and communication company. And the next startup is the Buddhist based educational tourism company. That is my next startup, and I hope you pray for me, pray for my team that our startup will be successful. Thank you. Sorry, madam, I couldn't hear you.
There are two more questions. If you could briefly answer them so that we can move on to the next. But I think you should answer because this is a forum where you can actually get answers to such questions. Mr. Rajesh Verma, actually from Nepal, wants to know the basic idea for PhD in Buddhism. Basic qualification for a PhD in Buddhism. He wants to know whether he can join the university for PhD in Buddhism in your country. And there's another question, but actually an observation by Meherlibai Dhabi, who says that that Vietnam was among the countries that successfully managed the COVID pandemic. The response to the Vietnamese was one of the most effective against the pandemic. What role did Buddhism play in this incredible response?
All right, that's a great question. So the first one relating to the PhD in Buddhism, unfortunately at the moment is only taught in Vietnamese. So I'm not sure if the university would open a PhD course in English. I need to check with my academic board at the Vietnamese Buddhist University. I think in the near future, it's still only in Vietnamese. Yeah, so that's my answer at this moment. The second question relating to COVID-19 pandemic, that's a great question. And in Vietnam, well, I got to be honest that Vietnam is a communist party and is a one political system country. So it's not like other liberal or not like other Western countries. The people in Vietnam quite follow the direction and the policy from the central government. And one good thing that Buddhism and the Buddhist followers do for the Vietnam people is that we pray a lot. And we have a growth mindset. We think about the future. Is nghiệp, like the karma, right? Like if you got sick or if you die because of some diseases, that's because your carefulness, but it's also because of your past, some bad things that you have done in the past is like nghiệp, is karma. And so it's a cause and effect relationship. So you try your best to, protect yourself by the 5K. We have the 5K slogan is 50, like 5K. 5K is 5K. So always wear mask. That's the first thing. The second one is always wash hands with sanitizers. The third one is avoid public places with a lot of people. The fourth one is always check the temperature. And the fifth one is do not feel kind of panic or because of the fake news or because of the spreading of the misinformation on the internet on the pandemic. So that's kind of the basic 5 guidelines of the government. And as a Buddhist followers, I and my team and we promote 1C and 1T. C is that we need to do a lot of cười is smiling, feel smile and feel kind of peace, like happy Buddha, like always think about the future, find peace in yourself, and cười or smiling in our Vietnamese culture we call it một nụ cười là 10 tháng thuốc bổ. So smiling is equivalent to 10 medicines, 10 vitamins. So vitamins cười or smiling vitamin is the best vitamin C. So it's a way to encourage yourself to build the inner strength of yourself to fight against the pandemic. So from a public health perspective, it's a very good kind of inner immune system for your body, right? So if you feel good, if your inner self is good, then your body goes. So the mind determines the body. So that's the kind of the mentality that the Buddhist philosophy wants to promote in Vietnam this day, and we do encourage people to do a lot of exercise, like meditation, like walking, like chanting. Is a way of doing physical and mental exercise to make your body strong. Every day I do a lot of chanting, meditation, and walking and running. So that's a way to improve your immune system as well. So that's the things that Buddhist followers like me encourage and helping the Vietnamese people to fight against the COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wontat, for that very, very interesting presentation and your patience in answering all the questions. Thank you very much. And also, I should thank you for all the compliments that you have paid to India. Thank you very much, sir. We'll move on now to the next presentation, which is from India. Professor Amarjeeva Lochan. He will be making a presentation on the realm of Buddhist networking among Southeast Asian youth. Let me introduce Professor Amarjeeva Lochan. He teaches at the University of Delhi and is presently the Deputy Dean of International Relations. He is also the Foreign Students Advisor of Delhi University. He is a Governing Council member in the India Center for Migration, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Professor Lochan also serves Ministry of Culture and Education Ministry in various capacities. He looks into issues of Indian diaspora, Indic President of the South and Southeast Asian Association for the Study of Culture and Association for the History of Religions under the International Council for Philosophy and Human Sciences, an initiative of UNESCO. For pursuing research and academic endeavors, he has really widely traveled across the globe, almost covering 84 countries. So the time is yours, Professor Amarjeeva Lochan, for your presentation on the realm of Buddhist networking Southeast Asian youth.
Thank you so much, Professor Vasanti, for bringing me here. And now the last sentence which is said to me, it is the time is yours, but actually my time is gone because I had a 3:30 slot and I have another meeting, so I would try to be a little bit shorter than what I have actually planned. It is a wonderful platform to meet and interact with so many scholars from so many countries and with so many thought lines. But one common thing which connects all of us today is Buddhism, and especially when you have highlighted my session to relate with the youth, is a great time to understand about youth and their relation and interaction, which is how happening in the world. And I have, as you have rightly said, selected the area of Southeast Asia, where I generally try to know history and culture or religion there. So first of all, let us see how do we understand this total scenario. Uh, if you see the history of Southeast Asia, apart from Thailand to certain extent, the entire South Asia was, wherever you find elements of Buddhism, was completely under colonial rules of different masters, whether it was British in Myanmar or French in Cambodia or Vietnam and Laos. These all places have this imprint, big imprint of a culture which was completely alien in the area. And this complete alienation also brought a very different society. And if you see post Second World War, they do have another wave of influence coming in the area following the publication of materials on European culture, European political situation. That was the advent of Marxism. And in this kind of two juxtaposed situation, where you can see the colonial power ended, rather landed into the hands of those who did not believe religion. So you can see, especially after 1945 to 1995, 50 years, the youth and Buddhism was some subject which was only in the books and not in a social behavior. As you know, in Cambodia, during Pol Pot regime, 80% of Buddhist youth, teachers, professors, and monks were killed, massacred. Similarly, the evangelism was at a top peak in Laos and Myanmar, and to certain extent in certain parts of Thailand. So you can see when the colonial masters were there, and when the new masters came with one party line, one single party line, youth were suffering quite a lot. But with the advent of a new era, starting especially after the agreement of 1975 in Myanmar, and also in 2012 election times, and also in Thailand, the the area to promote Buddhism by providing a special money by the central government of Thailand, and certain other exercises which happened in Indonesia and also in Vietnam made youth aware who are they. So the first part of our suffering in youth or youth world in this area is affected by this kind of situation, because they learned mostly about Buddhism as a system which was not known to them as a subject, which will be very difficult to understand, and it will be easier to understand. The youth was learning about past by their own parents and sisters. So this is a situation which makes us to realize how youth can react to that. So as I said to you, the agreements and other things have happened, and it would be important to us to know that there was a sudden upsurge among youth about the value.
So if you can speak a little louder so that you're not so audible.
Can you, is it better now?
It is better, sir.
Okay, sorry about the mic. So this situation is very important to understand, that how youth could revive themselves or revive Buddhism. But as I said, every bad days have some end, and the challenges which came up became part of the genre of youth in this South Asian region where we are talking about. So now the awareness of their heritage in Southeast Asia was the most important key for them to grow, to understand the value of that. Before, see, in Thailand, there was no situation like what you have in Myanmar. In Cambodia, you could not think of telling yourself that you are a Buddhist. You could not say even a word about Buddhism till 1992 in Laos. And this situation became much more difficult in the period after post-colonial duration. Now, when the awareness comes about keeping up their heritage, if you see, tangible heritage of all these countries are mostly Buddhism. So Buddhist sites, Buddhist architecture, Buddhist art became a subject of great care, and in this form, youth were getting involved into that. Many places, departments of archaeology were developed where they could teach about art and architecture. Of course, when they would talk about art and architecture, Buddhism would become major part of that. So now the youth were aware and they are ready for coming to help and understand their past. So this nostalgia of themselves about Buddhism, they could not get into the mind before, but they are much more aggressive into that. And you must also remember the side effect of Vietnam War in the entire Southeast Asia. Many young people who survived and fled away, you can see about 2 million people of Vietnam origin living in Indonesia, in USA, and also some part of Canada, that have been possible because of that is the reason. Is very, very important to understand about this factor that youth were worried about what they can understand about their cultural thing, and that would be important to see the national pride. This national pride among youth led to the creation of Buddhist Sunday School. And this Buddhist Sunday School, the concept came from Christianity, but they utilize it together on Sundays so that they can learn certain terms and terminology about morality and values of ethics, especially in Thailand and Cambodia. They started in a big way. In 1990s, you can see there was another challenge coming up, so youth has to take up again their hands. And what is happening? When the modern life started, many countries have a different kind of problem of conversion. Highlands of population, which you see in northern Thailand, the provinces like Mae Hong Son or the places near Chiang Rai, they got huge number of indigenous people being brought into the fold of some sorts of Christianity. This was very much well noted down among Buddhist Sangha in Thailand, especially in Bangkok, because that area, Buddhist monks were trying to spread the message of Buddhism, and they were not able to be doing that because of the support of the local people, and the facilities being provided by the alien people was not matching to them. Similarly, there was a situation of war-torn Cambodia, which would mean that youth in non-capital provinces were also having a problem, like, for example, Battambang in Cambodia. The South Korean evangelists started coming there. Luang Prabang in Laos, Toraja Sulawesi in Indonesia. There were certain pockets of Buddhism were getting lost completely. So youth came up by learning the methods of what they have found in alien land, and they could develop a group of association, as very rightly said by my previous Vietnamese scholar, that how youth are forming a team and they do work into a system where they try to promote their own religion, their forms of that. You see, the promotion of vegetarianism is not an essential part of Buddhism, because when you see Southeast Asia, 75% they do belong to part of Theravada. In Theravada tradition, the meat eating is not a subject. But in Mahayana countries, where 70%, like in Vietnam, they do have this concept of Buddhism and vegetarianism. So that is highly promoted by high-ranking monks in Vietnam. So that became very much matching with the vegan movement in the West. So you see, this is also a parallel line to be seen how youth gets motivated. You see, for promoting their own cultural values or Buddhist values or Buddhist heritage or Buddhist ethics, they did find certain parallel which helped them to understand, and they could use those very, very well. So that's why you can see in 1997, I remember in Ho Chi Minh City, you could not find even 2 vegetarian shops. And today, 2017, after 20 years, you can see 650 shops only in Vietnam, only in Ho Chi Minh City. So this kind of vegetarianism, matching with Mahayana ethics of Buddhism, became very much popular, a great power of youth. Now, youth was coming up, and the youth was also demanding to know more about their religion. So Buddhist Sangha, especially I am referring to Thailand, they came up with youth character build-up program. They would gather them in the monastery for a few days, and they will talk to them by telling the stories of the past, especially Bodhisattva stories, Vaishantara Jatak, and all these things built up their characters. And that was highly matched by Sangha's support line by organizing Lakhon in all Buddhist temples in entire Thailand, where they could talk about their Buddhist heritage, sacrifices of Bodhisattva, and all that led to a great service to the nation. Now, what is happening? Youth in this area, being Buddhist, they thought there any archaeological art heritage should not be lost. So, since 1987, there has been youth in Thailand and Cambodia especially, fighting for getting back the Buddhist art pieces stolen from the area during colonial time and also during Marxian time. Because during Marxian time also, it was very easy to take away, smuggle out Buddhist statues. So this result of Buddhist youth is very marvelous. We, in fact, in India should learn from them, because if you see in the last 2 years, especially to 2018 to 2020, there have been 45 high quality images of Buddhism brought back to Cambodia and Thailand. I just had a news 2 days ago, 560 pieces of Cambodian culture is now on the way after they have won the case in Maryland, USA. So you can see the youth made it a subject. Our heritage is our heritage, our Buddhism is our Buddhism, we have to protect it. So these kind of things have come up in a bigger way. Now, coming up of that, now let us see why the youth have been facing problem in 2020, 2010 due to forced conversion is simply because of the facilities. Medicine and hospitals, as you have seen in Indian case, in northeastern India, down south, they offer beautiful medicinal hospitals and all, and electricity type of things. So they were lured to join them because there is only Jesus was the hope for them. Similarly, when there was a crisis, they could show them by showing small images of Bible. See, when you are touching that, the magic will come. And the Santa Claus type of things were happening in Battambang, which I have seen from my own eyes. And the South Korean chartered plane will land in that remote area, stay with 15 boys and girls in the same village, and every time they would take the 120-seater plane with at least 60 youth in the name of education. So this was an outcry in Buddhist Sangha, in Vietnam especially, and also in Thailand. Why not we provide them higher education? If you remember, till 1990, 990, master's degree course was also not available in many of these countries. Maximum study was bachelor, and after bachelor they became professors also. There was no concept of masters. So you can see when you see the history 1990s onwards, all these Southeast Asian countries, I'm talking about except Singapore and Malaysia, they had created lots of master's degree program. Even for Vietnam, Buddhism, PhD Buddhist program has just come there 7 to 10, 8 years ago. So you can see the new awakening came because youth were lured and taken away to Norway, South Korea, other places in Scandinavia to make them part of their agent so they can come back and take more and more people from here to that. Now, Buddhist Sangha also demanded in 2020 that they should have much more medicinal facilities in hospitals by the government support. Thanks to coronavirus, novel coronavirus, we have found a great emphasis came from Buddhist monks among youth to take up the cause of traditional medicines based on the plants and trees. This is some sort of, you can say, Ayurveda in action. A among youth of Thailand and Cambodia and also in Laos. This has come up in a big way. So going back to the roots, Buddhist youth now in this area is working to get people into that. We have just heard from our previous speaker talking about engaged Buddhism. Engaged Buddhism sounds very attractive title, but you know, it is no more that much engaging Buddhism, to be very truthful to you. This concept of engaged Buddhism, which came from University of California, Los Angeles in 1965, was given impetus by Dalai Lama's getting Nobel Prize in 1989. And in the name of engaged Buddhism, there has been batches and batches of people moving in the forest. And again, in the name of interfaith dialogue, engaged Buddhism platform has been hijacked continuously by many scholars and many people who could talk about that it is good to have a dialogue with Christianity. So engaged Buddhism is a new form of neo-colonial master's plan, which one has to be very careful. Engaged Buddhism looks sound, but when you go into the detail, what is happening, one has to be very careful. I tell my all South Asian young boys and girls to take care of that fact. You see, there is no question of talking about goodness of all the religions. Just protecting our own religion is more important without harming others. That is the most important motive. Youths are learning in many ways in that. Finally, I would like to add two more points. This impetus among young minds of Buddhist nature in the areas of Southeast Asia have been further caused by their exposure to their family relatives staying in Western countries. Especially, I'm talking about Long Island area in California, where you can see at least 200,000 Vietnamese people living there. They did learn how difficult it was for them to continue the practice for which they have saved their life and ran away from Vietnam. They could not find that much facilities here. They were always pooh-poohed in the market. Who are they? Yellow skin, all bad terms they were listening to. And this made them aware. And then Thich and other types of monks have promoted who are you? Who am I? Concept among youth. This concept made them like some sort of jago in them. And that made them fight for that, because when there is a Buddha medallion used by pop stars in a very derogatory and pornographic way, it is the youth of Buddhism, they fight. And it is very happy to learn from many of our reporting that sometimes Ganesha also belongs to them. Buddhist youth have been fighting in many countries abroad as a citizen of those countries after becoming a permanent residency there, and they do fight about that. Last year, there was a big fight only for one image, which was taken from Angkor Wat complex. But when the image was found, it was the image of Balarama. It's not a Buddhist image, as you know, Balarama, Krishna, Balarama story. But I asked Buddhist youth, why you are fighting? Sir, for you it may be Hindu, but for me it's not Hindu. It is our heritage. Our heritage. We have to fight it. They spend about $1 million fighting cases in America. As you know, fighting cases in America for loss of stolen properties and bringing back is a very tough job. They do charge a lot, but they collected money from donations from many places. So for them, the syncretic nature of Indic religion is very important core subject in their mind. And I'm happy with the association also coming up, Buddhist association in other countries like Young Buddhist Association of Indonesia, in California and Washington and Maryland. They have 20,000 young Buddhists from Indonesia working for the promotion of Buddhist gathering. Indonesia and Buddhism does not sound very strong, as we have no complete idea about that. But you may know the Chinese migration in 17th century in Indonesia has created about 6 million population of Buddhist in Indonesia in many locations, especially Yogyakarta and also Surabaya type of places. So this is very important to see that Buddhism, which was completely gone after the days of Borobudur by the new advent of the new religion coming from Arab, they could still revive that with the Jin Rakhita, the most famous monk of 19th and 20th century, who revived Buddhism in Indonesia and is an icon for all youth in Buddhist Indonesia. So these are happening in many parts of the world. they do protect their culture, and they go back home and they try to help them in the same manner, like what one can think of that. With these words, I have to cut short my other points because I have a meeting with my real boss, so I have to run there. But still, I'm available here for taking some question, and I'm very grateful to ICCR and all other people involved into this kind of Rajiv Gandhi Center and all for giving me an opportunity to interact, though not that much longer, not much great. I'm happy to learn from all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Amarjeeva Lochin, for that very interesting presentation on post-colonial youth involvement in the growth of Buddhism and protection of Buddhism in Southeast Asia. It was quite interesting to listen to all that kind of information. There are a lot of questions for you, sir. I will, if you can look at when they're all in the chat box, but I'll just read them to you. Dr. Pavan Kumar again, he asks, does belief and practices among Indian youth about Buddhism start with the Buddha, who has been decorated as the ninth avatar of Lord Vishnu?
You see, when we take this concept of avatara and Buddhism and Buddha, in Indian case, it might be some kind of inspiration for youth to pick up. But in the South Asian location, avatara concept would be creating some sort of a strife without no reasons when they're already having Ganesha and Shiva worshipped more than Murugan, more than anything in the entire world. We should be happier with that. We do not should plant something like that to them because British and French historians have already poisoned their minds, saying it is some sort of subjugation. I was talking about the case of Balarama statue, the Vishnu statue of Phnom Rung in Thailand, which was brought from Metropolitan Museum of New York in 1991. I remember it was a national news in the country. And they say Buddha has come back. This was the news of the Buddhist people. But if from that is the Vishnu of reclining Vishnu on the Sheshanaga. But you see, when they are happier with that kind of concept, Indian youth models should long involve into understanding the Buddhist ideology which is found in Jataka stories. Our biggest disconnect in Indian youth is that we are not knowing Jatakas. Indian youth has such a great disconnect. They should learn more about Buddhist Jataka stories, how the ideals are presented by Buddha. That is most important for us to learn in India.
Thank you, sir. One more question. How can India, the home of Buddha Dharma, revive your ancient Buddhist wisdom and heritage following Southeast Asian countries' example? And this is from Dr. Sonam.
Dr. Sonamla, the most important thing here is that you find our understanding of educational imparting of past of India has been very, very dull. We have been given no chance to understand India by Indians' mind of view. We have always been told in a different frame. So it is no harm at all to learn back from Southeast Asia that how they do behave with the two religion with single frame, Hindu Buddhism I'm referring to, is a single frame without any inhibition, without any situation of shamelessness or shamefulness. So this is very important to understand. For them, it is heritage. For us, it is becomes religion. We have to understand this difference. Indian people must learn a lot by not emphasizing the gap which has been taught for so many decades in India, but as a compromise or as a accommodating ideas of two different streams. Finally, when you talk about Buddhism and Buddha, you will find lots of references of Indic nature of culture. I will not even tell Hindu culture because Hindu is a word of very late origin. So Indic culture has the same kind of fervor which you find much more flourishing, taken care of in these parts of the world. That is the beauty where you find Brahma, 14,000 Brahma temples in Thailand. We have only one in Pushkar, Rajasthan. So does it mean that we are very bad? No. Or does it mean they are very, very good? No. The respect has to be respected. Their reverence has to be admired by us. We should learn in that frame, then we are good Indian citizens.
Professor Lochin, there's another question from Dr. Sonam. She asks,
Yeah.
why are you weary of the phrase engaged Buddhism? How is it related with neo-colonialism?
For that, you have to go into the recent development. You see, engaged Buddhism was started in late 70s. That time it was some concept. You see, when you say engaged Christianity is the big issue in Europe. You have to know that also. The number of people, youth, not going to church is now going down so drastically in entire Christian world. The number of youth is now less than 5%. At least we are 45% youth in India going to the temples, but there is 5%. So they have started some formula to engage the youth to come back to Christianity. And that formula was hijacked and brought to say about engaged Buddhism. Buddhism is most engaged. We don't need to be called new engagement of Buddhism. Right from the day one, Buddhist monk wakes up and involves in giving sermons, advices to the people. He connected with families by going on alms collection in the morning. He is all the time engaged. Protection of the trees in Thailand, they put yellow rope around the tree, which are 100-year, 200-year-old tree. I mean, they have been engaged. What sort of engagement they want? If Buddhism is the only religion, if you call religion, seriously most engaged in the world. They put involvement of Upasaka, they put involvement in the name of Upasika, they put name involved in the name of Bhikshu and Mahastavira. Every concept is full of engagement. Do we have to emphasize that? They are. If you are going to offer some center for AIDS treatment, which they do in Cambodia and Thailand, then you can do that. Okay? Thank you.
Sir, if they get a professor, they will have all the questions. I think they have 2 or 3 more. If you can just answer them, sir. Yeah, this is a question from Mr. Rajesh
Sorry,
Sharma.
thank you so much for. I'm sorry.
There's a question from Mr. Rajesh Sharma. He wants to know what is the.
Yes, please.
What is the percentage of youth following Buddhist philosophy in Southeast Asia, and what is the percentage of youth following Buddhist philosophy in India?
Rajeshji, or in Indian like me, he must know better than me. You're a scholar. I'm only caller. So, number of Indians. You see, when you talk about number, this percentage game I don't like. Why? Because something is so much inbuilt in our behavior, and we are Buddhist. All of we are Buddhist. Do we have any hatred for Buddhism? No. So we are Buddhist. What is the formula to define Buddhism? This is my question. How do you define percentage and I am Buddhist or not Buddhist? If I am going to Buddhist, you see the number of people in India visiting a Buddhist site is the India's topmost place is Bodh Gaya. That is now it has beaten Taj Mahal in last 3 years as the most visited by any tourist. 85% of the tourists coming to Bodh Gaya is Indian people. According to your formula, they may not be Buddhism. They may not be Buddhist. And then you will cut and make percentage India 2% just going around Nagpur or Aurangabad. It's not that. Buddhism is not only there. Buddhism is everywhere in India. So percentage. Everywhere in India. They're struggling. It's slowly by slowly. Can you believe what happened in South Korea? Today, the number of Buddhism in South Korea is only 43%. From 86% of 1920s, just in the last 100 years. They are losing, their percentage going, they are 100%, they are going down. That's why youth are waking up there. That is the reason we have to learn from their model. But here, we are taught about the differences of Buddhism. Where you read about the growth and origin of Buddhism, any syllabus, anywhere in India, any school, any high school, any curriculum, first cause is given a protest against Hinduism, a reaction against Brahmanism. This. How come we can make our youth understand who are we? So I mean, I have many strong thoughts on the subject, this subject, and I'm very glad that you asked this question to allow me to speak like that.
So one last question, though this was addressed to all the speakers, I thought let me, because I missed it out in the chat box. This is from Hansraj. He asks, Buddha was the ninth avatar of Lord Vishnu, and Lord Vishnu was, has innumerable avatars, of which Dashavatar is known. Nations, the most popular is Gautam Buddha avatar, the originator of Buddhism. So if Buddhism is Buddhism a segment of Hinduism, or is it part of Hinduism? I think you have partly answered this question to one of the earlier questions, but
Yeah, this is Professor, is very important to understand that our mindset is completely poisoned. We are going, see, the Dashavatara panel and a reference of Dashavatara and Buddha is only in 1.5% of the entire Indian literature. 98.5% they do not talk about that. 75 pieces of only sandstone and other type of stone where we have that panel of 10 avatars. Only 75 pieces. And they are just talked about that only. They don't talk about other millions of other images. So the way we are being taught has to be changed. Buddha is in our heart and soul. We cannot wake up every morning without Buddha in our thought. There are many, many reasons, but it is only ye and us. We have to learn that. I think we should, I will recommend the organizer to understand Buddhism defined type of conference to be done in Asian platform. That will be a good idea to do. There we can discuss freely, thoroughly, and of course in person. No more video type of thing. No more WebEx. The money going to America to WebEx company. Whether you do in Zoom, every money goes out of India. So I will recommend you to have certain kind of dialogue by a different name of the conference, Asia and Buddhism in Action, how to act. This is very important. Thank you so much. I take your permission to leave.
Thank you.
I have another meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
So now we'll move on to the next session, which is by Dr. Suresh Kumar. He will be speaking on Sila, a tool for moral, harmonious, and spiritual life. Let me introduce Dr. Suresh Kumar. He is presently working as assistant professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies in Nava Nalanda Mahavihara in Nalanda, Bihar, in India, which is a deemed university under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He has obtained his PhD and master's degree in Buddhist studies from the University of Jammu Kashmir in India. He has also been appointed a member of the State Advisory Board for the development of Pahari speaking people by the government of Jammu and Kashmir. He has also served as he has served in the Indian Council of Historical Research, ICHR, as an assistant director from 2016 to 2020. In his academic endeavor, he has attended more than 51 national and international seminar conferences in India and abroad, and has, to his credit, publications of about 18 research papers in journals of international repute. His recently published book titled Buddhist Ethics, Relevance and Impact on Contemporary Society has very wide circulation. Dr. Suresh is also associated with many academic and social organizations. He is well known for his writings and speeches on contemporary issues. His areas of interest actually include research, administration, teaching, and journalism. Dr. Suresh, now you can make your presentation on Sila, a tool for a moral, harmonious, and spiritual life.
Namaskar, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, so good afternoon to all of you. So friends, we are aware that the pages of human history are full of conflict, fear, unrest, distrust, war, and bloodshed among individuals, communities, and nations. If we look minutely about the cause of this large-scale violence and unrest, we will find that it has happened due to hatred and jealousy that has corrupted the mind, leading to such violent acts. Due to this violence, man has suffered a lot, and the story of such acts and suffering is still continuing. Although many efforts were initiated by the spiritual, religious, and social leadership for curbing this violence, but the formulas, theories, the principles, thoughts, and the ideas shared by those personalities could not stand for a longer period. In between all these efforts, we come across the concept of seal, that is virtue, advocated by the Buddha about 2600 years ago. According to him, the fundamental reason for killing, war, destruction, hatred, ill will, etc. is because man is basically a short-tempered and hence loses control on his sense organs, due to which he gets involved in immoral acts. But with the practice of seal, one can refrain oneself from the act of violence, ill will, hatred. It is because seal, or you can say the moral act, is the principle of human behavior that promotes orderly and peaceful existence. Before moving ahead, let us have an overview of the term seal. Seal, which is known as virtue in English, has been analyzed in various contexts and standpoints. Consequently, a number of meaning and diversification have come before us, such as it stands for habit, nature, character, behavior. However, here it is being taken in a very specific sense of purifying the physical and vocal misdeeds, and also that of preparing a solid background for building a strong structure of character. In this background, there arises the following questions to have a proper understanding of seal. As what is seal? In what sense it is seal? What are its characteristics, its essence, its manifestation, and its advantages? As an answer to the question that what exactly seal is or virtue is, it may be said that it is the twofold volition due to which one keeps oneself restrained from immoral deeds such as killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, etc., and also due to which one fulfills one's duties assigned to one with full devotion and sincerity. In this context, seal has been said to be fourfold, namely volition is virtue, psychic factors are virtue, restraint is virtue, and non-transgression is virtue. Here, by the statement, the volition is virtue, it is understood that volition or determination taken at the level of mind is virtue, which is taken for restraint from killing, stealing, indulging in sexual misdeed, and such other immoral deeds, and also fulfilling the duties assigned to a person. The psychic factors, which are virtue, the psychic factors which are virtue are those factors which remain with consciousness and assist it in discharging each and every type of action. Sacrifice, friendliness, right views, etc. are some of these psychic factors which play their role in keeping a man restrained from committing immoral actions. Restraint is virtue. The statement indicates to the fivefold restraint. These are restraint by means of patimok, restraint by means of mindfulness, restraint by means of knowledge, restraint by means of patience, and restraint by means of energy. Patimok, as you all are aware, that is the collection of rules and regulations for regulating the life of monks and nuns. There are altogether 227 rules prescribed by the Buddha for monks and 311 for nuns, but following the rules of Patimok and keeping restraint according to them is the restraint by means of Patimok. There are 6 sense organs, namely ear, eye, nose, tongue, body, and mind, and there are also 6 objects of these sense organs. These are the visible object, that is Roop, the audible object, that is Sad, the odorous object, that is Gandh, the sapid object, that is dust, and the tangible object, that is photo, and the last one is the Dham. When an object comes in the sphere of respective sense organ, it is quite natural that the respective sense organ starts reacting to the object. What is not desirable here is that the sense organ starts developing attachment to it. The sati, the mindfulness, is a factor which keeps the sense organs under control and does not allow them to get involved in with their respective objects. Then the seeing is for the sake of seeing only, the hearing is for the sake of hearing only, and so on. Mindfulness prevents undesirable objects from entering into mind and allow only those factors which are desirable and helpful for the benefit of mind. Observing virtue through guarding the sense organs and their proper functions is the mindful restraint. Mindfulness is so much forceful that it can check all the currents of craving. For example, lust for sensual pleasure, lust for repeated existence, and lust for one's own prosperity and destruction for others flowing in this world. The Buddha has called these cravings the root cause of all the sufferings in life. The knowledge restraint is nothing but the wisdom itself. It puts a restraint on the origin of craving. When a person attains to wisdom, he clearly understands the three characteristics of Dhamm. These are the impermanence, the suffering, and the substanceless, and thereby is not affected by the cravings and becomes away from the cycle of repeated existence. Even during this life, he lives like an unattached person. He does not take delight in the four requisites, means robe, food, dwelling places, and medicine. Rather, he accepts them just as to maintain his body so that it could help him in pursuing his moral life. Similarly, the patience restraint indicates the nature and quality of enduring cold and heat. Through the year, weather does not remain the same, rather it changes frequently. Sometimes it is summer, sometimes it's rainy, sometimes it's winter. A virtuous man is supposed to have patience enough to bear all sorts of odds without getting any deviation from his set goal, and he endeavors to that. The energy restraint is the energy to restrain oneself from the temptation of acquiring and using various types of worldly ease. Energy is the factor that keeps one encouraged to proceed on a right path without deviations. Energy restraint include within itself the right way of livelihood. Thereafter comes the non-transgression virtue. Here it may be said that whatever virtue a person is observing, he should not transgress them physically or vocally. Such a non-transgression is literally called the non-transgression virtue. So far as the sense in which virtue is used, we see that primarily it has been used in the sense being the base or ground of all moral dhammas. As the founding stone is the base of a building or any other structure, so is the virtue for the building of moral and spiritual life. Virtue, that is seal, places rightly physical and vocal action. Such actions, if supported by virtue, acquires force and do not get dissipated. Secondly, virtue discharges the function of supporting the moral states by way of establishment. Virtue has been considered as the most important in the development of moral and spiritual life, as there can be no existence of life without head, and it is the head that controls and conducts each and every action performed the beings, so is the virtue. In this sense, it is said to be the head of all moral dhammas. Without virtue, there cannot be existence of moral life. As cold water pacifies burning sensation of the sun and thereby one feels calm and cool, so does virtue. It pacifies the burning sensation caused by the fire of passion, of ill will or hatred, of ignorance and other immoral dhammas, and thereby the practitioner of virtue feels calm and cool. So far, the characteristics, the essence, the manifestation, and proximate cause of virtue are concerned, it has been said that virtue has various aspects and functions in different contexts. Still, its basic characteristics are the right placing of physical and vocal actions and the establishment of moral dhamma. Here, a right placing of physical and vocal action indicates that because of virtue, one refrains from doing wrong action, from harming others, both physically and vocally. Rather, he does good for others through his physical and vocal actions. In this sense, virtue has the characteristics of right placing of physical and vocal actions. Its characteristics of establishment of moral dhamma can be understood in the way that without observing virtue, none can go with other moral dhammas. First of all, one has to observe virtue, that is seal, and then only those moral dhammas can well be established. In that sense, virtue provides a strong base to establish the moral dhammas. The seal's active property, essence, or more frankly to call it function, lies in the excellence and war against all sorts of sin. Action associated with the three immoral roots, namely lobh means greed, dos means ill will, and moh means ignorance, can be marked as immoral action or in words sin. Virtue, being moral discharges, the function of destroying immoral dhammas, or wickedness or sins, and possesses the property or quality of faultlessness. Further, about manifestation of virtue, it has been said that purity of body, purity of speech, and purity of mind are its manifestations. It indicates that we can understand virtue through the expression of an exposition of moral thought and actions performed by body, by speech, or by mind. If we perform moral deeds through body or speech or through mind, only then virtue gets its expression. So far the advantages of observing virtue is concerned, the first and foremost being the absence of remorse, as we have observed that virtue pacifies the burning sensation of greed, ill will, and ignorance, and thereby gives a sense of coolness. The observer of virtue then begins a journey on the path of morality. The other advantages of the observance of virtue have been said to be acquirement of wealthy, chiefly owing to the effect of non-negligence, spread of good name and fame all around, fearlessness and boldlessness wherever one goes. Also, virtue cleans all sorts of sins and defilements. The observance of virtue, that is seal, helps man in destroying self-blame and begetting joy and praise everywhere. It has thus rightly said that merits of virtue that give stability to the noble one in the good faith is countless and none can say its limit. From this explanation, we can say when one practices virtue, means seal, one returns to one's own basic goodness, the original states of normalcy, uncorrupted and unmodified. Killing a human being, for instance, is not basically human nature. If it were, human beings would have ceased to exist a long time ago. A person commits an act of killing because he or she is blinded by greed, rage, or hatred. Such negative qualities as anger, hatred, greed, ill will, and jealousy are the factors that alter people's nature and make them into something other than their true self. To practice seal is thus to train in preserving one's true nature, not allowing it to be modified or overpowered by the negative thoughts or the negative forces. This definition points to the objective of Buddhist morality rather than to the practice itself, but it does give us an idea of the underlying philosophy behind the training, as well as how the Buddhist moral precepts should be followed. These precepts are a means to an end. They are observed as a specific objectives. On the personal level, the observance of precepts serve as the preliminary groundwork for the cultivation of higher virtues or mental development. Virtue or seal is the most important step on the spiritual path. Without morality, right concentration cannot be attained, and without right concentration, wisdom cannot be fulfilled. Thus, morality not only enhances people's ethical value and fulfills their noble status as human beings, but it is crucial to their efforts toward the highest religious goal of Nibbana. On the social level, seal or virtue contributes to harmonious and peaceful coexistence among community members and consequently helps to promote social growth and development. In a society where morality prevails and members are conscious to their roles, there will be general security, mutual trust, and close cooperation. These in turn leading to greater progress and prosperity. Without morality, there will be corruption and disturbance, and all members of society are adversely affected. Most of the problems that society experiences today are connected directly or indirectly with a lack of good morality. Buddhist moral principles provide a wholesome foundation for personal and social growth. They are practical principles for a good life and the cultivation of virtues. If we understand the objectives of seal and realizes its benefits, we will see moral precept as an integral part of life rather than as a burden that we are compelled to shoulder. Buddhist moral precepts are not commandments imposed by force. They are a course of training willingly undertaken to achieve a desired objective. We do not practice to please a supreme being, but for our own good and for the good of others. As individuals, we need to train in morality and lead a good and noble life. On the social level, we need to help maintain peace and harmony in the society and facilitate the progress of the common good. The practice of moral precepts is essential in this regard. Now, we come across to the benefits of the 5 precepts. We may summarize the 5 precepts in relation to the spiritual qualities that they are likely to produce and promote. The first precept helps to promote goodwill, compassion, and kindness. The second can be instrumental in developing generosity, service, non-attachment, contentment, honesty, and right livelihood. The third precept leads to the development of honesty, reliability, and moral integrity. The fifth precept helps to promote mindfulness, clarity of mind, and wisdom. According to this way of life, anyone who wishes to practice Dhamma and must begin by practicing seal. This is the first step without which one cannot advance. We must abstain all actions, all words and deeds that harm other people. This is easily understood. Society requires such behavior in order to avoid disruption. But in fact, we abstain from such actions not only because they harm others, but also because they harm ourselves. According to Buddhist view, seal or virtue is necessary not only for the good of society, but for the good of each of its members, and not only for the worldly good of a person, but also for the progress on the path of Dhamma. In Mahaparinibbana Sutta, the Buddha says that every person who always observes the virtue and the principles related to virtue strictly will get 5 good results in this life and the next life. These are the good wealth, the good reputation, the self-confidence, the untroubled death, and a happy state after death. So at this point, it is no doubt that the moral principles bring good results to both individuals and society. They can help people to create a civilized world where they can live together in peace, harmony, and economic prosperity, as it is very beautifully said in Visuddhi Mag. There is a very beautiful quote in Visuddhi Mag, that is Ante Jata Vahi Jata Jataye Jatita Baza Tam Tam Gotam Puchami Kom Vijite Jatanti. That is, there is a tangle inside and there is a tangle outside. This generation is entangled in a tangle. So I ask you this question: who succeeds in disentangling this tangle? And in answer to this question, the Buddha replies, Sile patithaye naro sapanyo chitang panya cha bhavaye atapi nipko bhikkhu som vijite jitanti. That is, a wise man well develops concentration and right understanding, he can untangle this tangle. Thus, we see that a peaceful and harmonious future can be built on the foundation for dialogue and understanding that starts in families and communities by sincerely practicing the principles of seal, which further open the door of trust and tolerance, caring and compassion, understanding and promotion of respect for others, cultures, religions, and beliefs. So with this, I conclude my presentation here.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Suresh Kumar, for that wonderful, presentation of SIL or virtues and the importance and how it is necessary. How it is necessary thoughts and forces, very thoughts and forces, very thoughts and forces. Unmute your mic and ask a question to Dr. Suresh. Ask the question to Dr. Suresh. Dr. Pawan? Okay. I think he's not doing that, so I'll just read the question. Dr. Pawan says, "For shunning violence and fomenting dignity in the Buddhist universal values, serve humanity to humanity, and to understand the role of Buddhist philosophy in India, it's time to rethink and say sorry for persecution of Buddhists that started as early and soon after the death of King Ashoka. Relating history, the Brahmins' hatred responsible for the destruction of many Buddhist monasteries, unfortunately fomented by state and still going on against the Dalits converting to Buddhism in UP in India. It's an observation he has made, but turning it into a question. So would you like to comment on this, Dr. Suresh?
No, man, I think this is not a directly question related to my presentation.
Yes.
Although it's although it's a comment, I think.
Yeah, just a comment, sir. Just a comment.
It's just a comment.
If there's any other question from any of the participants, please unmute your mic and you can address Dr. Suresh.
नए डिस्कोर्स में हम जाते हैं तो बुद्ध कहाँ तक प्रासंगिक है, जबकि तमाम देशों में युद्ध की स्थिति बनी हुई है। तो मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है आप लोगों से, आप भी मैडम इसका जवाब दे सकती हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
The question was addressed to Dr. Suresh. And if you could use English, because we, I think the medium of the conference is English. If you could just please address, can you?
Actually, just I want to say
Yes.
that Buddha is very relevant in that time when he was in the sixth VC. Hello? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But now the world is facing various war. So how can possible today Buddha's path for peace development?
I think, Nayaji, the answer lies in your question. The teaching of the Buddha and other spiritual gurus, those teachings are relevant today. It is because that's why you are listening this conference since morning. You are here and very patiently you are listening to all the speakers. This shows that the relevance of Buddha's teachings are there. And although there are so many conflicts, though so many, you can say, disturbance and so many wars among the countries, but at the end, one has to come on the table for a solution for a talk. And the talk, the peace process has been taught by the Buddha and all other the great, you can say, spiritual teachers. So the relevance is there. One can't deny the relevance.
Hello.
Nobody deny that relevance. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Please, if you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Suresh. There are no more questions. We'll move on to the last presentation of today. For this, we have Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, the Head and Assistant Professor, School of Buddhist Studies and Civilization, and Director of International Affairs, Gautam Buddha University. He will be making a presentation on beliefs and practices among youth as an outcome of the impact of Buddhist philosophy, very relevant to the theme of the conference. Let me introduce Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh. Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh has spent his early life in the spiritual ambience of Bodh Gaya. I think he's blessed to do that. The place of Buddha's enlightenment. Currently, he teaches and heads the School of Buddhist Studies and Civilization. Besides serving as the Director of International Affairs, Gautam Buddha University in Greater Noida in Uttar Pradesh in India. Before joining Gautam Buddha University, he worked in the Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. Recently, he has been appointed as a member of the Academic Advisory Board of Dhammachai International Research Institute in New Zealand and Australia. His area of specialization include Buddhist history, applied Buddhism, Buddhist ethics, engaged Buddhism, Buddhist personalities, Buddhist places, etc. He has authored 5 books on Buddhism and has published more than 80 research papers in India and abroad. Besides, he has presented several research papers in various seminars and conferences in the national and of national international repute in India and abroad. And recently, he has been awarded with the Mahatma Buddha Peace Award 2020 by NRI Welfare Society of India. He has been endowed the Global Peace Ambassador Award by the International Buddha Education Institute and Youth Action Committee, Uttarakhand. And there is a string of other awards, but for want of time, I think I'll stop here and request Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh to make his presentation on beliefs and practices among youth as an outcome of the impact of Buddhist philosophy.
Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me for this conference, and I would like to also thank MoYAS Youth Affairs and Sports Ministry for giving me this opportunity, and all the delegates. I am going to present my paper on beliefs and practices among youth as an outcome of the impact of Buddhism or Buddhist philosophy. So on the basis of my understanding of Buddhism, I have no reservation in saying that it was a religion which included the young, but somehow was mistaken for a religion belonging only to the elderly. For example, some people will use wait till I am old as an excuse for not learning Buddhism or not following the Buddhist philosophy of as taught by the Buddha. They seem to think that Buddhism is a religion belongs to the aged old, and you cannot become a Buddhist unless your hair has all turned grey and all your teeth have fallen out. Cannot become a Buddhist, fallen out. Some people even think that Buddhism belongs only to the dead because sutras are always being chanted in order to free the souls of the dead from suffering in their next life. All these are misunderstandings. This is from my own understanding of the thing. In Buddhism, we can see that from the Buddha Sakyamuni or Siddhartha Buddha itself, two bodhisattvas like Avalokiteswar, Manjushri, Samantavad, Chitigar, etc., all were young people. And Buddhism, from my point of view, I think Buddhism is a young people's religion because those who have accepted when Buddha started to preach his teachings or his knowledge among the masses, he was of only 35 years age, so he can be considered as a youth. And those who have accepted, like Panchavagya Bhikshus and others who joined his religion, or you can call his group, they all are young. So in that way, we can say that Buddhism is a religion for young. And we have many guidelines, many things that through which we can even empower youths of today by applying the teachings of Buddha. In present day, we are tempted to think that the modernity with all its advancement towards higher altitudes of technology and scientific temper has made youth more arrogant and ignorant of the real issues faced by the society as a whole. In such situations, youth not only needs to fully prepare their inventory of a complete life dealing with all issues such as academics, careers, thoughts, knowledge, and life experiences, but also to cultivate and promote the positive in all aspects of life in order to fulfill the role and its responsibility towards family, society through cultivation of personal morality and value among their associates. So we are living in a state of contradiction, ambiguity, and inbuilt anxieties which may be said to be a landmark of modern world. We know for sure that modernity with all its accomplishments has entered into our physical frame. It is also true that modernity is the watchword within which our mind and soul releases our day. The modern science and technology somehow shapes our daily practices. Its technical know-how, predicaments, forms, and cognitive phases outlines our empirical situations, and we do not think that modernity has made us happy, nor can it be make us unhappy. Therefore, we are tempted to think that modernity with all its advancements towards higher altitudes of technology and scientific temper has made youth more arrogant and ignorant of real issues faced by the society as a whole. There are a lot of temptations surrounding the new generations, for example, drug addiction, smoking, drinking, sexual relationships, luxury shopping, followed by violence in neighborhoods and communities. These temptations are creating anxiety among youth, which are caused by competition leads to social problems like stress, disease, and depression. In such situation, youth not only needs to fully prepare their inventory of a complete life dealing with all issues such as academics, career, thought, knowledge, and life experience, but also to cultivate and promote the positive in all aspects of life in order to fulfill the role and its responsibility towards family, society through cultivation of personal and moral value. At the same time, due to persistent crises, many youths are disengaged at the extreme margins of society and have lost hope in future. More than ever, it is now time to improve investment in research, policies, programs to create an enabling environment for youth to prosper, exercise rights, regain hope, and a sense of community and engage as a responsible social actor. the starting point to consider youth as the solution and not as the problem. It is vital that they are fully engaged in social change through environment. Their energy, creativity, and critical spirit in identifying innovative solutions and building bridges and networks across groups have been demonstrated in several regions. If provided with an enabling environment, they can channel this energy into efforts that will benefit sustainable development, democratic consolidation, and culture of peace for both present and future generations. The integration of youth among the priorities of the United Nations 5-year action agenda in January 2002, it was released and reflects this opinion very clearly. Since 1999, UNESCO has advocated the importance of working with and for youth to be more focused than ever to engage youth as beneficiaries, actors, and partners. This objective is to provide with them the skills and opportunity to be the agent of change for peace and sustainable development. Now here I am going to apply how Buddhism and Buddhist studies can play the role to engage youths of today through Buddhist beliefs and practices. Buddhist education basically means leading life in a right manner and making right decisions about issues related to every walk of life. Buddhist education or philosophy pragmatically and progressively taught the ground reality of human life. This was the greatest contribution of Buddhist philosophy to the humanity. So Buddhism may in a broad sense be understood as an ideal system of philosophy or ideal system of ethics on which a contemporary education is based. As one of the scholars, Suraj Narayan Sharma writes, the Buddhist religious system was cast in the mold of an educational system, so religion became lifelong education and education became a living religion. Similarly, another scholar like A.S. Altekar is of the view that at first they were intended for monks and nuns only, but later on for the lay population as well, for was soon discovered that the best way of getting a good supply of novices of the right type and of propagating the religion among the masses was to mold the pliant minds of young generation by taking up its education. Now, how through Buddhist conception, how youth can be empowered? The empowerment is the process through the adaptation of Buddhist teachings which will help in developing a peaceful society. Only a peaceful society can ensure creative and progressive thinking of individuals. The scriptures like Buddhist canonical literature declare that for establishing peace in society and bringing about progress at all levels, youth should be empowered. And empowerment is the capacity for building up confidence, insight, and understanding, along with developing personal skills of youth. It is the ability to analyze situations and communicate more effectively with others. So the youth should acquire attention about the practical and philosophical perspective of good life, to get comfortable when faced with ups and downs of the life, because they have to face on many difficult situations in life to pursue their ambitions. If their wishes and enthusiasm without right may lead them go astray in the absence of spiritual direction in life from Buddhist point of view. The value of Buddha's teachings such as social relations, social duties, obligations, sociology, ecology, economics, guidelines are practically acceptable to this philosophy till now. It is really helpful for their problems, and young people comprehend the teachings of Buddha will help them achieving the happiness, and world will be more and more peaceful if they follow the teachings of Buddhist philosophy. The self-realization of youth is most important, and it is related to actualization of desires and possibilities for empowerment. It is related to its application in the society where youth as well as society can play an important role for its betterment. As the actualization of self-realization comes among the youth, it's possible only when there is a change in the mental faculty of youth will ultimately enable the youth to break social and cultural barriers. The change in mental attitude of society enables the society to accept the existence of youth and at the same time also provides such opportunity to youth that encourages exploring and enhancing their capacities and capabilities to make them empowered to effectively affect the much needed change in the society. The Buddhist concept of empowerment means authentic empowerment of an individual, that is youth, which ultimately going to be beneficial for the society in larger interest. Buddhist concept of empowerment means a youth who wants to empower himself should not only realize his or her potential, but they are true in nature and but must put in efforts to achieve his or her goal. It can be concluded that the lack of self-realization and self-reliance is the main cause of problems of the youth of today and their attitude to the society, which in turn for the society's attitude towards youth. The main factor behind all sorts of problems of youth of today are the society is also ignorant of their potential to affect positive change in the society. Now, Buddhist perspective on the causes of disengagement among youth. As per the Buddhist perspective is concerned, youth empowerment can be achieved through destructions of depravities like asavas, avidya comes into existence. Through the destruction of depravities, that is asavas, that avidya is destroyed. And what are the depravity? That is kamma asam means desire, attachment, pleasure, thirst after the qualities associated with the senses. Bhavasam means desire, attachment and will for existence. Third one is Thasam means holding views such as world is eternal or non-eternal, or that the world will come to an end or will not come to an end, or that the body or soul are one or are different. Then fourth one is avidya, that means ignorance of sorrow, its cause, its extinction, and means of its extinction. Buddhism further points out that the afflictions of Kalesh do not differ much from ourselves, for they are but the specific essence in forms ordinarily familiar to as such as covetousness, that is love, anger or hatred, that is grace, and infatuation, that is more, ignorance, pride or vanity, that is man, heresy, that is ditth, wrong views, and doubt or uncertainty, that is vikichitra, and idleness. These claims proceed directly as a result of asana. So what could be the Buddhist tools to overcome the disengagements of youth? How youth can again be engaged with their society or their family? If we look into Buddha's teachings, we may very categorically get tools to overcome the disengagement of youth from the burning societal issues the world is facing today. Buddha has set forward certain techniques to overcome disengagement, that is desires, which are as under, that is practice of right discipline, that is seal, which Dr. Suresh has already talked, means desisting from committing all antisocial deeds. Concentration, that is samadhi. It is an advanced effort by which the roots of all the kleshas are destroyed. And finally, the wisdom. Seal samadhi directly bring true wisdom. Or if you go by this is directly connected to the eightfold part of the Buddha, in which he has given 8 points, and the summary of those 8 points are seal, samadhi, and pragya. These Buddhists describe 5 faculties which can play a major role among youth to put them into the right path, and those 5 faculties are faith, vigor, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. So these are the tools, or these are the five faculties which can be used to engage today's youth with their society, with their family, with any sorts of problem they are facing, or they can give solution by applying all these five faculties. From the above faculties, one attains a state of fourfold meditation or maitri, that is we called collectively Brahma Vihar, which has four components, that is maitri, karuna, mudita, and upekha. Here, maitri means universal friendship. Karuna means universal compassion. Mudita means happiness at the prosperity of all. And upekha, non-preferment of oneself from one's friend or enemy, which is collectively called Brahma Vihar. Above mentioned Buddhist doctrine can be used to empower youth of today, and these are the best Buddhist tools through which one can empower the youth, young youth generation of present time. Youth empowerment and selective Buddha Sutta. I have saw some Buddhist Sutta which are directly related to empowerment of youth, and which we can use in present day also to sort out, to empower the youths of today. In fact, Buddha did not talk about the concept of empowerment of youth, but the investigation of epistemological and metaphysical considerations behind the Buddhist thoughts enable us to understand the Buddhist concept of empowerment to handle this burning issue of the present world. The youth empowerment will enable us further to solve the problems that arise in the youth's life. The Buddha laid down his thoughts about youth that were substantial enough to empower the youth through interacting directly for the betterment of society. The Buddha's teachings are still relevant in present world scenario. Buddhist scholars have tried to study the teachings of Buddha on youth after comprehending the significance of his views in the light of youth empowerment. In order to put the youth of today on the right path through the teachings of the Buddha, I have opted for four important Buddhist sutras or suttas which are very much fit into this burning issue of youth empowerment. And these four suttas are: first is Mangal Sut, second is Pravarg Sut, third is Vyagpaj Sut, and fourth is Sigalovad Sut, which is also called Gihi Vinay of Buddhism. And Gihi means the Vinaya or the rules for householders, those who are not monks and nuns, but they are the lay disciples of Buddha. So Buddha, the Sigalovad Sutta is used as a, or popularly known as Gihi Vinaya, that is Vinaya or rules to be followed by householders or family, upasak or upasika, those who are not converted, become a monk or nun, but they are living outside the Buddhist community, but they follow Buddhism. So these are the four suttas are going to explain us how to gain prosperity and happiness, how to avoid material, moral, and spiritual downfall, and enlighten us on the blessings in the life to win the blessings of deliverance. These four suttas are very useful and practical guidelines for the youth of today to deal with the issues of day-to-day life, to lead personal improvement, spiritual progress, and social development. First, I am going to discuss about the Mangal Sut. The Mangal Sut of Sutta Nipat is one of the most important and popular teachings of the Buddha. It is so well known that because of the wide range of teachings within a few easily remembered stanzas or verses are available in Buddhist texts. This Sutta provides the unfailing guidance capable of direct application and immediate fruitful use by the people for all walks of life, irrespective of differences of sex or status, race or religion, creed or education. There are altogether 38 good qualities or the highest blessings to be developed by everyone, introduced in a very pleasant way in this great sermon. This teaching includes the most basic blessings or useful practical guidelines Each and everyone should have and lead gradually to the highest quality required to win the ultimate blessings of Nibbana. It is a complete manual for building up successful and stable life without any need for supplication to power besides oneself. This is the main purpose of this book. Hence, it starts with the value of avoiding bad company for the sake of good, enough living, and having a basis of spiritual progress, and ends with telling of the clear mind. Ideals set forth may bring progress for the individual and the society, nation, and mankind. Here we find family morality expressed in most elegant verses. A happier household life should be won after following these injunctions as long as it takes, so as to make one's essential condition fruitful. Not to associate with foolish, but to associate with wise, and to honor those who are worthy of honor. This is the greatest blessing. In this first teaching, we can see not to associate with foolish. That is the basic principle of our life. The foolish are not only to the stupid and uncultured, but also the depraved and wicked in thought, word, and deed. This point is very important for young people or youths. We men can't stand alone in this world. In youth life, most of the times are spent with their friends in a day and their youthful life. Their friendship and friends are very important for their life, and they will face various kinds of friendship who are good attitude behavior or bad attitude behavior. So most of the knowledge and behavior were learned from their friendship in out of the classroom. Here they must know what behavior is bad and what behavior is good. That is why the Buddha taught firstly for the everybody to wealthy and happy to stay is not to associate with foolish. Further, the Sutta describes that the most of the evil ones hate most of the evil one hate good one, and they considered honest people as their opponents. Even the honest one are afraid of them and humble them everything, every time, everywhere. When we want to know a good person or evil person, we should see what he or she is motivating. What are their good or bad motivations? And those motivations are good or evil. We have to analyze it. We must use our wisdom to identify them. Evil one is often perceived wrong as wrong is right. Never follow the law, the constitutions, and often interfering with others to make them upset, discomfort, and suffering. Here, the wise does not mean acknowledgeable only, but should be perfect as well. The teacher, who is considered as a wise, is a very important for guiding and nurturing the youth. For example, once upon a time, Anand, the closest disciple of the Buddha, put one statement before the Buddha, and this said, teacher is only half important in one's life. But the Buddha denied quietly the question put forth by him, and then Buddha replied that the teacher is fully important in one's life. Then the Buddha replied that the teacher is fully important in one life because of me. The Buddha, all of the beings were known the Four Noble Truths and attainment of the fruition. In the first verse of this sutta, it discusses about the social activity in day-to-day life. To reside in a suitable locality, to have done meritorious actions in the past, and to set oneself in the right course, this is the greatest blessing. And similarly, he has given many blessings or talked about the various ways to engage youth in this sutta. And then next sutta is about the Prabhav Sutta, which also explains that the causes of downfall and guides us how to avoid those causes of downfall or the factors which are responsible for our moral downfall in our all activity. It is a very short sutta which teaches us the causes of downfall. Each of the causes of downfall sets a person off from the path of material and spiritual progress and will eventually lead to happiness and unhappiness and suffering. Those causes of downfall are the main reason for one's financial disaster, spiritual decline, and never enjoy true and lasting peace and happiness here in this life and also in future. So be wise, alert, and mindful, and remember all those causes of downfall to get rid of all various misfortunes and finally enter the path of purity or attain the Nibbana. And this sutra mentions as follows, easily known is the progressive one, and also it is usually known as declining one. One who loves the Dhamma progresses, one who hates the Dhamma falls. The wicked ones, and here Dhamma means the moral teachings of the Buddha or the teachings of the Buddha. The wicked ones are agreeable to him. In the virtuous he finds nothing pleasing. He favors the teachings of the foolish ones, which is the cause of one's downfall. He who is drowsy, fond of society, not diligent, indolent, and who is of fiery temper, which is the cause of one's downfall. So one must avoid all these characteristics. He is capable of supporting his elderly mother, father, or parents in their declining years, but does not do so, which is the cause of one's downfall again. So respect for parent and father is must, otherwise your character or you will not get the happiness which you are looking for. He who by falsehood deceives a holy person or a monk or a ascetic or a elderly person or any mendicant is the cause of one's downfall. The man who owns much property, who has gold and food, while selfishly enjoys his delicacy without sharing with anybody, is also considered as one of the reasons for the downfall of youth's moral values and practices. The man who takes pride in his birth, wealth, and clan, despites even his own kinsmen, is the cause of downfall again. So many cause of downfall like womanizer, a person who is a womanizer, who is a drunkard, a gambler, or who squanders whatever he possesses, is also considered as one of the reasons for the downfall of any personality. And then another sutta which is very important from my perspective is Sigalovad Sutta. This sutta is considered as one of the most well-known discourses in Buddhist literature or Buddhist history, or even we can call it in the Buddhist world where Buddhism is main religion and followed by many. It is one of the greatest and most valuable set of teachings which deals with basic morality, building and preserving wealth, friendship, reciprocal responsibilities in social relationships, and the qualities of a successful person. This is called Gizi Vinay or layman's discourse, a layman's code of discipline or layman's dhamma, which beautifully describes and gives a clear picture of domestic and social life of lay people. So no other disciplinary rules or social or domestic ethics are required to train adults, children, except what has been out in this book. As such, our earnest desire is that those who are able to understand and appreciate these valuable instructions given in this book to adopt yourself as a guide to strengthen your confidence, devotion, and practical knowledge for the attainment of everlasting peace and happiness. Sigalo was delivered by Buddha at Rajgarh to a very young man named Sigala, and that youth Sigala used to worship six cardinal points, that is east, south, west, north, nadir, and zenith, in obedience to the last advice given by his dying father. The Buddha explained to the young man that according to him, the six directions are: east stands for parent, south stands for teacher, west stands for wife and children, north stands for friends and associate, nadir stands for servants and employee, and zenith stands for summons and brahmans, or you can call it old age persons or respectable persons. The Buddha explained further that the six social groups mentioned in the discourse were to be revered as sacred and worthy of respect and worship. One should worship them by performing one's duties towards them. This is the way of worship from Buddhist point of view. And then these duties were explained to the youth Sugala. So these are the 6 points which we can apply even today for the modern youth. And fourth and the last sut in this contention is Vyagpaj Sut, which also known as Diggajanu Sut. Vyagpaj means tiger path and it was Diggajanu's family name. He was so called because his ancestors were born on forest path infested with tigers. The Buddha was approached by this rich layperson called Diggajanu who asked some advice for lay people who enjoyed a luxurious life. So here the Buddha instructs rich householder how to preserve and increase their prosperity and happiness, avoiding the loss of wealth. This sermon describes the conditions that improve the welfare of youth people or lay people, which includes youth also. Further, it explains in detail how wealth, both material and spiritual, can surely be accumulated by anyone, including youth, with righteous qualities for an ideal citizen in an ideal society. The above-mentioned 4 discourses of Buddha delivered to youths are very useful and practical guidelines for every life, even in the present scenario, which serves as a foundation for intellectual and ethical development. All these suttas mentioned here are shining examples that reflect such criticism is entirely unwarranted. The Buddha had emphasized that without some degree of economic well-being, spiritual progress was entirely difficult. He therefore asked his disciples to earn money in a righteous way as much as possible without being lazy or without using some false means. So try your best to adjust yourself to live according to these noble principles where you can win every happiness and prosperity of this world. The Buddha has shown the clear way. We just not only need to follow all these guidelines and practice of which bring immediate result. So we should shun evil, attempt to do good deeds. For those good actions, your mind always are purified and going on the right path to achieve happiness. And that was the teachings of the Buddha, which is reflected in one of the sutta of Dhammapad, which is considered as the Gita of Buddhism or Buddhist literature. That is Sabbe papasya akarnam kusalasya upsampada Prachitta pariyodapnam itam buddhan sasanam. Not to do any evil, to cultivate good, to purify one mind. And this is the teaching of the Buddha. So, as Dr. Suresh has discussed about the still, if Buddhist youth wants to help themselves and others to become the pillars of Buddhism, they must be compassionate and be ready to strive for the ideals of life. They must be self-conscious and have willpower. The basics of all these come from the purification of ourselves with the Buddhist precepts and dharma, that is, you can call it basic beliefs and practices as discussed in the Buddhism. And one of the 5 precepts one must follow must be inculcated among the today's youth, that is abstain from killing, abstain from stealing, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from false speech, and abstain from taking intoxicants. These are all discussed by Dr. Suresh. And now to end my topic, I would like to say that the Buddhist philosophy is a representation of wise, of great knowledge with wisdom and the right way, especially young people who orientate and practice it to have a real happiness in the life. Therefore, nothing is more important than guiding them and to understand them the methods to solve all difficulties faced by them in present life, because deeply in human soul are good spirits and always look forward to do good things. But the matter here is to transfer those experiences to young people, and then they can share their understanding to generation, practice it together, so that the society shall be peaceful and developmental. The Buddhist teachings have taken from the practical applications of life. If we know to apply it on the proper time and proper situation, definitely its interaction of Buddhist philosophy is coming as we said. Especially young generation really understand the meaning and value of Buddha's teaching. Society will reduce problems, and Buddhist philosophy interaction with young people becomes better day by day, and their contribution to the world is more peaceful. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, for that very, very interesting, very good presentation, very relevant to the theme of the conference, wherein, I think your view that, there is a general view that Buddhism is only for the old people, but you have brought out this so many factors in how Buddhism is more relevant to the youth today, and how it can empower the youth to self-realization and actually help them to achieve their full potential, which is actually the objective of any nation, is to achieve the full potential of the youth so that they can contribute to the society. Thank you very much, sir. If there's any question for Dr. Arvind Kumar, yeah, you may ask the question by unmuting your mic, because I don't see any question in the chat box. Any question from the participants? I know it has been a long day, and people must be literally, I know, sitting through 11 presentations, and that too online is a little tiring. We understand, but the session of Dr. Arvind Kumar was really very relevant to the youth. So if there are any questions, especially from the faculty of RGNIYD? Anybody? Dr. Kavita? Dr. Veronica? Anything?
Yes, ma'am. We have a lot of questions here regarding the relevance of the Buddhist philosophy for the youth, particularly in this competitive, mechanized world. Really, the youth want to know the principles and the philosophy of the Buddhism, how they can cope up from the stress or towards harmony, to elevate disharmony among them, starting from the family itself. So many things out. I know we have so many questions there. So particularly, in essence, how today's youth can cope up with this, in this competitive world, how they can overcome these kind of stresses and all. Because they have to show their capability, skills, and shine in this competitive world. So in these circumstances, how they can overcome. Hello.
Yes,
Am I
Dr. Arvind. Dr. Arvind, the question is addressed to you, sir. Dr. Kavita, I think Dr. Arvind has left the conference. I think we reserve this question. Maybe we can address it tomorrow.
Not only to this, to the presenter, ma'am, to the whole day presentation, and on the whole, we want to ask in relevance to the youth to overcome these kind of and
Okay.
how to shine in this competitive world also.
Yes, what we are doing is, each presentation has valuable suggestions on how Buddhist philosophy can actually, help the youth, to empower them, to help them to address their problems, how they and also how to lead a right life. So we are summarizing all these, the points that are emerging. Maybe at the end of the conference, if this is useful, we will be presenting them and we can have
Yeah, ma'am. We will have no. We have to draw a line. No, at last in the conclusion, in the end of the conference, we have to draw that. Ma'am.
Yeah. So all of you who have been presenting, I request all of you to give your views, especially the faculty of RGNIYD, because it is very relevant to Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development. So we have a lot of learnings from this, all the presentations this 3-day conference. So I would request you all to share with me through your email what could be the, what could be the learning, so that we can, summarize these as, the outcome of the conference.
Sure, ma'am. Sure,
That
ma'am.
we
Sure,
can
ma'am.
suggest for the benefit of the youth, who to inculcate the Buddhist philosophy, to enhance their values in life.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Sure. Ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
So
ma'am.
with that, there are no more questions. We would like to now conclude this day 2. As I said, it has been a long day, and we have had 11 presentations by very eminent scholars, from different countries. So I would like to thank, on behalf of RGNIYD and ICCR, all the eminent speakers who have actually made their presentation, each of them very interesting and very, very well valuable actually for the youth of today. We would like to, coming from, and the variety of information that we got, it's really enriching and enlightening. And we really are, very thankful to all the resource persons who have, very patiently been with us. I can see that many of them are still with us. Thank you very much for making this day a very, very useful and informative day. Thank you very much. We will meet tomorrow, again, sharp at 10:30. Being the last day of the conference, we would like to again, as a request that we would like to adhere to the time and finish all the other remaining sessions. We have about 8 presentations to complete tomorrow, and then after which we will conclude the conference. Thank you very much. We will meet again tomorrow morning at 10:30 Indian Standard Time.
Thank you.